Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk? Oh, Senator Ruston.
I seek leave to make a statement in relation to arrangements in the opposition.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Ruston.
Thank you. I'd just like to advise the Senate that during her training for great sporting activity, the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate has unfortunately had quite a serious injury and will not be in attendance in the Parliament for the next 2 weeks. And in her absence, I will be acting as the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, and I thank the Senate for their patience and indulgence during that time.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. May I wish you well and, of course, a speedy recovery to Senator Cash. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Yes, President. Committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. Senators, I table the certificate of choice by the Parliament of New South Wales of Sean Bell to fill the vacancy caused by the resignation of Senator Warwick Stacey.
President, Senator Bell representing New South Wales.
Admit the senator. Senator, please come to the table to make and subscribe the oath of allegiance.
Senator Bell, please take the Bible in your right hand and recite the oath on the card handed to you.
I, Sean Bell, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors according to law, so help me God.
Senator, please sign the test roll and the Senator's roll.
So I call the clerk.
Senate order for the attendance by the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, order for production documents, National Climate Risk Assessment and National Adaptation Plan.
I'm calling Minister Gallagher.
Get out, quorum. What is the Thank you.
Good, how are you?
Well, it's nice to be back and to see everybody so fresh and early. And on this very important issue, where I'll represent the Minister who is due to be here this morning, representing the Minister for Climate Change, Energy, Senator Ayres, pursuant to the order of the 3rd of September relating to the National Climate Risk Assessment and the National Adaptation Plan. I welcome others' contribution on this very important matter.
Senator Duniam.
Move that the Minister's statement be taken note of, please.
Senator Duniam.
Deputy President. Well, I cannot believe that the government not only didn't really in the first place want to comply with this order for production of documents and made a public interest immunity claim, but now the minister responsible refused to even turn up and give us a statement. Not only did he do that, he didn't give the acting minister, the minister on duty, the words to read out to tell us all to go jump. This is unbelievable. The height of arrogance from this government, not even wanting to demonstrate to us, the Australian Senate, as it's composed here, that they take seriously this issue of transparency, this thing they promised that they would be, a transparent government that would share information and provide accountability. Well, no, none of that happening here. And as we know, the Centre for Public Integrity has said this is the most secretive government in history. When you look at the pure numbers of responses to freedom of information requests, orders for the production of documents, this crowd over here, the Australian Labor Party, again a government that came to office promising to be a government of transparency, of openness, of honesty and integrity, have decided that they will not comply with these orders. On this occasion, of course, the government did eventually provide this document, the Climate Risk Assessment and National Adaptation Plan. Now, that sounds like a pretty innocuous document, especially when this government tell us that it is a critically important area of policy and we need to be ensuring that Australians are well equipped to deal with the problems and issues that arise out of a changing climate as it impacts on human life in this country. Well, why wouldn't you equip the Australian people with the Climate Risk Assessment and National Adaptation Plan? What was it they were seeking to hide? It's a beautifully produced glossy document with lots of information in it. I've gone to have a look at what the government ultimately tabled, but I just find it astounding, Deputy President, that this government, A, in refusing to provide a copy of this document, B, making a public interest immunity claim, that is, that it is not in the public interest, that the people in the gallery do not deserve to see this document because it is not in their interest to see it, because it might jeopardise national security, it could cause some issue for an individual, a private citizen. None of that. This is a report that Australians, both in business, households, land managers, government officers, should be able to see in order for them to actually do their job and do what it is the government is asking them to do when it comes to a response to climate change in this country. I mean, you only have to look at the contents of this report, now available online, again, something the government was going to extreme lengths to hide. Adaptation planning in Australia, a vision and objectives for a well-adapted Australia, principles and guides for the Australian government actions that they're taking, cross-cutting enablers to strengthen effective action. It goes through a range of areas like primary industries, health and social support. Hardly a secret document that people shouldn't be able to see. So I do wonder why this government went to the lengths they did, why Minister Bowen decided that the Australian people should not have access to this document that underpinned their capacity to make decisions around this issue and be well informed. But this is not the only document that this minister, Minister Bowen, in the other place, and this government, the Labor government, that again promised to be transparent, promised to be open, promised to be accountable. It's not the only document they've been seeking to hide. Only a couple of weeks ago, Deputy President, at Senate estimates, the minister at the table for the portfolio of environment and climate change and energy backed in a very, very bad decision by this government to not release an incoming government brief. Of course, the Foreign Affairs Department, they've released all of theirs. The Finance Department, they've released all of theirs. A number of agencies, in fact, nearly all of them have released all of theirs. But for some reason, this government, that minister and that agency refused to release that one volume of incoming government briefs. So there's a pattern here of secrecy, of a desire to hide from those prying eyes of the public what this government's up to when it comes to climate change and energy. But again, just so egregiously appalling, this approach to transparency demonstrated just yet again today, where the minister didn't show up. There was no statement to be delivered. The poor minister on duty was left to read out something off the notice paper that didn't really relate to what was going on here. This government needs to open up. It needs to do what it promised. It needs to be transparent. Australians deserve no less.
I'll go Senator Waters across the chamber. Senator McKenzie. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. Well, it took the Senate forcing the disclosure of the climate risk report for us even to see this thing, which had been gathering dust on the government shelves for months and months. And frankly, it makes sense now why the government was so keen to keep this secret, because the revelations in the report about the impacts of the climate crisis on all of us are absolutely chilling. And the fact that the government had this information and still released a climate target that is so weak, that does not keep any of us safe, and that just keeps on delivering for coal and gas corporations, is a complete betrayal of the Australian people and of their duty to the country. Anything less than net zero by 2035 condemns Australia to more than 2 degrees of warming. It's a breach of the Paris Agreement, but it's not just numbers on a page. We know from this climate risk report that that will lead us to devastating climate impacts like heat-related deaths surging over 400% in Sydney and Darwin. 3 million people, a third of the coastline, getting smashed by coastal inundation and storm surges. Meanjin, Brisbane flooding for 300 days of the year, Fremantle for 200 days of the year, and over 600 billion wiped from the property market. The government was sitting on this report that revealed all of those impacts, keeping us all in the dark, and they still went ahead and approved Woodside's North West Shelf gas project just 15 days after being sworn in for their second term of government. That Woodside project would emit more emissions every year than all of Australia's coal-fired power stations combined. It also threatens the oldest art gallery in the world by pumping more nitrous oxide and sulphur oxides onto the 50,000-year-old rock art at Murujuga. This Labor government doubled down on that terrible climate decision and decided to add some more coal to the mix too, and it approved an extension of Glencore's Ulan coal mine until 2045. Have they ever met a coal or gas company that they're willing to say no to? We're up to 31 coal and gas projects approved by the Albanese government, and at the same time they've got the audacity to say that they're taking climate action. Coal and gas are the biggest drivers of global heating, and approving more only makes the situation worse. Coal and gas corporations, which are beloved by both big parties, are delivering all of us a bleak climate future. But with their 2035 target, this Labor government has decided that that is who they want to deliver for: the polluting, tax-avoiding coal and gas corporations. They've got their profits protected, while the rest of us and all the species that we share this planet with are put in harm's way. Coal and gas companies are reaping mega profits from cooking the planet, and this Labor government is giving them a free pass to do so. It is absolutely appalling. The coal and gas profits soar, the big parties get to keep taking their donations, and the rest of us pick up the tab for climate-fueled weather events and watch the planet burn. The climate crisis is the biggest risk to our safety, to nature, to our way of life, to our economy, to productivity. And the Climate Risk Assessment report should have been a wake-up call to Labor, but it wasn't. It was kept hidden because it clearly lays out what the government is trying to hide: the fact that they are putting the profitability of coal and gas corporations before the safety of people and the future of our planet. The significant loss of life and the strain on health systems, more extreme heat, more devastating floods, crop failures, fires, global insecurity and the death of every single coral reef around the world, that's what this Labor government have signed us up to. Their own report confirms it. They are driving us off a climate cliff and backstabbing climate-vulnerable communities in the service of coal and gas profits and hoping that nobody will notice. Well, it's pretty hard to miss the record temperatures, the increased severe weather events, the soaring insurance premiums, the thousands without power and the streets turned into rivers by floodwater. Labor could change course and work with the Greens to prevent climate collapse. But this Prime Minister has made it perfectly clear that his preference is to keep big business happy. His commitment to coal and gas giants like Woodside, BHP, Santos and Rio Tinto means that he is in fact committing all of us to the dire revelations in the Climate Risk Assessment report. It is not worth it. You were elected to protect the people and to protect the planet, and we will keep trying to force you to do that.
Senator Waters, your time has expired. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Well, it's 10:15. Tick-tock, Minister Ayres, we are still waiting for you. The contempt and disrespect that the government shows this chamber of the Australian Parliament is demonstrated by the fact that there are only 2 Labor Party senators in the room. The Greens are here to debate this and to hold the minister to account. One Nation is here to hold the minister to account. The National Party is here to hold the government to account, and the Liberal Party, as a part of a strong coalition, is here to hold the minister to account and therefore the government. But the only 2 people in the chamber is the minister on duty and the government whip. That is absolutely appalling. And the response to this chamber's direction to the government, that a minister come and be accountable for the Labor Party's appalling reports and lack of transparency, the minister that was forced, Senator Gallagher, to stand up on behalf of the responsible minister, and some mealy-mouthed report about she simply just read out the explanation. That shows the Australian people the level of contempt this government has for being held accountable on behalf of the Australian people. Now, as the Shadow Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development, I was looking forward to Minister Ayres explaining to us the role that the sector plans, the industry sector plans, had in actually setting their aggressive emissions reduction target that Minister Bowen announced a while ago. Because apparently these sector plans were the basis on which they could go out and announce this incredibly aggressive target. We questioned them during Senate estimates on the veracity of these plans and of their target. And it seems that, Minister Bowen, the Emperor, has literally no clothes. Whether it was the transport sector in my own sector or other areas across the ministry, these sector plans were produced with no modelling in terms of their impact. And for the transport sector, the myth is that we'll meet the 2030 target that Labor has announced when they haven't been able to achieve anything in the last 3 years. The sector plan for transport means that in the next 10 years, 6 million new electric vehicles will need to be purchased by everyday Australians. Mums and dads in the suburbs and the regions rushing out to buy electric vehicles that won't serve their purpose and actually won't be able to be driven on the highways and byways of our great country. It is not a credible target, and it is not the coalition saying this. Industry itself has said that it is almost impossible, and I would say impossible, to reach that target. Because Australians need and love to drive SUVs, four-wheel drives and utes right across the country to do the things we love to do, and to get to and from work. If the Climate Change Authority's aggressive emissions reduction target was credible, it would actually take into account that this just simply isn't going to happen. There's an estimated 350,000 electric vehicles on Australian roads currently, none of them paying for the upgrade of those roads, I might add. New EV sales represent less than 8% of all new car sales. Somehow that's going to be ratcheted up to see 50% of new vehicle purchases to be electric vehicles. That is going to be an incredible change in behaviour by the Australian public. That's not going to happen unless you tax petrol and diesel cars out of existence, which is exactly what the Labor Party is planning to do. That is what is going to happen. There is no modelling to underpin these targets. There is no transparency. And we stand with the Greens saying this was your opportunity, Labor, to put your credibility on the table to say we're setting these aggressive targets that are going to kill our economy and make people poorer, but you know that's what's going to happen, and that's why you are silent today.
Had three senators on their feet. I will go across the chamber to Senator Faruqi. Senator Roberts, you were on your feet as well.
Thank you. When climate-wrecking corporations like BHP and Chevron are backing this government's EPBC reforms, that should tell you everything you need to know about how much this government actually cares about the climate and the environment. When a government is forced to release key documents after keeping them secret and hidden for months and months about the existential climate risks we are facing, that should tell you everything you need to know about who they are really here to serve. The Labor government has proven time and time again that it is here for big corporations, for billionaires and their fossil fuel donors who are given free license to wreck the climate and cook our planet. Labor knows the climate cliff that we are hurtling off. They know the seriousness of the crisis we face. Otherwise, their own climate risk assessment report that they kept from the public would have been released a long time ago, and the Senate wouldn't have had to force their hand to make that public. And the climate risk assessment lays bare the climate devastation we face, the extreme heat, the flooding, the disasters, the deaths. No one will be immune from the effects of the climate crisis in the years to come. But it will be our most vulnerable communities who are hit the hardest: First Nations people, disabled people, people in poverty, and migrant communities. And of course, the Global South, who has done nothing to create the climate crisis, are on the front lines of this extravagance and greed for profit of the global North. Climate-driven disasters are becoming more frequent and more extreme. We know that, and that is adding to the housing crisis that has already been supercharged by Labor's reckless support for the profits of big banks, for the profits of big developers, and the profits of the rich. With climate-driven disasters making more houses unoccupiable and uninsurable, housing insecurity will continue to rise. We know that insurance is out of reach for so many people. It is a major stressor for at-risk communities. And as usual, it is families and communities and renters and retirees which are suffering because of these skyrocketing prices of insurance premiums. And in recent weeks, the Earth reached a catastrophic tipping point, with warm water coral reefs now facing long-term decline. We are on the brink of other tipping points as well, including the dieback of the Amazon, the loss of ice sheets, and the collapse of major ocean currents. We have already hit 1.4 degrees of warming, and we will reach 1.5 in the next 10 years, given the direction that Labor is going in. Because with their pathetic targets, Labor is paving the road to destruction, hand in hand with the same coal and gas corporations who are cooking the planet and where billionaires are pocketing profit after profit, obscene profit after obscene profit. And people and planet are paying the price of the excesses, the greed, and profit of billionaires and corporations. And Labor is doing nothing to rein that in.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. The government is not communicating, not commenting at all. It has no respect for the people on whose behalf it's spending money, wasting money. And I'll tell you why the government won't share the information. They're escaping accountability because they have no plan for the transition, no plan for what's coming. Now, I've managed large projects with plans. To have a plan, you need, first of all, scientific proof on which to lay everything. There is no scientific proof. The CSIRO has not provided it. I've checked with them, held them accountable 3 times, 3 meetings, each 2.5 to 3 hours long. Nature alone determines the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Nature alone. That's been proven scientifically. It's been proven by actual experience on this planet in 2009 and 2020. Secondly, the atmosphere cools the land surface, the ocean surface. How can it possibly warm it? It doesn't. It cools it. The temperatures in the 1880s in our country in Australia and the 1890s were far warmer than today. Far warmer. In the last 30 years, the temperature has been basically flat, apart from natural variation due to El Niño and La Niña. That's it. So we're producing record quantities of human carbon dioxide, China, Brazil, Russia, India, America, Europe, and the temperature has been flat. Extreme weather events, there's no trend, just flat. What are we basing all this on? The government basing it on computer models, which are self-fulfilling. So there's no scientific proof. We need to just end the climate scam now. But let's look at the next one that should be in place, a policy basis, the specific effect of human carbon dioxide on various climate factors: temperature, rainfall, snowfall, drought, severity, duration, frequency, storms. There is no policy basis at all. The CSIRO has failed again to provide that, and we've seen that time and time again. There is no policy basis, so there's no policy. But still the people keep paying. So if there was a policy basis, the next thing to consider and develop a plan is to have a cost-benefit analysis. Look at the various options and evaluate their costs and benefits. That's not been done. It has not been done on windmills and solar panels, converting solar and wind to power, eking it out because of the high capital cost and the low productivity of the power. So if there was a cost-benefit analysis, it would identify a business case. There's been no business case for the transition. We're basically taking the whole country, its number one infrastructure piece, the grid, the electricity grid, and hurtling over a cliff blindfolded. No business case whatsoever. And then if we had a scientific proof, if we had policy basis, if we had cost-benefit analysis, if we had a business case, none of them are in existence, none. If we had all of them, then we would embark on a project plan. That's where you allocate resources over time, money and people. There is no project plan. We're looking at spending. There's not even a costing. There's not even a costing. Who's going to pay for it? The people of Australia will pay for it in many, many ways. No project plan whatsoever on the biggest undertaking ever given to the Australian people. We are now facing the trauma, the Australian people, for no benefit whatsoever. The highest prices of electricity in the world. We went from having the lowest in the world to amongst the highest in the world, certainly the highest outside Europe, which has also been besotted with solar and wind fixation. So Minister Bowen is going to blow up the electricity grid, and the Greens and the Labor Party are colluding to bring in misinformation and disinformation and censorship bill. That is what they are doing. It's in their inquiry. Not one witness was seen in the first 2 days of hearings who opposed it. Not one, but there are many who oppose it. We're putting a blindfold on and taking the people of Australia over the cliff. Electricity prices have never been higher, never been lower. Sorry, electricity prices have never been higher. They have been lower in the past. We've gone from having the lowest cost to the highest cost. Cost of living, standard of living families being forced to pay. No competitive advantage in our country anymore. Tomago's looks like it's shutting. Only one nation opposes net zero, and only one nation will pull out of the UN Paris Agreement.
Senator Barbara Pocock, by agreement for 3 minutes.
I move to take note of the minister's non-explanation, not an explanation in fact. This government needs to take urgent action to address the climate crisis and the housing crisis hitting Australians. The Greens forced the public release of the National Climate Risk Assessment report that Labor sat on for months. The government's own report shows 1.5 million people at risk of losing their homes through flooding or falling into the sea in the next 25 years. These chilling scenarios include twice as many catastrophic fire weather days, 50-degree days in major cities, a surge in heat-related deaths and over $600 billion wiped from the property market. What will it mean for the homeless people living on our streets in their growing thousands? Despite the government knowing all of this, they still approved the massive gas project like North West Shelf and others in their first weeks in this 48th Parliament. Well, shame on them. A recent report by the Climate Council and PropTrack showed that home owners are paying a climate disaster penalty as climate-driven floods become more frequent and severe. We're in a housing crisis as well as a climate crisis, and the increasing frequency and intensity of climate-driven disasters is making the housing crisis worse. It's making more homes uninsurable and uninhabitable, and it's lowering the value of homes in flood-prone areas, affecting many lower-income households and widening inequality in our communities. Home ownership is already out of reach for so many Australians, and climate-driven events hike the cost of insurance and make properties unoccupiable. This is further proof of where this government's priorities lie: appease coal and gas corporations while ignoring the costs of climate impacts on Australian households and keeping more and more of them out of homes. Many households across the country spend decades saving for their home deposit and then face huge recovery costs and huge and risky insurance premiums arising from climate-driven disasters. Why should Australians continue to bear the costs of decades of government inaction on climate change? Labor, you are captured by the interests of coal and gas corporations. You are prioritising the interests of polluters' profits ahead of a safe climate future for everyday Australians and nature. Where is your truly ambitious climate target, based on science, based on the avoided costs of disaster that are putting too many of us at risk and pouring fuel on the housing crisis, a housing crisis made worse by inaction on climate, affecting so many thousands of Australians who find themselves homeless, unable to get that first home deposit together to get into housing, and affecting our renters as well. We need action on both the climate crisis and the housing crisis, and Labor needs to make it happen as a matter of urgency.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Acting Deputies. I cannot believe that we are here bearing witness today to Labor's complete disregard for democracy in this country. For the young people, the students in the gallery, they should mark this date as the date when Labor demonstrated how little regard they give for the Senate's instruction for the minister to appear, for so little coordination within the government. I'm ashamed and I despair for what this means for government in Australia. As the Coalition, we are working hard to hold the government to account on the looming disaster that we are seeing for Australians right across this country. Mostly, though, I want to focus on their completely radical and outrageous climate targets that are shutting down small business, that are seeing households and homes bear a cost of electricity that is crippling them and forcing them to make choices that no Australians ever thought that they'd have to make. That is meaning that businesses that provide jobs to those very families are also threatened. This should be our #1 cause for concern when we see the new jobs being put on in Australia being government-employed jobs, but not the jobs that pay the taxes that keep Australians prosperous and able to enjoy the first-world lifestyle that we have had. I am really worried about, as has been talked about, the communities in regional Australia, whether they be Indigenous communities or white communities, or as we love in regional Australia, those that are just Australians who are working hard to mine the minerals, to grow the food and fibre, to be the great tourism places, but they are dying under the cost of electricity and energy that under Labor's failed policies that we're seeing. Indeed, the safeguards mechanism introduced by Labor, as we warned, is just a big tax on business, and it is a big tax on coal and gas companies, the only source of reliable electricity that we have in this country. We risk the lights going out not just in regional Australia, but in Sydney, in Melbourne, because of these rushed policies that have no place in reality. In fact, we are seeing Australia lose jobs to overseas. We're seeing us demanufacture, deindustrialise, thanks to Labor's rush policies that are just making Australians poorer. But today, to see the minister not even have the common courtesy to turn up when directed by Parliament, we should be very afraid of what this means for democracy in this place. More guillotined legislation, more legislation that comes before the Senate and the Parliament without having been properly scrutinised. This is a sad day for Australia. This is a fail from Labor, and worse, it's a fail for all Australians who are struggling.
Senator, the time for the debate has expired, and the question is that the Senate take note of the minister's explanation. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment 000 Custodian and Emergency Calling Powers Bill 2025 for concurrence. Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and now be read a first time.
So I'll put the question that the bill be read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to telecommunications and for related purposes.
Call the minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted. Okay. I call Senator McGrath.
Thank you. I rise today to speak on the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment 000 Custodian and Emergency Calling Powers Bill 2025. And on behalf of the Coalition, I want to be clear from the outset. This bill was rushed through the House and is now being rushed through the Senate because of the catastrophic Optus outage in September. This was no ordinary outage. This outage went on for around 13 hours, completely undetected by Optus. People in South Australia, Western Australia and the Northern Territory were unable to call 000 in their time of need. There were warning signs that were ignored by Optus during this time. Customer complaints to the Optus call centres from people who couldn't connect to 000, yet none of these raised a red flag and none of these were acted on. It is absolutely appalling that when a person calls their telco company that this isn't taken seriously. It wasn't until the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman started getting calls and then itself called Optus that Optus paid any attention to this situation. What we now know is that more than 600 calls failed to connect with emergency services during that 13-hour outage. But we still don't know if that is all. We don't know with any certainty how many more there might be. Tragically, 4 people lost their lives during this outage. These deaths will be investigated by the state coroners, and it may take some time for those investigations to be completed. And on behalf of the Coalition, I want to extend my sympathies to the families and friends of those individuals. We cannot emphasise enough how unacceptable this outage was, and the way it has been handled by everyone involved is a disgrace. Optus have failed Australians and Optus has failed Australia. They have failed in not detecting this outage in their systems, which denied Australians in emergency situations from connecting to help. Help that is promised that will be there in people's greatest time of need. A service which the Minister for Communications agreed is the most critical service in our telecommunications system. Disappointingly, she's failing to protect it. Optus also failed to tell Australians what was going on for more than 32 hours after this catastrophic failure of their network. More than a month after the outage, Optus have failed to be open and transparent about what actually went wrong, citing only human error as the cause. But what does this even mean? Did someone forget to flick a switch, plug in something, or code something correctly or incorrectly in the systems upgrade? Did they fail to triple test the situation or the emergency camp-on arrangements in the ICT environment before they upgraded the firewall? Did someone just spill coffee over their keyboard? Your guess is as good as mine, because more than a month on, no one is talking and no explanations have been provided. But Optus are not the only ones who have failed here. They are not the only ones whose systems are broken. The Department of Communications and the regulator, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, have also failed. In Senate estimates just 2 weeks ago, we established that Optus sent 2 emails, first alerting the department to the outage at 2:45 p.m. and 2:52 p.m. on Thursday, 18 September, the day the outage was first detected by Optus. We spent many hours during the estimates hearing to establish exactly what happened with those emails. And you wouldn't believe it, but the answer is nothing. And do you want to know why? That's because the Department of Communications claimed that the email inbox was not being monitored for those notifications. Disturbingly though, that very same mailbox is used for other emergency notifications, which leaves myself, and I'm sure many Australians, questioning just how seriously emergencies are managed by the Department of Communications. And you also have to ask the question, what happens outside business hours? ACMA also received notification on the 18th of September. That notification came in the form of a phone call at about 2:40 p.m. During our Senate estimates hearing, the chair of ACMA said Optus advised just 10 calls had been impacted. Interestingly, they also said they raised concerns with Optus that it was only 10 calls because that seemed very low, given the length of the time of the outage and how many calls there are each day to 000. But that's where their inquiries seemed to stall. That is, until the afternoon of Friday, 19 September at around 2:40 p.m, when Optus notified them of the deaths that had occurred. It beggars belief that panic stations were not sounded by the Department of Communications, ACMA, or the Minister's office during this entire saga. The Minister has a lot to answer for. 2 weeks ago, the Minister for Communications was asked in question time to confirm, and I quote, that neither she nor her office were notified of the catastrophic outage that occurred on Thursday, 18 September, before the afternoon of 19 September, when Optus advised the media. End of quote. The Minister stood in the other place and said, and I quote, yes, I can confirm we were not notified of the catastrophic outage until late afternoon on Friday, 19 September. End of quote. Well, let me tell you where the Minister's story starts to fall apart. On the 25th of September, David Swan from The Age newspaper published a story entitled "The Emails That Reveal How Optus Downplayed the 000 Disaster." In this article, Mr Swan cited the 2 emails sent by Optus to the Minister's staff at 2:45 p.m. and 2:52 p.m. on Thursday, 18 September. These first alerts, although lacking in detail, said that services were down in South Australia and Western Australia and that welfare checks were being conducted. It clearly said that calls to 000 had been impacted. The Minister's office was directly notified by Optus. This was the first warning sign, and it was ignored by the Minister's office. The Minister has spoken of the need to rebuild trust and confidence in the 000 network so Australians can have faith that the service will work. But that is nothing more than platitudes. The Albanese government failed to support an inquiry into the Optus outage in the other place. They failed to support amendments to this bill that would have doubled the fines for telcos who breach the Act and endanger the lives of Australians to up to $20 million per breach, that would have listed the 000 network as critical infrastructure, created a public register of all 000 outages so the Australian people would know when something is going on, because heaven forbid this government tells you when something is happening or not happening, and reduce the reporting times in this bill from 6 months to 3 months and cause those reports to be published online. The Albanese Labor government failed to support these changes. The Albanese Labor government and the minister don't want to work together to strengthen this bill. They don't want to work together to make sure that Australians are safe and have confidence in the 000 network, and they don't want transparency. The government wants to ram this bill through Parliament and do a victory lap so they can claim they took action. Well, the Coalition may have had a very strong opinion on this and will continue to have a very strong opinion on this, but we will continue to hold the government to account, because while the government may have had the numbers in the other place to shut down a House inquiry, they do not have them here, and the Coalition will be calling for a Senate inquiry, and the sensible and reasonable minds in this place will support it. Australians deserve to know what went wrong. When every single player in this catastrophic event, Optus, ACMA as the regulator, the Department of Communications and the Minister in her office have failed to tell the truth about what they knew and when, you aren't rebuilding trust. Like rubbing salt in a wound, the Minister has tasked ACMA as the regulator to investigate the outage. But how on earth can ACMA investigate what went wrong when they are part of the failed process? They failed to investigate, and they failed to heed the warnings that something wasn't quite right. It doesn't matter how many email notifications are being sent to each bureaucracy if those emails are failed to be read. In fact, they are useless. According to the Minister, the 000 custodian has been operational since March this year within her department. But this is the same department that got the email alerts from Optus on the day of the outage and did nothing with them. And what exactly has this person been doing since March? Not checking their emails for sure. What astounds the Coalition the most is it's taking yet another crisis with Optus to get this weak and lazy Albanese government off their backsides, and they still don't have a clue. If this role was established back in March, why wasn't it legislated then? If this role was fully operational back in March without legislative authority, why does it need it now? And how much are Australian taxpayers paying for this custodian who apparently can't even check an email? The Albanese Labor government failed to act back in 2023, but at least the former Communications Minister, now the Attorney-General, had the good sense to do an independent investigation. The current Minister for Communications has refused to do so at every turn, and like a broken record on repeat, has continued to say ACMA are the appropriate body to do the investigation. They are not. They failed to alert the Minister or anyone else when the first warning bells were rung. ACMA and the Department of Communications have failed to brief the Minister and update her on the Bean Review recommendations and where they're at. This stuff matters. People's lives are at risk. This government's failure to act on the recommendations of the Bean Review, which they accepted and agreed to in full 18 months ago, is lazy and shows their disregard for the 000 service. This bill, at face value, does little more than add bureaucratic layers to an existing process that already has multiple failure points. The Coalition will continue to call for an independent review of the 000 ecosystem. It is vital that we can find out what the failure points are so we can fix them and ensure that this system works. Australians deserve more, they expect more, and it is on the Minister for Communications as the steward of the system to deliver that. This system is broken. The Minister needs to do her job and fix it. Australians are depending on this government, but also on this Senate, to get this right. With disaster season upon us, there is no time to waste. The Coalition will be moving 3 key amendments to this bill. The first amendment, number 3458, circulated in my name, will create a public register of all 000 outages. This is really important to ensure Australians have visibility of any outages within their community and we can restore confidence in the system. It will also ensure the Minister, the Department of Communications, ACMA as a regulator and the 000 custodian are accountable and functioning as they should. The absolute disaster we saw with the Optus September outage, frankly, clearly had no one reading their emails, and quite frankly, that isn't good enough. More transparency in the system will ensure Australians' confidence is restored and telcos and the government are held to account if things aren't working. The second amendment, number 3459, also circulated in my name, will change the reporting requirements in this bill from 6 months to 3 months and cause those reports to be published on the ACMA website and tabled in the Parliament. The final amendment, number 3460, will increase the maximum penalty amount to $20 million for a breach of the telco operator's obligations. This is important. Time and time again, we have seen the networks go out and 000 outages risking people's lives. This isn't good enough. There must be strong penalties for any operator who does the wrong thing and risks the lives of Australians. The Coalition calls on the Greens and the Crossbench to support these amendments to ensure our 000 system is strengthened and operators and the government have the highest level of transparency to ensure that all Australians are safe.
Senator Mulholland.
Thank you. When disaster strikes, whether it's a flood, a fire, a crash or a heart attack, Australians know that they can dial 3 simple numbers, 000, and get help. 000 is a service that has saved countless lives. But we saw during the Optus outage that our emergency system, one of the most trusted in the world, is not immune to system outages. When the outage occurred, it reinforced the need to bolster our 000 network, and that's exactly what this government will do. The Albanese government is bolstering oversight of the critical 000 service through legislation that will bolster the powers of the 000 custodian. The new laws will reinforce a key recommendation of the review into the Optus outage of November 2023 by enshrining the powers and functions of the custodian in law and providing end-to-end oversight of 000. Through ACMA, the custodian will be able to demand information from telecommunications providers so it can monitor 000 performance, identify risks, respond more quickly to outages and make improvements. Before entering public life, I spent more than 2 decades working in emergency services, disaster management and public health. I sat in disaster control rooms during bushfires. I have worked alongside emergency services personnel responding to floods and cyclones and indeed major system outages. And I know that in a crisis, seconds matter. And when 000 fails, it can cost people's lives. That is why I'm so pleased to see the Albanese government acting so quickly after the Optus outage. The government has launched a full review into the resilience of the national 000 system because Australians deserve the most robust system possible. We are now implementing reforms to make 000 stronger and more resilient. Real-time reporting of outages to ACMA and emergency services which begin on November 1st. New rules starting on November 1, forcing telcos to test 000 during upgrades and maintenance. New requirements on providers to fully ensure 000's calls fall back to other networks. Mandatory improvement plans after 000 outages. Within 6 months of the commencement of the laws, the custodian, through ACMA, will issue additional performance requirements to telcos to ensure Australians of best practice. This isn't just about fixing what caused the outage, it is about future-proofing the system. Because in the next decade, we will face more disasters, more intense storms, hotter summers, and a growing population that relies on technology more than ever. Labor's reforms are building a 000 system that is resilient, modern and more robust, no matter where you live or what provider you use. And I do urge the opposition and the crossbench to support this bill, and I am concerned to hear that amendments are going to be moved that could potentially delay the introduction of these important reforms. And I cannot believe that we'd be even contemplating not taking action and pushing that further out. So I am concerned to hear that those amendments are being put forward, and I would urge the opposition to make sure that they are supporting these important reforms to get that moving on the 1st of November, not delaying it, the 1st of November. And as someone who has worked on the front line of disaster response, I know that we need this action now because it means saving lives, it means protecting families, and it means giving every Australian the confidence that when they dial 000, we have their backs. Thank you.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I rise to contribute to the debate on this bill that has been rushed into the Parliament after what has been a very deadly and significant failure of one of Australia's largest telecommunications companies. Of course, we know that on September 18, Optus failed its customers. It failed under its licence conditions, and it's failed to put safety front and centre. In fact, Optus' failure is because this big telecommunications company has consistently put profits ahead of safety and the protection of its customers. And I'm extremely concerned that this chamber is having to debate this piece of legislation because our 000 system is in crisis, that it is not robust enough to ensure that the most basic access to essential service is being met. And governments have one job, and that is to keep their citizens safe. It's the core job of government. Yet here, the most basic way of keeping citizens safe is to ensure that when an Australian needs to call the ambulance or to call the police, someone will answer the phone. Being able to call 000 at your time of need is the most basic service Australians expect and deserve from their government. And the reason we're in this situation is because after years of privatisation of our telecommunications system, we now have a sector that's run by 3 big corporations who put their profits ahead of people's safety, and one in particular, Optus, that has consistently failed over and over again to do the right thing. Now, it beggars belief that we are back here only 2 years after a huge Optus failure, where millions of Australians were not able to use their phone, were not able to use internet banking, were not able to pay for things at the shops, contact their loved ones, or do their work because Optus phones ran dead. And of course, in that failure, that huge, massive outage that happened in 2023, thousands of Australians were unable to call 000. And at that time, we were promised that this big company would have a good hard look at itself and do what is needed to increase its safety measures and to increase its delivery of services. 2 years later, we are back in the same scenario, except that this time with very deadly consequences. And it must be the worst nightmare as a parent with a sick child, a fever rising, needing a desperate help from an ambulance, to pick up the phone and to call for help, and no one answers. Or for one of Australia's older members of society, one of our senior citizens who's taken a fall, calls 000 and no one answers. It is not good enough. There is no amount of excuse that can be given by Optus as to how these deadly failures happened. But it gets worse, of course, because not only did Optus fail to provide safety and ensure the ambulance could get to its customers, they then didn't tell anybody what had really happened for hours and hours and hours. For months and months, the government has been warned that the 000 system hasn't been working, that it's not robust enough, it doesn't have enough resilience in the system. But now that we've had this deadly outage from Optus, the government has rushed in this piece of legislation to do the bare minimum that they promised 2 years ago. So I'm glad this legislation is now finally before us. But it shouldn't have taken another Optus failure and a deadly outage for this legislation to have been brought into this chamber. The government was caught flat-footed and caught out snoozing on the job, and now they've had to bring in this legislation. And of course, this hasn't just been a failure of the big telco. The government's own regulator, ACMA, whose job it is to hold these corporations to account, to make sure Australians are getting the service they require, that is legally required under the licences that these companies are given. The agency has failed too, dismally. And not only has the regulator been caught snoozing on the job, we find out that they were told on the Thursday, when this outage first happened, that 000 had failed to at least 10 calls. And we know through Senate estimates, under tough questioning of the regulator, that they sat on that information and did nothing with it, even though they admit it seemed all a bit sus. But there was no proactive picking up the phone, calling Optus to question what was really going on. They saw an email and thought, that's odd, we'll just wait and see. I mean, this is the problem when you've got a regulator that is so clearly captured by industry's interests. So rather than picking up the phone and interrogating the information, finding out where these calls really had failed, what had happened, what was going on with the welfare checks, the regulator sat on its hands for more than 24 hours. And then, of course, it wasn't even the regulator that called Optus the next day, 24 hours later. It was Optus calling the regulator to tell them, oops, it wasn't just 10 calls, it was hundreds of calls, and by the way, 3 people are dead. But the regulator did nothing for 24 hours. And what is the point of a regulator if they don't hold these companies to account in the interests of the Australians and under the strict conditions of the licences that these companies have? It is an open secret that ACMA is useless. Everyone in business knows it. Talk to anyone in the industry and everyone knows that ACMA, the regulator of these big telcos, is toothless, useless, and does nothing, quote unquote. Not good enough. And now we see the results is deadly. And Australians right across the country don't know whether, if they pick up the phone to call the ambulance or the police, whether anyone will answer. This is a terrible indictment on the regulation of this industry, which has now become, obviously, for everyone to see, an essential service. Not only is it an essential service to be able to call 000 when you need an ambulance urgently, or the police or the fire brigade. Of course, that's essential service. That should work. But the telecommunication systems themselves have become an essential part of our daily lives and our work. And when the phone runs dead, everything stops. But of course, this is what happens when you have these big corporations who continue to put their profits ahead of service, profits ahead of safety, and profits ahead of their customers. And I tell you what else stinks about this. That when the CEO finally found out that this outage had occurred with deadly consequence, that 3 individuals had died after they weren't able to get their phone call through to 000, who did the CEO call when he first found out this information? Did he call the minister? Did he call the regulator? Did he call the Premier of South Australia or WA where these outages had occurred? No. He called his board. He called his bosses in Singapore. For hours, Optus executives were working the phones to line their ducks up to make sure their shareholders were okay, that the announcement to the Singapore Stock Exchange would be in order, before they bothered to pick up the phone to the minister or to the regulator or to the government of South Australia. Now, if that doesn't show you that this company prioritises their interests, their profits, ahead of the interests and safety of Australians, nothing does. I am furious at what this company has gotten away with. And I'm furious that they promised to clean themselves up 2 years ago. You know, our Senate inquiry had the CEO and the other executives in front of us 2 years ago, and they were begging for forgiveness. Promises after promises that they'd clean up their act. It's not okay. It's resulted now in the worst possible outcome. Individuals have died, and Australians across the board are now wondering whether they can trust the 000 system at all. And that's why this legislation is important, because we need to send both a message to the telecommunications companies that this behaviour is not okay, and we need to whack in stronger penalties to send that message loud and clear. A slap on the wrist of $12 million last time clearly didn't work. These corporations need to hear the signal of money loud and clear. They need stronger penalties, and I would put it to this chamber, we need criminal penalties as well, because this is criminal. Failing to deliver on the most basic service such as 000, putting your profits ahead of the safety of people, thinking about your shareholders and the stock exchange before the Australian community and your customers. That should be criminal. And that's why we'll be moving to increase the penalties in this bill. And I urge the government, if you want to talk tough, work tough. Pass the amendments and let's get this done.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. The 18th of September of this year was a shocking day for this country. A number of people died. There are still conflicting reports about whether 3 or 4 people died. They died as a result of a catastrophic failure by Optus. And for this government to scramble now to bring in this bill on the 000 custodian, on recommendations that were made close to 2 years ago, is a disgrace. That is why I am calling on every senator to support an urgent Senate inquiry into the September Optus 000 outage when the vote occurs in the Senate tomorrow. Senator McGrath set out a very good history of the nightmare that we went through in Senate estimates, extracting information, extracting the truth about what happened. The ducking and weaving and deception from this government. And I would also name the department, and there's one official in particular in the department who for a number of hours led senators on a merry dance without giving straight answers as to when the department first knew about this, when the minister first knew about this, when the regulator first knew about this. And I can tell you right now, we are not impressed. And I would send a direct message to the Secretary of the department to pull your officials in order, that when they come before Senate estimates, we expect straight, clear, honest answers to our questions. We were told over and over again, oh, well, you know, on the Thursday when this happened, yes, there were a couple of emails sent, but they were sent to the wrong email address. And we could not get a straight answer about whether those 2 emails, including advice that welfare checks were still being conducted because of the outage, we could not get a straight answer for a couple of hours, and that is appalling. And then, when we finally get hold of those emails, we discover that they've gone to the minister's office on the Thursday. And yet we have the minister telling the Australian people in the House of Representatives, yes, I can confirm we were notified of the catastrophic outage until late. Sorry, I'll say that again. Yes, I can confirm we were not notified of the catastrophic outage until late afternoon on Friday, the 19th of September. Well, that's just simply not true, because we now know that those emails went into the minister's office the day before on the Thursday afternoon. And so again, I stress to the Secretary of the Department to please, when you come back before us again in Senate estimates in December, and hopefully when the Senate inquiry is established, we expect a much better performance than that. Every official, every minister is required to give clear and straight and concise answers to our questions, because this was a deadly outcome, and I too extend my sympathies to the families and friends and loved ones of those who died. As the initiator of the proposal to hold a Senate inquiry, and the vote will be held tomorrow, as I mentioned. We are determined to drag Optus executives before the Senate and demand answers. We are determined, and we hope that will happen next week. We also need to know whether Australians can ever again trust Optus to provide a 000 service. After misleading Australians about when her office first knew about the outage, Labor's hapless Minister for Communication, Minister Wells, must also appear before the inquiry. We will not tolerate any more ducking and weaving or deception. Now, while the Senate cannot compel a member of the House of Representatives to appear, it is incumbent on this minister to do the right thing in the national interest and give evidence. We deserve answers. Australians deserve the truth. The full truth and nothing but the truth. And in the terms proposed, which have been lodged and will appear on the notice paper tomorrow, the role of the minister in safeguarding the integrity, resilience and public confidence in the 000 system is central to our inquiry. And there is very good precedent for this. On a number of previous occasions under our government, ministers volunteered to appear before Senate inquiries. Mr Dutton, who was then the Minister for Home Affairs, appeared before the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, an inquiry into national security legislation. And he was very happy to clarify a number of operational matters concerning his portfolio and Australian Federal Police. Also, Mr Morrison, when he was the Minister for Immigration and Border Protection in 2014, also appeared before a Senate inquiry, the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, and this was an inquiry into legislation into migration and maritime powers, resolving the asylum legacy caseload. Now, of course, as I say, we cannot compel the minister to appear, but this minister today must confirm that she is prepared to front up to the inquiry. We are not going to tolerate anything less. And it is a joke. It is a joke that the minister thinks it's good enough to ask her own regulator, ACMA, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, which in so many respects reports to her, which is just one of the conflicts of interest. It's a joke that the regulator is inquiring into itself and others. That is untenable. And I will say this about the former Minister for Communications, Ms Rowland. At least she had the decency to set up an independent inquiry, the Bean Review, which made some very, very good recommendations. Of course, recommendations that were not acted on, and many of those recommendations, which are in the form of new enhanced 000 rules, are still not in effect, and I'll say more about that in a moment. So it is appalling when it is clear the regulator is implicated in what happened on that day, on the next day, and in its governance of the 000 service. This is an essential service for all Australians. Every Australian needs to know that when they pick up the phone and dial 000, they will get the help they need from the fire brigade, from your ambulance, from police. And I have to particularly condemn the minister and ACMA because there were very important recommendations which stemmed out of our previous Senate inquiry and also the Bean Review to enhance the emergency call service rules. And would you believe, and they are rules known as the Telecommunications Emergency Call Service Amendment Determination 2025 number 1. They were made in April of this year. But extraordinarily, these rules are still not in place. The telcos were given 6 months to implement these rules. And of course, in September, 3 or 4 people died. So these rules, just imagine, we don't know because we don't know all the facts. But these rules are meant to ensure that telecommunications carriers do a better job, are more accountable. These rules include that carriers must wilt a mobile base station if it has lost connectivity, so that those calls via that mobile tower can be carried by another network. The carriers are obliged to take steps to ensure that their facilities do not impede emergency call CAMPON functionality. Providers must test that emergency calls originating on their network can be delivered to the emergency call person, that's 000 or 112, including when CAMPON is used. Carriers must share real-time network information with specified entities, which include emergency services organisations, which is currently not the case. After a major outage, there must be a full report, and before there is a system upgrade, the new rules provide that carriers must submit management plans ahead of proposed changes to show that where there is a risk of detrimental impact to emergency call delivery, the carriers will have the appropriate measures in place to ensure 000 doesn't fail. There are a number of other rules as well contained in this instrument, which of course was made an instrument in April, but these rules don't come into effect on the 1st of November. That is a complete and utter disgrace. What was the minister doing? She's ran this bill through at the last minute. It should have happened last year. And after ACMA ran its consultation on these new enhanced 000 rules, these should have come into effect straight away. Now, of course, the carriers are saying, oh, we need so much more time. Well, no, they don't need more time when there is an outage to tell emergency services. And I do recall the outrage of the South Australian Premier, who was also in the dark when we had that scrambled Friday night press conference by the CEO of Optus. And he was outraged because services in South Australia, and I also assume in Western Australia, were not told, state governments were not told, and the whole thing was a fiasco. And why is it that when these rules came into place, really important recommendations of the Bean Review, also recommendations that were very much supported by the previous Senate inquiry, why did the minister accept the fact that it would take 6 months? We need to put the fire to the feet of these carriers. We need to say, if you are going to have the responsibility to provide such critical infrastructure as telephone services, which is so vital, then we need to see you do the job properly. And I am really pleased, and I do also want to commend Senator Hanson-Young, who is co-sponsoring this notice of motion to set up this inquiry, along with Senators Dean Smith and Cadell. So the Greens have been very, very supportive of this initiative. But we are not going to let the government, the regulator, the minister or Optus or any other carrier off the hook. We are going to go through this with a fine-tooth comb. And we are also putting on the table the need to bring mobile phone roaming into this country so that if you don't have a mobile connection, a service, particularly when you're a regional area through one carrier, you can then use another carrier's mobile tower. It's a disgrace that domestic customers are barred from mobile roaming in this country. So I look forward to the Senate's support to that motion tomorrow.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Dowling.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise to support the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment 000 Custodian and Emergency Call Powers Bill 2025. A bill that goes to the heart of public trust and safety. Every Australian should have the confidence that when they dial 000, when they reach out for help in an emergency, that call will be answered and that someone will be there at the other end. Because in that moment, every second counts. And the difference between a call that connects and one that fails can be the difference between life and death. In September this year, an Optus network failure left hundreds of Australians unable to reach emergency services. Around 600 000 calls failed, and at least 4 lives were lost. For those families, it was devastating, a devastating breach of the most basic public expectation, that when you call for help, the system will be there. That is why the Albanese government has acted swiftly to ensure such failure never happens again. But disappointingly, that sense of urgency is not shared by everyone in this chamber. At the very moment Australians expect unity and purpose, the Coalition and Greens are playing politics that risk delaying this reform. The Coalition is demanding yet another inquiry, the very definition of delay when the facts are already known and the Bean Review's recommendations accepted. And the Greens, while preaching accountability, are proposing amendments that would tie this bill up for months of process before a single safeguard can take effect. Every day this bill is delayed is another Australian day Australians remain exposed to vulnerabilities that failed them in September. So this is not the time for theatre and grandstanding. Accountability begins with action. There is nothing progressive about delaying protections that could save lives. This bill is not a political trophy, it is a community safeguard. The bill strengthens the resilience of Australia's most critical telecommunications service, and it does 3 things. First, it establishes a 000 custodian within the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts. Second, it empowers ACMA, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, to issue binding directions to carriers and compel outage information. And third, it introduces civil penalties to ensure those powers have real consequences. The custodian will coordinate the system end-to-end, while ACMA can act swiftly during outages and report to the Minister so problems are caught early. Other nations have already acted in this space. In the United States, carriers must report 911 outages within 30 minutes. In the United Kingdom, Ofcom fined BT £17 million for failing to maintain emergency call reliability. And across Europe, calls must include accurate location data under the European Electronic Communications Code. What sets Australia apart is the creation of a dedicated custodian. This is a bridge between our national networks and our state emergency services. For regional Australians, like those in Tasmania especially, this bill really matters. When a network fails in Hobart or Launceston, it's really serious. But when it fails in Queenstown, Bruny Island or the Tasman Peninsula, where there's often just one tower, it can be life-threatening. Not every network outage becomes a 000 outage, but in places with only one carrier, that distinction disappears. If your only network goes down, you can't call anyone, including 000. We've seen it during bushfires and storms when the whole communities were cut off. This bill strengthens oversight so that when networks fail, the emergency system does not. And in a state like Tasmania, redundancy isn't a luxury, it's a lifeline. Consultation with carriers, regulators, emergency agencies and consumer groups confirm strong support for enshrining the custodian and giving ACMA the teeth that it needs. Industry wants certainty, emergency services want accountability, and the public wants reassurance. This bill delivers all three. It's balanced and targeted, not punitive for its own sake, and with clear reporting to ensure transparency. The bill seeks to restore confidence that when the worst happens, help is only 3 numbers away. Confidence that government has learned from past and acted with urgency. For the families who lost loved ones in September, this bill says, we heard you and we acted. For first responders, it says we've got your back. And for every Australian, from Hobart to Burnie, Devonport to Dover, it says when you call 000, your government has made sure that call will connect. That is what public trust looks like, and that is what accountability looks like. And that is what this parliament should always strive to deliver. I therefore urge everyone, the Greens and the Coalition, to stop playing political games, join with the government in commending this bill to the Senate.
Senator Faruqi.
I rise to speak to the 000 Custodian and Emergency Calling Powers Bill and thank my colleague Senator Hanson-Young for all the work that she has done with and for the community after this devastating catastrophe. Telecommunications executives and the Labor government will have you believe that the Optus outage in September is a one-off, unfortunate event that can be addressed with some usual Labor tinkering around the edges. So let's be clear. This was the second major outage from Optus in just 2 years. Optus and the Communications Minister want us to think that the recurring failures are unlucky accidents or so-called human errors, but we do know better. The Optus 000 outage last month that left hundreds of calls unanswered and that ended up in 3 deaths was catastrophic. It was a catastrophic failure of privatization, of marketization, and of corporatization of essential services. This is the failure of putting profits over people. The system failures are not a surprise. These disasters are not an anomaly, and the problem will not be solved with some minor tweaks or by creating yet another toothless regulatory role. Failures like this are baked into the very systems that created Optus and Telstra. The roots of the problem are privatization, neoliberalism, and the endless pursuit of profit at the expense of people and the planet. For decades, we have been sold a lie. We have been told that if we sell off our public assets and services, we will get better, cheaper services. We have been told that the private sector, big business, and the billionaires are more innovative and more efficient than public services and public servants. And so, one by one, we flogged off our telecommunication systems, our power grids, our banks, our airlines, public transport, and our care services. And now look around. Who is better off? Who is safer? Who is being served? It is not the people. It is the corporations. It is big business. It is the big banks. It is the billionaires. I mean, 1 in 3 corporations don't even pay any tax here.
And neither does Optus.
And neither does Optus. As they make billions on billions of dollars in profit. And it is governments who are in the pockets of those who fill their pockets with donations that are to blame. It is not only the corporations. So let's call it for what it is, a decades-long scam cooked up by successive Liberal and Labour governments to transfer public wealth into private hands. The Australian people have paid the price over and over again. Optus's latest catastrophic failures can be added to that invoice. This time, at least 3 people paid with their lives. And how has the government responded? It has shrugged, it has performed outrage, it has passed the blame. It acts like it has nothing to do with the catastrophes that inevitably come from the privatization and corporatization project. Of course, Optus's overpaid executives and the company itself must take responsibility and must be held to account. But Optus and other big corporations will always look to fatten up their profits at the expense of consumers. That is hardwired into the DNA of neoliberalism. That is why corporations exist, to make money while they screw over ordinary people. And Optus is only the latest chapter in this long and shameful story of privatization. When Telstra was sold, we were promised better competition. Instead, Telstra got billion-dollar profits and rural communities got left behind. When our electricity grids, poles and wires were flogged off, we were told prices would fall. They didn't. Our energy bills continue to soar while the energy giants and billionaires laugh all the way to the banks. When our public transport was outsourced, workers were stripped of their rights and commuters waited longer for trains and buses that often never showed up. The privatized early education and care system is a disaster. It's a disaster where babies and toddlers have been neglected and abused while CEOs pocket bonuses. An absolute shame. My colleague here is absolutely right. It is, I don't even know if there are words to describe what is happening in that privatized sector. That is what happens when successive governments stop believing in the public good and start worshipping at the altar of the market. And it continues. The Albanese government is dressing up privatization with buzzwords like co-investment and public-private partnerships has been used for a long time. Sometimes the language changes, but it is the same disease and the same trajectory. Hollow out the public sector, outsource accountability, and let corporations run the show, while everyday people pay the price every single day. Labour says it stands for working people. I don't think anyone believes that, because working people cannot afford their power bills, they cannot afford to pay their HECS debts, they cannot afford a home, and now they cannot even reach emergency services when they need them most. So decades of privatization have left ordinary people paying more for less, while governments wash their hands of the disasters that inevitably follow. So I think this should be a real wake-up call for the Labour government to say enough, that the privatization experiment has failed, and we must have the courage to end it. We cannot tinker around the edges. We cannot create more toothless, underfunded regulators or positions. We cannot pretend that small changes will fix a crisis. We cannot pretend that for climate. We cannot pretend that for any other public services. We need to rebuild public ownership. We need to bring back public accountability. We need to invest in the people and the systems that keep our country fair and safe. We need to put public interest above private profit and make sure that a company like Optus can never hold our lives in its hands. Because when a mother cannot reach 000 and her new baby dies, we know the system has utterly failed. Yeah. Privatization is not delivering efficiency. It is delivering neglect. It is delivering cruelty. and the disaster has been built brick, by decades of political cowardice by governments. So today I say to the government, stop selling us out. Let's end the neoliberal experiment. Essential services must be in public hands for public good.
Yes. Quorum required, I believe it is. Ring the bells.
Well done. Thanks, Maureen.
Quorum present. Senator Payne, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak to the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment 000 Custodian and Emergency Calling Powers Bill 2025. Regulating telecommunication companies is essential, and the Greens welcome the introduction of this bill. However, it has taken the government far too long to take steps to regulate the telecommunications companies. This legislation is now only being introduced 18 months after it was recommended, allowing big corporations to be left to run rampant. Why have we left 000 up to the operation of profit-seeking companies? Something as life and death as calling 000 should be bulletproof. In 2010, my husband had a cardiac arrest while he was out running. And thanks to a good Samaritan who rang 000 and a fabulous man named Gary who gave him CPR, 10 years later, he's still here. I cannot imagine how I would have felt if the people putting through that call to call the ambulance, who arrived within 5 minutes to apply the defibrillators that meant that he is still here, were never called and couldn't come. I cannot imagine that. And my heart goes out to the families who have lost loved ones because Optus did not do its job. Shame on them. Running O properly should be a basic responsibility of government. But instead, we've left private companies like Optus in charge. In the recent Optus outage, 4,500 people were affected for nearly 9 hours, including losing access to O. And tragically, 3 people died failing to connect to 000. And again, my heart goes out to the families and the friends of the loved ones who lost their friends and family. Instead of being treated as a life-saving service, O has become an expense to be managed on Optus and Telstra's balance sheet. Just something to be managed while they pursue profits for their shareholders. What an absolute disgrace. Before John Howard's government sold off Telstra, it was publicly owned. It meant the government was actually in charge of making sure telecommunication services were reliable for all of us, including 000. And then other networks and retailers like Optus were later allowed into the mix. In the last reported year, Singtel, the Singapore-based owners of Optus, made $8.2 billion in income. And how much tax did they pay here in Australia? Zero. Let me repeat that. $8.2 billion in in income, and $0 paid in tax in this country. Shame. If you're an Optus customer, you might remember another huge outage back in 2023 when 10 million Optus customers lost access for more than 16 hours. And what were the consequences for Optus then? An $11 million fine. That's about $1 for each person who was impacted. This is precisely why the Greens have introduced amendments to this bill to ensure that we are increasing the civil penalties for corporations. These are massive corporations putting us at risk and can and should be paying more when they fail to protect us and ensure access to essential services. Because let's be clear, access to telecommunications, access to 000 is an essential service. Even before this, between August 2019 and July 2023, Optus was found to have engaged in, and I quote, inappropriate sales practices in South Australia, Queensland, the Northern Territory, Victoria, Western Australia and Tasmania. They sold services to people that they were aware were going through financial hardship and people with limited English proficiency. Most of these people that were impacted were from regional and remote communities, with many First Nations people impacted. Optus sold services that many vulnerable people neither wanted nor needed. They sold services to regional and remote communities that they were aware customers would not be able to use because of their coverage range. And if this wasn't enough, they also pursued debts from these customers, including in cases where the contracts were created fraudulently. I welcome the Greens' amendments to also ensure that these corporations are not only facing higher civil penalties, but also to introduce criminal ones. We need to see criminal penalties for outages such as the ones we have seen. The Greens want to ensure that when there are failures from a corporation that could result in harm and death, We are actually taking steps to hold those corporations to account. And we have already seen this happen this year. This occurred because of the privatisation of an essential service to a corporation that made billions of dollars in income and profit and pays zero tax. The big corporations are left to run rampant, and they show us time and time again that they can and they will put corporate profits over the safety of Australians. All of this makes clear that allowing these corporations to self-regulate is not enough, mainly because it is clear they are not self-regulating. What is currently being allowed to happen is not ensuring that Australians have access to essential services. Corporations need to be held to account. You wouldn't dream of selling off firefighters or ambulances and leaving them up to some business to run for profit, but that's exactly what we've done with 000 through the privatisation of Telstra. And now the government gets to talk tough on Optus, but really, for decades, Labor and the Liberals have sold off our essential services. Now Labor and the Liberals will talk tough, smash them for failing to keep people's access to 000 and playing the heroes of the day. This is their failure. It is the failure of privatisation, and it is a national responsibility. If Labor cannot ensure that we increase civil penalties, criminal responsibilities and ensure effective regulation, then we are all in trouble and more people are going to die when people can't get through on 000. I commend the Greens' amendments to the Senate.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. 3 people are dead because a private corporation was allowed to prioritise profits over safety, and that's what privatisation looks like, and we should be clear that it's killing Australians. I want to put on the record my gratitude not only for that contribution that my colleague just delivered, Senator Orman Payne. I want to put on the record my gratitude for the work that my other colleague, Senator Hanson-Young, has been doing in shining a light on just how dangerous the privatisation of this essential service, the 000 service, has been for Australians. And I think many Australians are now utterly horrified that the number they call in their most extreme moments of need for them or their family is being routed through private corporations who may not even pick it up because they've got other things to do with their money, profits they want to send offshore. And the 000 outage from Optus on September the 18th, it wasn't just a technical failure. It wasn't just technology not working in that moment. It was a policy failure, and a policy failure delivered by decades of rampant privatisation by the Coalition and Labor. And that's what happens when this place and other governments across the country hand essential services to corporations. What happens is people die. And it's not a technical failure. It's baked into privatisation, where corporations who are required under law to put profits first, put profits before people and safety. And you only have to have a look at what Optus is doing as its business model. Optus rakes in about $8 billion from Australian customers, mums and dads, students, pump the money in, and Optus pays zero in corporate tax because they offshore their profits. And then, having raked in $8 billion from Australians, paid $0 in corporate tax, they can't even keep 000 working because spending any money on 000 will eat into the profits that they can send to their offshore owners. And last time they did this, because of course Optus has got form, last time they did this, they got an $11 million fine. They didn't even notice it. It's a rounding error on the profits and the incomes that they make. It's pocket change for a company like this, not a serious penalty. So I again want to commend the amendments that my colleague, Senator Hanson-Young, is putting forward so that we can have legislation that if you're going to leave this essential service in the hands of a private corporation, we can have penalties that are meaningful in terms of their business model. Not millions, but billions is what should be paid if ever a company like this kills another Australian because they don't think it's needed to fund an essential services. And we shouldn't be having this bill in front of us today because this was all apparent and clear in the 2023 outage. Now, we're going to support this legislation in one form or another, hopefully with some penalties that meet the damage, because something's better than nothing. But I can tell you this, communities deserve far better. And once again, it's the Greens who are standing here, calling for serious penalties for corporate malfeasance, for when the negligence of corporations results in death. It's the Greens who are here saying that corporations need to be held to account, that regulators need the powers. And it's the Greens who have been repeatedly calling out the failed experiment of privatisation, that religion of privatisation that both Labor and the Coalition keep preaching, but that Australians know is a short path to scrapping services and, in this case, doing it with lethal consequences. Essential communications must be publicly owned and democratically controlled. As the Greens' digital rights spokes, I've been fighting for years to get people to hear that we need to talk about nationalisation and public ownership, and not just for telecoms. Let's dream bigger than just resurrecting Telstra. If it's essential for our lives, it should be public. We don't privatise the fire brigade or ambulances. And we shouldn't privatise the infrastructure that connects us to emergency services, or to hand our entire digital public sphere over to corporations that answer to no one but their shareholders. Digital platforms have become essential public infrastructure, and they're often the primary way that governments communicate with citizens during emergencies. And in the 20th century, we built public roads, public schools, public hospitals. And in the 21st century, we need publicly owned and controlled digital infrastructure, starting with our telecommunications networks. Why should Zuckerberg control how Australians communicate during bushfires? Why should Elon Musk decide who gets to access emergency information during floods? Why should Google determine what health information Australians can find? These are public services being bought, sold and destroyed by private companies for profits. It's time to bring essential services home. It's time for public ownership, and it's time to put people and this planet before profits. I again say to the government, if you want to make good on some of the past failures, there's one pretty simple way to do this with this bill, which is support the Greens' amendments to make the penalties serious, make the penalties meet the moment at least, and join. Maybe, overcome decades of privatisation and the religion of privatisation, and maybe think about how public services should be provided by the public for the public.
Hear, hear.
Well, this bill is the bare minimum. The public deserves to know that when they dial 000, they will reach a system that works and that they will get the help that they need. When it fails, there must be only the most serious of consequences. And frankly, this debate isn't a new one. Here we are again talking about the inability of private corporations to provide the essential even life-saving services that the Australian public deserves. This recent Optus 000 outage on September 18 is a catastrophic example linked to 3 deaths, including an 8-week-old baby. More than 600 emergency calls unanswered. I cannot begin to imagine the terror of reaching out for help in your moment of greatest need, only to be met with an empty dial tone. And as we've heard, this isn't an isolated incident. In 2023, Optus faced a $12 million fine after a nationwide outage left over thousands of people unable to reach emergency services. ACMA found that Optus failed to conduct welfare checks on hundreds of affected customers, demonstrating a pattern of negligence in safeguarding public safety. And now, with Optus's hire of a veteran lobbyist, they are in classic damage control mode. They're scrambling to manage the fallout from this outage and to retain the influence over government that they've cultivated for years. And this is precisely the problem. A corporation that can't even keep emergency calls flowing is still positioning itself to shape policy, to dodge accountability and put profits over public safety. Let's be clear, this outage occurred and will likely continue to occur because of the privatisation of an essential service to a corporation that put corporate profits over the safety of Australians. And yet, this government continues to hold these services at arm's length, refusing to take responsibility, refusing to hold big businesses accountable because it doesn't suit their interests to do so. Not when the revolving door between ministerial offices and corporate boardrooms keeps on spinning. Not when invitations to the executive box are dished out in exchange for these contracts. This persistent problem, this culture of outsourcing responsibility is not an accident. It is a defining feature of successive Labor and Liberal governments. But this pattern isn't unique to telecommunications. It repeats across other essential services, in energy, aged care and in childcare. And like the September 18 outage, these failures are predictable. Without systemic change, they will happen again and again. And today, it is once again in the headlines in the childcare sector for all the wrong reasons. The ABC's Four Corners investigation today has again exposed appalling abuse, neglect and a regulatory failure within Australia's childcare sector, a crisis at the heart of a system designed for profit, not care. I have to say, I get a real sense of déjà vu every time I rise in this chamber to talk about yet another horrific case of abuse in our childcare system. Nevertheless, every time it happens, I will stand and speak to raise the voices of families and educators who have been sounding the alarm for too long, only for their warnings to go unheard. The investigation revealed that most of the serious instances of abuse occurred in for-profit centres, where cost-cutting, chronic staff turnover and threadbare oversight have left gaping holes in accountability and safety. Despite years of warnings from experts, advocates, educators and the Greens, Labor has refused to introduce the comprehensive reforms needed to keep children safe. More than 90% of these centres opened over the past decade are run by providers trying to make a profit. The direction is clear. We are moving further and further away from a system that serves children and families and deeper into one that serves balance sheets. We have called time and time again for a national independent watchdog, one with real power to investigate and enforce standards, to shine a light into every dark corner of this system. But instead of taking responsibility, the government tinkers around the edges, layering cosmetic fixes on a structure that is fundamentally in crisis. And doesn't that sound familiar? This is what happens when you turn essential public goods into profit-making enterprises. The system works exactly as it's designed, to deliver returns to shareholders while leaving our most vulnerable, whether it's children or those seeking emergency assistance, to fend for themselves. This is the system we've built to care for our most vulnerable Australians. Whether it's emergency services or childcare, the pattern is the same. Privatisation and a lack of accountability create predictable failures. And the lesson is clear: regulators are not clearing this up alone. We need an end to self-regulation, we need actual penalties, and we need a government willing to act and lead. These are essential services, not market opportunities. When they fail, it's not just a policy failure, it's a moral and democratic failure. When the government cannot provide for the people who elected them, whether in emergency services or childcare, it is choosing profit over the very people that it serves. End your regime of secrecy and corporate influence. Stop hiding behind private providers. Stop allowing these predictable failures to continue to occur. And start working for the people who actually elect you, not the ones that hand you tickets to the corporate box.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This bill will permanently establish the 000 custodian within the Department of Communications. And I associate myself with the comments of my colleagues in relation to this bill, which is so important in addressing the clear exposure and risk that Australians have witnessed in recent days. I've only had to ring 000 once in my life, and I had to do so relatively recently when I was with a very good friend whose grandchild lost consciousness, a tiny new baby, and he, a very experienced GP, asked me to make the call to 000 as the child lost consciousness. And I cannot tell you how frightening that experience was and how terrifying it would have been to not have anyone respond to our desperate call. We stood out on the pavement waiting for the ambulance to arrive with the important equipment to save that child's life, and I feel for every person who made calls like that in this recent emergency. Every Australian has a right to expect that our emergency services are available in such a crisis, and it appalls me, and I've heard from many people, voters in South Australia, about their expectations and disappointment with the failure to make sure this did not happen. I also want to say, as my colleague Senator Hanson-Young has pointed out, this has been a series of multiple failures. 2 years ago, this was clearly delineated as a problem in the regulation of Optus, and they came forward with apologies and promises of action as a big corporation failed to follow through and take the action that was expected. And here we are back again, this time with 3 deaths and the loss and grief of communities, including in South Australia, 2 deaths in our own state, arising from corporate failure. A corporation, Optus, that has failed to put the interests of our citizens ahead of its profit, ahead of the interests of its board. A corporation that took this issue to its board before it took it to the government, to the premiers of South Australia, to its regulator. So a failure of a corporation to put the interests of our community first, but also the failure of a regulator. This is a persistent pattern by this government, where we see regulation of big corporations failing us over and over again. I've had the recent experience of questioning ASIC about the bank failures, the recent failure of ANZ to look after its customers and its government relationships in a fair way. A few years on from a very expensive and huge Royal Commission into our finance sector, which revealed in a range of very large banks, very profitable banks, a series of very significant failures. And here we are back in recent days with ANZ before us with repeat offences, faced with a very significant fine, the largest corporate fine in Australian history, $240 million, for charging dead people for fees, for overcharging people on their interest, well above what they were contracted to pay, for taking the Australian government down the road of manipulation of a huge bond issue, which ANZ made a lot of money out of at the cost of the citizens and taxpayers of Australia. We see repeat offences in the corporate sector and a failure to properly regulate very, very profitable companies, and regulators that too often fail to really push for action. We need to see action criminal penalties where criminal acts are performed. In the case of ANZ, very clear failures in their performance across a range of matters and a sizable fine, but no fine to the individuals who perpetrate these failures of regulation and who make, in many cases, a great deal of money out of their so-called failures. So we need a government that is not captive of these big corporations, that is not captive of the interests of Optus or its regulator, and which properly has a legal framework which allows us to properly pursue failures, as we saw here in Optus, and to properly impose those regulations. So I'm very strongly supportive, as my colleagues have said. Enough is enough when a failure of a corporation like this, and which has clearly resulted in death and great loss and grief, they must be held to account. We need genuine independent oversight of Optus. Multi-million-dollar companies like this, very happy to make a great deal out of Australian citizens, must be held to account. And we can't forget why this bill is before the Senate this week. It's all about putting profit before safety. Our regulations have failed to protect the community, and we need to see a much more improved response to a catastrophic series of events. And as I said, it's not the first Optus scandal. Far from it. 3 000 outages since 2023. The November 23 outage left almost 2,700 000 calls unable to connect. Optus also suffered a massive data breach in 2022, affecting up to 10 million current and former customers. That's a third of the Australian population. Just last month, the federal court slapped Optus with a $100 million fine on the group's mobile division for taking advantage of vulnerable customers. How much evidence do we need that this is a failure of corporate regulation and of corporate ethical behaviour? In many instances, the affected customers did not want or need and could not use or afford the phones and contracts they were sold. In some cases, customers were pursued for debts resulting from these sales. And on top of that, Optus pays no corporate tax in Australia despite their $8 billion in revenue from Australian customers. Optus is the third most distrusted brand in this country and the most distrusted telecommunications company. And it's clear why. Australians are not fools. It used to be the most distrusted until Coles and Woolworths overtook them with their blatant price gouging. O is an essential service that was privatised to Optus, a company that's put their corporate profits over safety, and the regulator, ACMA, is missing in action. ACMA is a bad regulator and captured by industry interests. It's a corporate lapdog and not a corporate watchdog with real teeth. It's a toothless tiger. The truth is that ACMA has been too weak and too cosy with the big corporations it's tasked with regulating for too long. Comprehensive reform to communications and media regulation is long overdue, but sadly it's been squibbed by successive governments. The agent needs a big broom through it. Wherever you look, this Labor government is captured by big corporations. A housing crisis, captured by banks and wealthy property investors. Climate crisis, captured by coal and gas corporations. Cost of living, supermarket price gouging, captured by the big supermarket duopolies, Coles and Woolworths. Repeat scandals in the consulting sector, don't worry, we'll let PwC back into government contracting. Captured by dirty donations from the big four firms, all very cosy, all very friendly, all with a very active revolving door of people between these institutions, undermining regulation and ignoring the consequences of unethical and poor business practice. Let's look at the recent example, as I said, of ANZ. 6 years since Commissioner Hayne released the final report of the Royal Commission into Misconduct in Banking, Superannuation and Financial Services. The report was a scathing account of just how poorly banks have been treating many of their customers. We have amongst the most profitable banks on the planet, and they treat us so appallingly. Australians had hoped the Royal Commission would be a watershed moment, the sector would improve, and yet here we are with the misdemeanours that I spoke of from ANZ in relation to 4 separate misconduct issues. The bond deal that I spoke of, failure to respond to hundreds of customer hardship notices, in some cases over 2 years, making false and misleading statements about its saving interest rates and failing to pay the promised interest rate to tens of thousands of customers, failing to refund fees charged to dead people and not responding to loved ones trying to sort things out. So just like Optus, ANZ has betrayed the trust of Australians time and time again. So this bill and our push for criminal penalties is long overdue. The bill does the bare minimum the government promised to enact years ago. To avoid another deadly disaster, Australians deserve a telecommunications regime with stronger penalties, stronger regulation, a watchdog with teeth, and operators who put the citizens' interests ahead of their profit and ahead of the interests of their board.
Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy President. This morning in the Senate we are debating the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment 000 Custodian and Emergency Calling Powers Bill of 2025. Let's be clear, this bill was rushed through the House of Representatives and is now receiving the same treatment in the Senate because following the Optus 000 outage in September. It is no overstatement to describe that Optus outage just last month as a catastrophe. And it's appropriate that I rise to speak on this as a West Australian senator because of the unique impact it had on my home state and the particular vulnerabilities we live with in Western Australia because of the isolation so many of our communities face day by day. Tragically, 3 Australians unable to reach 000 died as a result, including 2 Perth men aged 74 and 49. Hundreds more also couldn't reach the assistance they needed. WA Labor senators in particular have an opportunity, and I would argue a moral obligation, to put accountability for politics this week. And I call on WA Labor senators to support a full Senate inquiry into the outage when it comes to a vote. Because it's a shocking reality that earlier this month, West Australian Labor members of the House of Representatives voted against a coalition motion to establish a select House inquiry into the 000 outage, which took the lives of 2 West Australians. Just think about that for a moment. 10 members from the Australian Labor Party in the House of Representatives voted against a House-led inquiry into this matter. Let's be clear. The member for Brand, the member for Burt, the member for Cowan, the member for Fremantle, the member for Hasluck, the member for Perth, the member for Swan, the member for Tangney, the member for Bullwinkle and the member for Moore, all Labor members of the House of Representatives from Western Australia voted against a House-led inquiry into the 000 outage. So my request is a simple one, that the 4 senators from Western Australia, the 4 Labor Party senators from Western Australia, Senator Lyons, Senator Gosch, Senator Whittaker, Senator Sterle and Senator Cox, support, as the media has reported, a notice of motion that will seek to establish a Senate-led inquiry into the 000 outage matter. West Australian police have revealed that Optus failed to follow established 000 protocols, only notifying police after 9 p.m, more than 14 hours after the 000 crisis began, and initially disclosing just 26 of 149 failed calls across the state. Even WA's Labor Deputy Premier, Rita Saffioti, has observed, "It's clear that Optus has very much failed the West Australian public." Optus had even begun conducting its own welfare checks before alerting authorities. During Senate estimates this month, further errors and inconsistencies in Optus's account were revealed by colleagues and myself, including Optus's failure to provide real-time information to the Department of Communications. Senators were told Optus sent 2 emails about its 000 outage to the wrong public service email address, where they sat undetected for more than a day. Optus said it had detected and then fixed a 000 outage that affected 10 calls and that it would conduct welfare checks on those affected. But it later emerged that 600 calls had failed and 3 people had died. The media regulator, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, or ACMA, is now investigating whether Optus breached the law. A Senate inquiry is vital if we are to ensure accountability from Optus, but also accountability from the Albanese government. Australians deserve clear accountability. Most of all the families and friends of those who have paid the ultimate price deserve this level of accountability. Returning to the bill before the Senate this morning, I wish to highlight the 3 key amendments we will be moving. The Coalition will move an amendment, number 3458, which will create a public register for all 000 outages. This is really important to ensure Australians have visibility of any outages within their community and we can restore confidence in the 000 system. It will also ensure the Minister, the Department of Communications, ACMA as the regulator and the 000 custodian created by this bill are accountable and functioning as they should to the Parliament. The absolute disaster we saw with the Optus September outage clearly had no one reading their emails, and quite frankly, this is not good enough. More transparency in the system will ensure Australians' confidence is restored and telcos and the government are held account as they should be when things go wrong. The second amendment, number 3459, will change the reporting requirements in this bill from 6 months to 3 months and cause those reports to be published on the ACMA website and tabled in the Parliament. The final amendment, number 3460, will increase the maximum penalty amount to $20 million for a breach of telco operators' obligations. This is important. Time and time again, we have seen the networks go out and 000 outages risk people's lives. This isn't good enough. There must be strong penalties for any operator who does the wrong thing and risks the lives of Australians, especially those Australians living in remote and regional parts of our vast country. So I call on the Greens and the crossbench today to support the amendments being moved by the Coalition to ensure our 000 system is strengthened and operators and the government have the highest level of transparency to ensure our 000 network is protected. But I also call on Labor's senators from Western Australia, Senator Lyons, Senator Gosh, Senator Whittaker, Senator Sterle and Senator Cox to not stand in the way of establishing this much important Senate inquiry when the notice of motion for the establishment of that inquiry comes to the Senate, perhaps tomorrow or this week. They should turn their backs on what their House of Representatives colleagues did. 10 Labor members of the House of Representatives voted against establishing a House of Representatives inquiry into the 000 outage matter. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, Deputy President. Deputy President, I rise in support of the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment Bill in favour of the establishment of a 000 custodian. The 000 network, Deputy President, is a piece of critical infrastructure. It's as important as having clean water. Why? Because it saves lives. It must be the most resilient part of our telecommunications system. And instead, right now, it seems to be the weakest link, the most fragile. And that's something that we want to address. Every time the network goes down, it undermines public confidence and it puts people at risk. And I know this all too well because I was on the receiving end when I practiced of those 000 calls. I was the one in the hospital fielding those patients who came in extremis, and it was in extremis. It would be patients who had, for example, were unable to breathe due to pulmonary edema, which is water on the lungs, or younger people who had acute asthmatic episodes. These patients don't have hours, they have minutes. Then, of course, there are those who may be struggling with the early signs of a stroke or with, of course, heart attacks. These patients do not have hours, they have minutes. And when they ring 000, they need to be connected. They need to be connected to medical expertise so that they are picked up and brought to a hospital where they can receive life-saving care. That's what this is all about. It's about saving the lives of Australians in their moment of desperate need. This disaster that we're all familiar with now, that occurred only a few weeks ago in September of 2025, this year, resulted in approximately 600 000 calls failing. And it was linked to, we think, at least 4 deaths. So there is context to this, but it goes much further than what happened in September, which was egregious. In November of 2023, 10 million people were also affected by an Optus outage, and that included 500,000 or 500,000 businesses. And included in that were 2,000 000 calls. Now, I'm not aware of whether there were any deaths associated with that outage, but it certainly did undermine confidence. It shook confidence in the system. It impacted public safety, personal finances, and of course the broader economy. I don't know many people who weren't untouched by that outage. And what it did from a government perspective, from our government's perspective, was the very next day, the then Communications Minister, Michelle Rowland, initiated a review into the whole system. And it was led by the former Deputy Chair of ACMA, Richard Bean. And it came to be known as the Bean Review. It was done rapidly. There were 18 recommendations in that review, and we as a government accepted each and every one of those recommendations. And one of those recommendations was to establish a 000 custodian, which we did in an administrative manner within the department in March of this year. This bill is really about building resilience into the system and granting longevity, certainty, permanence to that 000 custodian, and importantly, granting it powers. But Deputy President, during estimates not long ago, it became evident that we inherited a system that was far worse than we thought, far worse. In 2018, under the then coalition government, there was another outage, and this was when both Optus and Telstra networks went down. And we know that about 4,000 000 calls were caught up in that outage. I am not aware of whether any patients died or were harmed during that period of time. We simply don't know. It was lost in the mists of time. But I did probe the officials from the department during Senate estimates, and this is what one of the senior officials from the Department of Communications said. The thing that I found striking as someone with, I say, extensive regulatory experience and as a former regulator was just how little focus there was on actual regulation, direct law reform. Direct law reform. In other words, very little was done as a result of that outage in 2018. In fact, the testimony provided by those officials who fronted estimates made it clear that the seeds of this disaster, both in 2023 as well as in September of this year, were sown many, many years ago by the then inaction of the coalition government. Some days in this place I feel like a housewife. I should just come in here with a dishcloth because all I do at home is clean. I pick up my kids' crap, I do the laundry, I mop the floors, I do the vacuuming. I even brush the dog. But in this place, I feel like I'm doing the same. Except this time, I'm not walking around with a dishcloth. I've got a pen. And instead of cleaning a house, I've got the Parliament. This is my house. But we're still doing the same old stuff, cleaning up after the Liberals' mess. Except the consequences now are in fact deadly. Deadly for the Australian people. So what does this 000 custodian do? Well, firstly, let's go back to the basics. The 000 communication call is our most critical of communication services. When Australians dial 000, the call must connect. It must connect every time, not just sometimes, but every single time. Carriers already have legal obligations to carry emergency calls. The problem really is one of oversight, coordination, and speed of response when things go wrong. So what are the facts of the case? We know that the fault, or most likely a series of faults, these things don't happen in isolation. It's usually a systemic problem, a system problem that leads to such a catastrophe. But we know that the fault lies with Optus. The government has directed ACMA to investigate, and they are currently undertaking a review of that particular outage in September, and we await those findings. But we know, and this was evident from questioning during Senate estimates, that when an outage does occur, the calls are meant to divert to an alternative carrier. That's standard operating practice. In this situation, that did not occur. These people were effectively stranded on an island of desperation. There was no fail-safe. The fail-safe failed. And that fault lies with the carrier, with the company, Optus. This same company, incidentally, Deputy President, paid no tax on its $8.2 billion in revenue. The last time Optus paid tax, and I did look this up, was 5 years ago in 2020. But ever since then, they've paid no tax, and yet they've had revenues of over $8 billion. Incredibly, when you look a little bit deeper from the media reporting, in the last financial year alone, the Australian-based executives and directors at Optus received a combined nearly $19 million in overall pay. Was that an increase or a decrease in light of the previous outages? Turns out, incredibly, it was an increase. They got a 24% bump in their pay in this 12-month period compared to the one before. So we have two major network outages in 2 years, one data breach which occurred in 2022, also Optus, and their executives, instead of getting a pay strike, get a pay rise. If this were medicine, Deputy Speaker, they would be deregistered. No doctor would survive the medical board if this was the degree of negligence. They would be struck off. But instead, for a corporate like Optus, they continue to rake in the profits. They give their executives a pay rise, and they take us for a ride. That's what they think. The justification for this executive pay rise, according to a spokesman from Optus, was that they had expanded their board to strengthen governance and oversight of the company. This would be comical if it wasn't so lamentable, Deputy President. Absolute disgrace. Sometimes I feel reading this sad story that we are in an episode of Utopia, except we're not. It's reality, and it's dystopian. It seems in corporate Australia, at least in Optus, incompetence pays, doesn't it? Incompetence pays. Who has taken the fall? Has the board gone? Has there been a pay strike against Optus? Haven't heard anything. So we need to step in. We need to step in as a federal government and as a parliament to right this wrong and ensure it never happens again. There must be strong disincentives baked into this legislation to ensure no corporate takes Australians for a ride, resulting in the most egregious of harms, which is, of course, death. So the Bean Review exposed vulnerabilities across the 000 chain. There were vulnerabilities in accountability and coordination. And so in March this year, we went about establishing the 000 custodian administratively within the department and started to fix those gaps. But what was evident from, again, I refer to this testimony from the official during estimates, is that this was all well and good, but two things were lacking. One, the custodian needed powers, and the second was ACMA, which is the telecommunications regulator, needed the ability to gather data rapidly and use its powers to act rapidly in the public's interest. So the idea with the custodian is essentially to have an almost real-time auditor role linked closely to the department and to ACMA. And when things go wrong, ACMA can step in and compel the carriers to do better, to respond to problems before they morph into full-blown crises. So we have enshrined this 000 custodian into law to make sure that oversight is permanent, clear and active in both outages as well as business as usual. We've empowered ACMA with new statutory powers to safeguard 000, enabling it to issue binding directions to carriers and carriage service providers and demand that information is provided rapidly. But importantly, as far as the disincentives go for this sort of behaviour, is we're introducing civil penalties so that failures to provide information or comply with directions during an outage attract more than a line item in a budget of a corporate giant that is raking in billions and not paying tax. Putting people at risk cannot be seen as the cost of doing business. I would also urge the Minister to consider the operating licence of Optus. I don't know why this company is still operating in Australia. It defies belief, given the kind of profession I came from, where you would be struck off. You would not be allowed to step into a hospital or anywhere else. Finally, I would say that when the phone rings, Australians need to know that there is someone on the other side who has their back. It will be answered every single time, no excuses. I commend this bill to the House.
Minister.
Oh, thanks very much, Deputy President. And firstly, before I begin talking about the details of this bill, I just do want to thank all of the senators who've contributed to the debate and consideration of the Telecommunications Legislative Amendment 000 Custodian and Emergency Calling Powers Bill 2025. These reforms will ensure that the government has the appropriate powers to maintain effective oversight of the 000 service and support the continued availability of emergency calling to all Australians when they need it. They will strengthen the ACMA's role as the active participant in the 000 ecosystem, while establishing the custodian as a coordinating body for the management of the end-to-end 000 ecosystem. I note that senators in this place have moved amendments on this legislation, which we will interrogate through the committee stage. The bill, though, establishes a 000 custodian as a statutory office within the department, with functions and powers to oversee the entire 000 system. The government will also provide the ACMA with additional powers to issue directions to carriers, carriage service providers and emergency call persons. These directions may require critical information to be provided, such as technical details of an outage, policies and processes affecting 000 or restoration plans. They may also require specific actions to be taken, such as compelling consultation with other stakeholders, sharing information with emergency service organisations, or improvements to procedures to prevent a repeat failure from happening. The custodian may require the ACMA to make these directions, or, importantly, the ACMA may act on its own accord. These changes will provide the Commonwealth with a permanent mechanism to oversee emergency call services, both during outages and in business as usual operations. It will also give the ACMA the tools it needs to be proactive and forward-leaning in pursuing a resilient, reliable emergency call service for the benefit of all Australians. I just want to go to the use of disclosure of the information that is obtained, just to clarify the way that the information will be used. The bill establishes rules for the use and disclosure of information to be provided to the ACMA through a direction. This framework allows information to be shared with emergency service organisations, with regulators and with other relevant bodies to remediate problems before they cause crisis and to respond during an outage of the 000 system. It also allows the ACMA to act both in its remit as the provider of directions under the bill and the regulator in charge of overseeing the rules which govern the 000 service. Now, information gathered by the ACMA under these powers will be provided to the custodian. The custodian will use the material to support its ongoing system-wide oversight of the 000. The ACMA will also provide advice and analysis to the custodian to assist in identifying risks and, importantly, improving preparedness across the ecosystem. This arrangement strengthens the ACMA as an active participant in 000 while maintaining the custodian as the central coordination and oversight function within the department. Now, in terms of penalties, of which I know there is a lot of interest around this chamber, the bill includes a civil penalty scheme for the contravention of an ACMA direction under this bill. A contravention of any of the items within the ACMA direction will result in the maximum default penalty available to the ACMA under the Telecommunications Act 1997. Finally, the bill requires the ACMA to report every 6 months to the Minister on the use of new powers, with a copy provided to the custodian. The Minister may also cause a review of the custodian's effectiveness within 2 years of commencement. The ACMA will report to the Minister and the custodian on any issues it has decided, either to investigate or not investigate under their core regulatory powers. Now, these provisions, importantly, do reinforce accountability and provide flexibility to refine the framework over time. Now, of course, we know this is an incredibly important bill. The Telecommunications Legislative Amendment 000 Custodian and Emergency Calling Powers Bill is all about improving and protecting the 000 service, and is a reflection that is the most critical, that this is the most critical service in our telecommunications system. It is about providing the government with stronger tools to monitor the end-to-end performance, maintenance and health of the 000 system. Now, the bill acts on the awful, tragic lessons of the past outages of the 000 system. And it does that by establishing into law the powers and functions of the 000 custodian. The custodian will support the effective functioning of the 000 system, ensuring all persons can maintain trust in its operation and that first responders' services will be accessible in the event of an emergency, because this should always happen without impediment. Now, as we proceed with this bill today, I do stress to fellow senators that the expedited passage of this bill demonstrates our commitment to strengthen the safeguards around 000 and to prevent tragedies like September 2025 from being repeated. I call on all senators to support these initiatives, and I commend this bill to the Senate.
Question before the chair is that the second reading be agreed to. Senator Hanson? The second reading be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. There are... Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to telecommunications and for related purposes.
Amendments having been circulated, we will now resolve into committee. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I've got some questions for the Minister, if I could. I'm wanting to understand why it was that it's taken 18 months to get this piece of legislation introduced into the House and then brought to the Senate. This recommendation to establish a 000 custodian was a recommendation of the Bean Review that followed the previous disastrous outage from Optus some 2 years ago, the government's own commissioned review recommended that this needed to happen as a matter of urgency, and it's taken till another deadly wake-up call for the government to act. So why, Minister, did it take so long, and what has your department and government been doing in the meantime?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Senator. I am happy to provide a longer form answer in regards to the process that we undertook since the outage by Optus, which we responded to and commissioned the Bean review. Of course, as you are fully aware, that review was commissioned by our former Minister for Communications, and we ensured that that review could provide holistic recommendations beyond what a ACMA review may undertake, so that we could certainly provide some support or some reform of this area. Now, we received that recommendations and those reviews the date that you indicate, but of course since that time there has been an implementation of recommendations throughout the review. There have been a number of recommendations that have been implemented. The 000 custodian was implemented administratively in the department itself, and we undertook consultation on the operation powers, the best form for this custodian to undertake, and we undertook that with industry so that we could develop the bill that you see before us today. As you indicate, there has been, despite the findings and the very well-established fine against Optus for its previous outage, a tragic outage recently. That is why the government is bringing forward this bill today to implement this, the 000 custodian in law, to ensure that there are increased powers, particularly for ACMA, but to establish the 000 custodian under law.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Amendments to this bill have been circulated because we don't believe that after the government has taken 18 months to move on this very basic requirement and recommendation, that we can trust that the government will move in the other areas in a timely fashion. We've been waiting for months to have the penalties increased on telcos for their outages. We've just got to remember that 2 years ago, when Optus had its huge outage, millions of Australians left with phones that didn't work, phones that wouldn't call through their loved ones, let alone 000, and then thousands of people who were not able to access or use 000. What did the government give Optus as a fine? $12 million. 2 years later, this company has done it again, but this time with deadly consequences. Now, $12 million clearly isn't enough to send the signal and the message to these corporations that they have one job, and that's to make sure the phones are working. One job. And the most serious of the phones working must be 000. I mean, this is a part of this company's licence, that they are required to deliver this essential service, this life-saving service, and if they fail to do that, they must get the full brunt of the consequences available. And if the full consequence is $12 million, well, it's clearly not touching the sides. In fact, it's less than, it's not much more than $1 per fail for every time the company has, in the big outage, somebody couldn't use the telephone. It's not good enough. They clearly need to be increased, which is why both the Greens and the opposition today are moving amendments to this piece of legislation to increase the penalties. Now, I think the penalties should be so big that it would scare the bejesus out of any telco executive to ensure that they do their job, that puts safety first. I mean, isn't that the point of these fines? We don't want to have to fine people. We don't want to have to fine these companies. We want them to do their job. But if the fines are simply seen as part of the business model, doing business, factoring it into their yearly costs, then it's not enough. I urge the government to stop hiding behind bureaucracy and work with the Senate to increase these fines, to increase the penalties on this, on the telcos who are designed and licensed to deliver this service. I mean, I think it should be criminal penalties that are delivered. If you're a big multi-billion-dollar telecommunications company, your executives are paid millions and millions of dollars a year, and you failed to deliver the one key service you've been licensed to do to make sure people can call the ambulance, surely the way that telecommunications company handles that requirement covers up the information, downplays the crisis, doesn't inform ministers and authorities, surely they should be copped with a criminal penalty. We have criminal penalties in other parts of regulation where it's really serious. We've got them in the banking industry. We've got them in other areas of finance. This government moved to implement them in the aged care sector because of the vulnerability of people. Boy, even the Environment Minister is saying he wants criminal penalties for corporations who do the wrong thing with their bulldozers. So why not criminal penalties for a big multi-billionaire company who's failed to ensure that customers can call 000? I mean, if you can't bring yourselves to implement this type of penalty, then you're not really doing your job of holding the companies accountable. You're all talk. You're all sizzle and no sausage. There's a variety of different options here for increased penalties, and I hope today we can get some of this done. But I find it very frustrating that the very department and ministry who is meant to hold these corporations to account are going to go weak by not increasing penalties today. Or will you? Or will you see the writing on the wall to allow the increase of penalties, the Senate to do its job and to make sure these companies are at least sent a signal that they need to clean up their act? Stop being the friend of these big companies. They're not doing the right thing by you, and they're certainly not doing the right thing by Australians. They don't deserve any more cover. They don't deserve any more protection from you. What Australians need, though, is for you to stand up for them, to stare these big corporations down, to stare Optus down and say you failed and now you're going to cop it. If you can't do that, you're all talk. And so to that point, Chair, I would move the amendments circulated by the Australian Greens on sheet 356. And I'd like...
Senator Hanson-Young, that's 3456.
3456, thank you. Thank you, 3456. And could I ask that the first part, the questions put separately on point 1 and point 2?
So you're not seeking them to be taken
No,
together?
I'd like them to be put separately. Well, let's see where the government lands on criminal penalties, and let's see where they land on increasing civil penalties. If you can't come at either of them, you're all talk.
Question before Minister.
Can I just indicate, perhaps so it assists the chamber, and we can move on hopefully to through the amendments. Can I just put it on the record though, from what the minister has been very clear that the government is willing to work with all parties to enhance penalties for telcos. And we are currently, there is a bill before the House, the Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill. That is an appropriate way to deal with such amendments which are particularly of a significant nature and should be considered through the text bill, allowing full parliamentary debate on that. Nevertheless, can I just indicate to the chamber, and we do think that this bill is too important, so the government will ensure passage of the bill today, and we will be considering amendments put forward by the opposition in regards to penalties. I do note that the Shadow Communications Minister wrote to the Minister to accept an offer to negotiate these penalties through the text bill. Nevertheless, whether that's been acted on in good faith or not, we do foreshadow possible further amendments to the civil penalty framework through the Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill, but we do think that this bill is too important, and so the government will support amendments put forward by the opposition today in regarding civil penalties.
Senator Hanson-Young. Senator McGrath.
The offer from the opposition was in good faith, but we've heard, I think the technical phrase is diddly squat from the government since then.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad to see the government's up for increasing penalties at some point, to some point. But this is because you've been dragged kicking and screaming on this. Let's be honest. You've been dragged kicking and screaming. The process, you haven't put forward this other bill, by the way. This is the bill that you'd like the penalties put in is a bill that was before the Senate in the last term of government, and it kept being bumped down the list and bumped down the list and bumped down the list. You haven't prioritised it, and now it still isn't even before the Senate. It's still in the House. Now, I urge the government, if you're serious about this, you've got to send the right message about what you're prioritising. And you're either prioritising holding these corporations to account and making sure they know that these types of penalties are going to hit them hard, or you're sending weasel words through the department, through the regulator, and then the corporation thinks, oh, well, we'll just get a slap on the wrist. I mean, that seems to be what has been happening thus far. There are some other important amendments that have been put forward today to this bill, which includes making sure there is transparency with when outages happen. When they happen, making sure we know that they happen and they're not hidden from the public. Because, of course, what we've seen with the Optus fiasco, the deadly outage where people couldn't call the ambulance, and sadly 3 people lost their lives, what we've seen is that when things go wrong, the phone company scrambles to downplay, to obfuscate, and not even inform the right people. I mean, it is just appalling that we have a situation where a telecommunications company that is only able to operate because it has an Australian licence issued by the Australian government, that this company thinks that it can downplay the seriousness of 3 deaths because people couldn't call 000. They didn't give the full figures. They didn't give it in a timely manner. And then rather than telling the minister or the regulator or the state premiers what had happened, they were too busy making sure their board members knew what was going on. And where, of course, are their board? Well, they're not, the board isn't even in Australia because this company's owned by Singapore-owned Singtel. So they weren't even interested in making sure Australians knew. They were more interested in making sure their ducks were lined up back in Singapore. So transparency is essential. Transparency is critical in this space. Optus has shown it cannot be trusted. Optus has shown it can't be trusted to deliver the service. It can't be trusted to say what's happened. It can't be trusted to be upfront about its failings. It can't be trusted to tell the right people. I'd like to ask the Minister whether the government is considering a review of Optus's licence, given how extraordinary this failure and deadly failure was. Has the government started a review of Optus's licence?
Senator Green.
Thank you. Just briefly, of course, Senator Hanson-Young knows that our review has an investigation is underway from ACMA. We will await the findings of that investigation of the most recent outage.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Could I ask the Minister to table in this chamber what the conditions for foreign ownership of Optus were?
Minister.
Well, I can undertake to do that for you through the normal course of proceedings. I don't have that information with me now.
Senator Hanson-Young.
I understand you wouldn't have that to hand, but it'd be very helpful, Minister, if we could understand and if the public could be reminded what the conditions were when Optus was given the okay by the Foreign Investment Review Board and the Treasurer at the time for Singtel to be able to take ownership of Optus. Because, of course, when a communications company that delivers an essential service, a critical service to Australians, you must imagine that the Foreign Investment Review Board considered whether this corporation could fulfil its obligations. Would it actually put the safety of Australians first? What would be the conditions? What would be the monitoring of whether they were actually doing that? So I asked the Minister to get her advisers to find what those conditions were that were agreed to when Treasurer Costello agreed to allowing Singtel to buy Optus. Because I'm sure Optus at the time gave a whole lot of promises. They would do this right, they would do that right, they'd deliver quality services to Australians, they'd offer a competitive nature in the market so that people could, there'd be affordable telecommunications. Did they have to deliver on the 000 service? Was that a condition of the right for Singtel to buy Optus? And if it wasn't, well, that's a failure of the Foreign Investment Review Board and the Treasurer, the former Treasurer Peter Costello, I'd put to you. But I can't imagine that the Foreign Investment Review Board and the Treasurer at the time could have signed off on a foreign takeover of a foreign-owned company coming and taking over this essential service without making sure that 000 was to be delivered properly, securely, and without a glitch. And could the minister indicate whether this discussion of the review and the conditions of the Foreign Investment Review Board has indeed been raised by the minister? Has the minister asked any questions about this since this failure? Has the minister looked as to whether that particular agreement has been breached? I mean, we know they've clearly failed in their licence conditions, even though the government is too timid to say that at this point. I don't know why, it's quite obvious. People couldn't call 000. They've got an obligation, Optus has an obligation to deliver that service, and they've stuffed it up one too many deadly times. But could the minister please give me an answer as to whether this discussion or questions as to whether they've breached their Foreign Investment Review Board conditions has even factored into the government's thinking to date?
Minister.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young, I'm not entirely sure what a decision by former Treasurer Peter Costello, how that would impact your voting decision on this bill, but I can assure you that there are requirements under Australian law for Optus to comply with requirements to ensure that 000 does not fail. As we have said multiple times, the ACMA is now investigating because clearly there has been a failure to comply with those laws. What this bill does, in extension of those requirements that Optus is already required to meet, is provide the custodian and then the ACMA to make directions to telecommunications companies or emergency service providers, call providers, of a proactive nature. So it requires for procedures of that kind, preparations of those kind, consultations to occur before an outage happens. We want to be proactive in this space. That is why these laws are in place and hopefully will be in place, and that is what we are seeking to do. There are already requirements for Optus to meet under the law. Clearly, there has been a catastrophic failure to meet those requirements, but I will not step in where ACMA is at the moment acting and investigating on their findings.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. It's my understanding that the Foreign Investment Review Board had an obligation to review the capacity of Optus to see whether it could provide these essential services, and there may well have been, we don't know, conditions or requirements imposed by the FIRB at the time when the decision was approved, admittedly, by the former coalition government to allow the purchase. And obviously, whether or not Optus had complied with prior conditions and has complied with prior or existing requirements of the government is relevant to our decision as to whether or not putting yet more conditions in is going to be adequate to the task. You would have heard, Minister, through the Chair, the very real concerns that our party at least has, the Greens have, about allowing an essential service like this to be owned and operated by Optus. We had those concerns when Optus purchased it in 2005 or so. Those concerns remain. So you ask, through you, Chair, the Minister asks why it would be relevant, whether or not Optus had agreed with conditions previously put on them. If those conditions were imposed, it's because we don't trust them. We don't believe them. We don't think they have the Australian public's interests at heart. We don't think that they have a genuine good faith commitment to keeping Australians safe, and we don't think they comply with basic fundamentals put to them. And obviously we'd like to know if any of that was tested when the Foreign Investment Review Board considered giving them ownership. So again, through you, Chair, we would ask for the questions that my colleague put to be answered.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister.
Thank you, and I do apologise, Senator Shoebridge. I did miss just the end of your contribution. Perhaps if you could just make the, and then I...
Senator Shoebridge.
Through you, Chair. The Minister asked why we would want this information, and I've sought to articulate why we would want the information. You may have heard some of that. But again, we ask, what if any conditions were put? If you're not in a position to identify what they are, will you undertake to seek to provide those answers? I think there's a good chance that this may well go past 1:30, this committee stage. And we're not doing it to be mischievous. We're doing it because we are concerned that this is a company that has form. And whatever commitments may have been made have probably not been complied with because from our analysis, this is a company that does not commit in good faith to protecting Australians. So they are very real concerns, and if you can't answer them now, Minister, can you seek to get that clarification over the break if, as I suspect probably happens, this committee stage goes beyond 1:30?
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, and I think I guess I'd like to clarify, the question that you're asking, so I can get you the information that you seek. I wonder whether it's helpful in the first instance to identify something that's well known publicly, that Singtel were required to change the structure of the company when that foreign investment happened, to require 2 Australian directors. We can certainly get more information. You will appreciate that this is not a question for the Minister who I am representing or the advisors that I am speaking to. You are asking a question in relation to Treasury questions from a very former Treasurer. So we will endeavour to get as much information for you as we can, particularly if there is a break in the committee stage. What I would say though, and I do want to, reiterate this to you, Senator Shoebridge, but to other senators in the chamber, and make it very clear that we do find the conduct of Optus, inappropriate, reprehensible, and we are taking very strong action. I think the Minister has made her views very clear about the conduct of Optus in this situation, and we certainly are welcoming the review or the investigation that ACMA is undertaking, so that we can be informed about how a failure of this kind could happen so close to a very similar and previous failure where substantial fines were attributed and the community exploitation was set. The laws that have been in place were clear, and yet there still seems to be a contravention here from Optus of those substantial laws. And so we will make decisions in the future based on review of the investigation, about further action particularly, but what we are seeking to do, I think, and I don't mean to excuse the conduct of Optus in any way, what I seek to do though is insist that this bill applies to all telecommunication companies, not just Optus, because the 000 system is an ecosystem, and we need every single telecommunication provider to be delivering on those laws, and we need to ensure that there is a proactiveness to the engagement from ACMA and the 000 custodian. And so while you seek information to make a decision about what potential penalties could be imposed on a particular company, I do think that this bill is broader and wider than just one company. We do seek to engage on the question of penalties. I think I've indicated that to the chamber, and we'll continue to have those discussions through the Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill as well. We want the telecommunications system and the 000 system to be as strong as possible, and that's why we commissioned the Bean Review after the last outage. It's why we responded to those recommendations, agreed to them. It's why we're implementing them and have implemented a number of them already. It's why determination was already in place, and it's why the 000 custodian was already in place in the department. And it is why we will seek to pass this bill with the support of the chamber to have the 000 custodian established in law, so that we can have stronger, more proactive powers on any telco, whether that's Optus or any other provider. We need to ensure the 000 call system is as strong as it can be.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you, Minister. And I do understand that you may need to go beyond the advisors that are sitting next to you to get those answers, and we would appreciate those being provided if this debate continues after 1:30. One of the concerns that's been raised, of course, is where recently we've seen the 3G network being turned off, and providers like Vodafone and others not working with firmware so that when emergency calls are being made on the Vodafone network, they are being routed through the 3G network, which has been turned off by Vodafone. Minister, I don't know if you or your advisors are aware of those incidents where people's 000 calls, and it's happened just in the last few days, have been routed through a now defunct, turned off 3G network. I know this has happened on the Vodafone network. Are you aware of those concerns? Are you aware if it impacts other networks? And is it an obligation of the carriers to ensure that their customers, whether it's their customers remain connected to the 000 network? And if so, will this bill impact upon those kinds of obligations? So I just want to be clear, the circumstances are they turn off their 3G network. The default on people's phones when they're on the Vodafone network has been to call via the 3G network. 3G network being turned off, their calls are going nowhere. Is the government aware of these concerns, and will failures like that be picked up by this bill?
Minister.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. And I was, Hansard won't show that I was nodding when you were speaking, but not as an indication that I'm fully across those issues that you have raised, more to understand that the issues around the 3G network, of course, have been discussed at length in this chamber, I think, and there's quite a number of there's been a lot of work, I think, that certainly our department and ministers have been doing on that transition. If I can get you some more information about any particular incidents that we understand may be a result, I think, of what you've indicated, a result of the switching off of the 3G network, What I would say are two things and 2 points that are really relevant to what you're raising, is that even when this outage occurred by Optus, there were laws in place that should have prevented this from occurring, which requires telecommunications companies to take certain steps and to conduct certain, take certain measures to ensure that if there is an outage, that 000 is essentially rerouted through another provider. That did not happen in this case, and it didn't happen in the previous Optus outage. The issues that you raise, I think, may be of a different nature, and I can clarify the application of this bill to those outages. But what I would say is that this bill in particular provides broad powers for the 000 custodian to investigate, to direct ACMA to provide, to direct telecommunications companies not just to provide information, but also to take certain steps, to undertake certain procedures, and to do so in a proactive way. And so whether this bill necessarily has a definition which captures that type of outage, what I would say is that the 000 custodian is focused on the ecosystem as a whole, and we're very mindful that there are many parts to that ecosystem, and it is the job of the 000 custodian to ensure that each part is that each part of the ecosystem is working. The custodian has the following functions, and I think this might assist you in understanding how the 000 custodian could then be applied to a situation that you've been referring to: aiding preparation for response to recovery, improving preparedness of outage, overseeing effective functioning of emergency call services, and any other function conferred by the Act. And importantly, I just do point out that there is a measure in the bill which enables the minister to specify an additional function, and that is really designed to be able to, for the minister through legislative instrument, to increase the functions of the 000 custodian, so that if we do find a situation where something like the incident that you have mentioned isn't necessarily covered, then there is scope to increase the functions of the 000 custodian. However, I would argue that they are quite broad in nature and are designed to cover the situations which you have provided, although if you have any more information about those particular individual incidents, please do provide them to us or through the Minister's office, and we'll get you some information about that. But I'll seek some information while you're speaking, I think, about the particular application of this Act to the 3G network.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Minister, thank you for that information in relation to how the custodian will work. Obviously, my colleague, Senator Shoebridge, is asking some important questions about really how this corporation, Optus, has continued to put its profits ahead of the service delivery and safety of Australians. Let's not forget that it was only a month or so ago that Optus was found guilty in the federal court of terrible sales practices where they preyed on vulnerable Australians, trying to get them to sign up to telecommunications contracts that they couldn't afford and didn't need. Because why? This company only cares about its profits. It has shown over and over again it does not care about its customers, and it certainly doesn't seem to understand that its requirements of delivering a 000 capacity, I mean, it's like they think it's it's a chore for them, that it's an add-on. It's an essential service. And unless the big telcos understand through stricter regulations, stronger penalties, and the fear that if they stuff it up and cover it up and downplay, then it's not worth the money for them. Unless they understand that, unless they fundamentally get that it's not worth stuffing it up in the first place, they just keep going. And there is a cultural problem, I believe, inside of Optus. They treat their customers terribly. They fail to deliver on the 000 service. They fail to do the most basic obligations in terms of informing the minister and the regulator when they knew that people had died. And we also know that they go around using illegal practices to get new customers. This is why we can't trust them. And this is why it is galling that a company that makes billions of dollars in income in Australia, off Australians, pays zero tax, and then doesn't think they have to follow the rules when it comes to regulation, and then thinks, oh, well, it doesn't matter because we'll just get slapped on the wrist with a measly fine. This is why we must increase the penalties and do it in this bill, because if we wait until later, we've sent the wrong message to Optus that they can get away with it once again. So I look forward to the government working with this chamber to increase penalties as this bill goes through. I would like to ask the minister, in relation to the custodian itself, is it correct that the custodian is indeed just the Secretary of the Communications Department?
Thank you, Senator. If I can just, as a courtesy, go back to the question Senator Shoebridge asked, I can confirm that the broadness of the 000 custodians functions will have a remit to deal with the types of outages that you have referred to. And if there's an individual incident which you would like a response to, please bring that to the attention of the Minister. Senator Hanson, Young, just to clarify, the 000 custodian is currently administratively established within the department, and it's very clearly set out in the bill that, yes, the Secretary of the Department is the 000 custodian. They have the functions that are conferred on them by the Act. Those functions I've gone through. I don't think there's a need to go through those functions again, but are broad and really seek to provide the power to direct the ACMA to undertake actions proactively to ensure that the 000 ecosystem is and was prepared for any type of possible outage. The Secretary of the Department, of course, can delegate those powers to, I think, SES level employees. That's in the bill as well, you will note, and that's a normal function to allow this to happen. But I can assure you that the Secretary of the Department takes these matters very seriously and is able to direct the ACMA to undertake a broad range of actions, which include information gathering on a regular basis, not just after an outage has occurred. And so, a very important point which I think is worth making is that information is then able to be provided or required to be provided to the minister. And I understand that there's some reporting requirements again for that information. So there is accountability and transparency built into the system that has been developed. As I said, I know you have your criticisms of the time frame between the finalisation of the Bean review, the consideration of those recommendations, but the way that the 000 custodian has been established and will be established through this bill has been consulted on. There's been considerations about the best way to set this custodian up so it is most operational and most effective, and that's why this is the model that we have chosen. I can get you more information if you like about how that will be staffed or resourced, but I think the main point at the moment is that those powers to direct the ACMA to obtain that information, undertake certain investigations and proactively source information about processes exists in this bill, and it will be a significant change to the way that we have managed the 000 ecosystem, and we will be seeking to pass the bill to allow that to be established in law. Getting the nod, sorry.
Thank you, Minister. As it is now 1:30 p.m, the committee will report to the Senate. The committee reports progress, and we will now move to 2-minute statements. I hand the call to Senator Kovacic.
Tomorrow is an important day for the Labor Party in finally saying no to corruption. Tomorrow I will move a motion to set up a Senate inquiry into the CFMEU. If the Labor Party blocks this inquiry, it solidifies their approval of corruption, bullying and the illegal activity conducted by elements of the CFMEU. Corruption inside the CFMEU will persist so long as organised crime views it as a vehicle for its ends. Bikie gangs, underworld figures and cartels. They see no threat to these ends from the Albanese Labor government. They see no threat from the current administration that has taken some 15 months and produced no change to these activities and cost taxpayers millions of dollars. The latest expose, including last night's 60 Minutes episode, confirmed what many feared. The CFMEU remains entangled with figures like John Setka, Mick Gatto and other associates of their Victorian head, Zack Smith, a man who sits side by side with our Prime Minister on the Labor Party National Executive, an individual who forced one of his organisers to meet with Mick Gatto, and the punishment from the administrator was to accept his apology because he was very sorry he did that, or perhaps he was very sorry he was caught doing that. Appointing an administrator was meant to signal real change. Instead, we are seeing a system that tolerates corruption, recycles its operatives and shields the union rather than uproots entrenched criminal influence. Until the tap of cartel kickbacks is turned off, organised crime will keep using the CFMEU. And every day this continues, construction costs rise
your time has
and our
expired.
housing...
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President, and I want to speak about safety in the workplace and how critical the role of our great union movement has been in advancing that incrementally to the place where Australians can go to work and come home safely. And certainly have that expectation, Mr Deputy President. And I want to acknowledge particularly today the work of the SDA, the Shop Distributive and Allied Employees Association, who have, not only in addition to their long-running campaign, which was entitled No One Deserves a Serve, have now called for the introduction of workplace protection orders. Now, why do we need this? Well, many young Australians get their first job ever working in the retail sector, fast food or Coles or Woolies or some other shop in your local area. And what we're seeing, sadly, in our country right now, a great shame, is that on the front line there is abuse and violence for these workers. It's not acceptable. These are the young people in particular. These are the women and men working across this nation that keep communities running. They service our food, they process our groceries, they're helping families every single day. But we are seeing too often that they're subjected to threats, to harassment, to intimidation simply doing their jobs. Now, the SDA proposal for workplace protection orders, sadly at this point of time, is necessary, but also a reasonable request in terms of protecting these workers. Such orders, if they were to come into place, would allow courts to prohibit known offenders from entering a workplace or contacting particular employees. It's a common sense protection, Mr Acting Deputy President, and sadly what we know is the people who operate in this way, people who are willing to go into our shops and threaten workers, are repeat offenders. So I commend this very important campaign about safety, dignity and respect.
Your time has expired. Thank you, Senator Dowling.
Deputy President. Well, this is the 5th year of the Raise Our Voice in Parliament campaign, and this year the question for the Raise Our Voice campaign asked young Australians, what steps should the government take today to build a better tomorrow for young Australians? And I'm pleased today to read the following speech by Jada, who is 12 years old from Tasmania. To all the people listening today, you must make more jobs for young people, because some young people want jobs and they're not wanting to wait. Me personally, I want a job. I want to make money to help my parents, so most of the time they won't have to buy for me. I have 2 other siblings. They have to buy, and that's already a lot to buy for. But with an extra person to pay for, that's a lot. So if I got a job, I can help out and buy for myself and for my siblings and even help with groceries. Also, having a job when you're young can help when you're older, because some kids like me like to save, and savings can help a lot when you're older. You could buy a car, a house and more. It would be great having a job because it would help kids have confidence and responsibility. As much as kids won't like having to work, they will have to work someday. So, Acting Deputy President, there you have it. Jada is showing very admirable qualities of hard work, commitment and generosity at a young age. But I would remind Jada that you're only a kid once, and have some fun and play with your friends and siblings as well as hard work. And it's worth remembering one of the great achievements of the Labor movement was fighting to ensure that children are not forced to work when they're very young. And it was the Labor movement that stood up and said that every child deserves the right to learn, to play and just be a kid. So thank you, Jada, for your speech and for engaging in the political process and sharing your views. It was my pleasure to read your speech in the Senate on your behalf.
Thank you, Senator Dowling. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak about something that every Australian mother has experienced, the motherhood penalty. This phenomenon is a significant driver of the gender pay gap and the gender super gap, because when a mother takes time away from her work to raise children, her superannuation savings often stall for years, while her partners can continue to grow. On average, women retire with around 25% less superannuation. That's a gap of around $53,000 at retirement. And this disparity is the motherhood penalty in action. As the Prime Minister himself has said, no mother should be penalised for taking time away from work to do the most important job that there is. I wholeheartedly agree with the Prime Minister on this issue. That's why I've introduced the Tackling the Gender Super Gap Bill into the Parliament. My bill goes to the heart of fairness. It goes to the heart of equity and recognition of the sacrifices that are made in Australian families. It's a structural reform that gives spouses and couples the opportunity to split their collective superannuation balances between them. Not every couple will take up this opportunity, and that is okay. It's only an option. It's a choice. It's a flexibility that we build into the system. And it's about, though, starting that conversation to recognise unpaid labour, the broken work patterns and the professional sacrifices that so often fall to women. Families should have the option to share what they've built together. Minister Gallagher has said that Labor does not believe that women should be penalised with financial insecurity in retirement just because they take on these important caring roles. Now, if that's the case, and the government is truly serious about fairness, then they will back me in making super splitting law. And I look forward to debating this bill, the Tackling the Gender Super Gap bill, in this chamber and getting support from right around the chamber.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. I'm going to read part of a statement written by Auntie Sue Hasseldine, a senior Gugaza elder from far West South Australia. She says, "To all the people that have put their hands up to test their rockets on my country at the so-called Coonabar test range, I say no. You didn't ask consent. I didn't give you permission to go ahead and devastate my country and my stories and my sacred sites, my dream time. I'm saying no to the whole lot of you, ADF, Space Agency, the Australian Government, Southern Launch, Thales, Vada, and all the other companies who profit from war. Munda Yamadu Iliga, leave the land as it is. Take your rubbish, your war-mongering machines and your rockets. Take it away from my country. You're not welcome. Our major sites are out there. Our rock holes, these are valuable to us spiritually. It's a crucial ecosystem, home to many important and endangered species. I don't own that land. The land owns me, and it has to be kept for the next generation. They keep saying it's uninhabited country. That is not true. I've been out there on country looking after my sacred sites. You're trying to deprive Gugaza people from maintaining their country and keeping their culture alive. I say no more. You have no consent. Cease your operations immediately. Return Gugaza country to its traditional owners. And Minister Ayres and Watts, this is on you.
Thorpe, your time has expired. Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Last week I attended the One Nation branch launch in Wagga Wagga, New South Wales, where 140 everyday Australians had a lot they wanted to talk about with me. I was delighted to see so many young people attending, yet heartbroken at the loss of opportunity they've suffered under Liberal and Labor governments. One Nation's housing policy will make a major difference to the lives of all young Australians. We'll turn the useless Housing Future Fund into a low-deposit mortgage fund for young Australians, offering low-interest, fixed-rate mortgages for up to 30 years. We'll allow HEX holders to roll their HEX loan into their home loan, reducing their combined repayments and increasing their borrowing ability. We'll overcome the deposit gap, allowing Australians to use their own super account to take a share in their home. Not their super fund, their own super account, which will continue to grow as the value of the home grows. We'll limit negative gearing to 2 homes. These policies are only half of One Nation's solution. As a result of the Albanese government's low deposit scheme, home prices have gone up 6% because it made the housing shortage worse. A stupid mistake. Offering incentives to help young people own their own home increases demand, forces up prices and leaves young people worse off than before the government helped. The truth is we're building homes faster than any other country in the world. Managing demand must include a review of who's buying all these homes. We will remigrate 200,000 people who deliberately broke their visa conditions, completed their study and simply stayed here or who lodged spurious asylum claims. Send them home. Deport them. They're here illegally, taking up beds and under roofs of Australians. One Nation's balanced housing policy will benefit renters and home buyers, stabilise the housing market and safeguard the family home nest egg in retirement. It'll give young people, young families, a fair go. That's what we need. Bring it back.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Sharma.
Thanks, Deputy President. Australian charities are the engine room of our society and a vital part of our economy. They employ over 1.5 million generous and hard-working Australians who care for the vulnerable, strengthen our communities and build our social fabric. But on the 1st of November, the charity sector faces a cliff. That's when their exemption from Labor's fixed-term contract ban ends, and with it, the certainty that their staff rely on. Charities live on short-term funding cycles dependent on government grants and the generosity of donors, and their employees are engaged on fixed-term contracts that reflect those realities. Since Labor introduced this ban on fixed-term contracts, the sector has warned again and again that they would cause serious unintended harm. And yet, with only 4 days to go until this ban expires, the government has done nothing. So from the 1st of November, less than a week away, charities will have to choose. Either make employees permanent without government guaranteed funding, or let them go entirely. If they make them permanent, they risk redundancies when funding runs out, if the money dries up, if they don't get another government grant, if a donor does not come through for them. But if they make them redundant, Australians will lose essential services, those most needy Australians, right before Christmas. That's not job security, that's service insecurity. The government must extend the exemption immediately and work with the charities on a fair long-term solution that recognises their unique circumstances. If Labor fails to act, charities will suffer, workers will suffer, and Australians will pay the price.
Senator Sharma. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. In today's connected world, much of our daily life happens online, from working and shopping to using social media. Despite the convenience this brings, cybersecurity is often an afterthought, even as data breaches and scams dominate the headlines. October marks Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and this year's theme, Building Our Cyber Safe Culture, encourages Australians to protect their accounts and devices. And we can all improve our online safety through a couple of simple things every day. For instance, installing software updates promptly, using strong and unique passphrases, enabling multi-factor authentication and avoiding suspicious calls and text messages, which I'm sure we're all too familiar with. These small steps make a very big difference in safeguarding personal information and reducing the risk of scams, identity theft and cyber attacks. Now, as scams become more sophisticated, particularly with the rise of AI, Australians need accurate and up-to-date advice. The government's Act Now, Stay Secure website, for instance, provides practical resources to help everyone to adopt safe cyber habits. The Australian Signals Directorate's annual cyber threat report released this month reveals that cyber criminals and state-sponsored cyber actors continue to target Australian individuals and businesses, costing the economy millions of dollars. In 2024-25, the Australian Cyber Security Hotline received over 42,000 calls, a 16% increase, with the average self-reported cost of cybercrime that rose by 14% to $56,500 for small businesses and 8% to $33,000 for individuals.
Thank you very much. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'm wearing my humpback whale badge today after having the most magnificent day possible on Saturday. In my hometown of Bicheno on the east coast of Tasmania, my wife and I witnessed nothing less than a humpback highway. In 15 minutes, we counted nearly 12 humpbacks just off the rocks down near where we live. Unfortunately, one of the whales at St Helens, just north of there, got caught in fishing gear and had to be rescued. And I wanted to raise this issue in the Senate today that when we go further up the east coast to Queensland and New South Wales, day in, day out, humpbacks and their calves are getting caught in cruel, outdated shark nets and drum lines put in place by the New South Wales State Government and the Queensland State Government. They are now responsible for the largest running marine cull anywhere in history. Together, via the use of shark nets and baited drum lines, over 100,000 sharks and other mammals have been killed over the last 60 years. These tactics and methods are cruel, outdated, and have been proven time and again not to protect swimmers or surfers such as myself. They also pose a huge risk, not only to endangered populations such as our beautiful humpback whales, dolphins, turtles, dugongs and many other wildlife species, but they're ineffective, they're expensive and there are better alternatives available. And Minister Watt can do something about this. With the review of environment laws, Minister Watt can close Section 43 of the EPBC Act, a loophole, the continuous use exemption, that allows the states to continue to kill federally protected species. Now, there's a fantastic petition going around at the moment that I understand has attracted nearly 170,000 signatures that I'm hoping will come to Parliament. And Australians can go on to the Envoy, stop the EPBC Section 43 loophole and sign it, and then we can bring it to Parliament. Minister Watt claims that no one's brought this to his attention, yet I can tell you for years now people have been campaigning to remove this exemption and protect our whale.
Senator Babette.
Thank you. Once upon a time, you got a job because you were good at it. I know it's a bit radical. It's a radical concept. You studied, you trained, you proved yourself. These days, that is not enough. We've got not enough are you qualified, and we've got too much. Do you add diversity points to the board's annual report? We live in a world where airlines, universities, government departments, they brag about hiring people based off everything except the one thing that actually matters, their competence. That's not progress, it's lunacy. DEI doesn't bring people together, it teaches us to look at each other through a checklist. It doesn't build trust, it corrodes it. It takes real achievement and wraps it in an asterisk. Now, the irony is that DEI was supposed to make people feel valued. Instead, it's turned workplaces into guessing games. When someone gets promoted, you don't instantly cheer. You might whisper, was it earned or was it DEI? It's not fair to anyone, least of all to the person who actually worked hard. Australians want fairness. That means everyone gets a chance, but no one gets a shortcut. It means opportunities should go to the best person, not to the best demographic. If you required surgery, you wouldn't want diversity, you'd want precision. If you stepped on a plane, you wouldn't want a pilot who represents equity. You'd want a pilot who could actually land the bloody thing. If you called a fire brigade, you wouldn't want inclusion. You'd want somebody who could pick you up and carry you out on their shoulder of a burning building. So what do we have to do? We need to scrap the quotas. We need to shred the HR buzzwords. We've got to get back to basics, merit, excellence, a fair go. And we should scrap DEI everywhere, everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Babbitt. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, President. On Friday, I visited the Secret Harbour Medical Centre to celebrate their transition to fully bulk billing their patients, one of the first in the country ahead of this Labor government's new bulk billing incentive, which comes into place on the 1st of November. Secret Harbour Medical Centre decided to be bold and go early and make the jump to fully bulk bill every patient that walks through their door. When I spoke to the practice manager, Kat, she told me that their practice was struggling to get patients through the door. And when they did come in, they had long lists of concerns. Many of them had been waiting months and months, in some cases years, to see the GP because they were worried about the cost. So I was thrilled that this practice got ahead of the curve and embraced our policy to strengthen Medicare and make healthcare more affordable for every Australian. Since they transitioned to bulk billing on the 4th of August this year, their patient base immediately grew. Patients started coming back for follow-up appointments. They started building relationships with their GP and took an active approach to their healthcare. When Labor came to government, we made it our mission to rebuild Medicare after years of neglect, because we believe that seeing a doctor should rely only on your Medicare card, not your credit card. And from the 1st of November, Labor's changes to bulk billing incentives will kick in, giving practices right across the country to make the jump that the Secret Harbour Medical Centre has already made. It means more local families can see the doctor without worrying about an out-of-pocket cost. It ensures that quality access to healthcare doesn't depend on how much money you have in your bank account.
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Parliament House is the people's house.
Those in the other place are here to represent their electorates. In here, we're representing our states and territories. Yet we have a system in Parliament House of sponsored passes where there is absolutely no transparency. The people who elected us and sent us here have no idea who we are giving passes to, why they're in the building, and who they are advocating on behalf of. It's time for this system to have a bit of transparency. I've been pushing in the Senate at estimates through inquiries over the last 4 years with no interest from the Albanese Labor government. And so today have launched a voluntary pass register, passregister.com.au, where parliamentarians can tell the people that elected them who they're giving sponsored passes to, who they're giving access all areas passes to Parliament House. So far, there are 13 parliamentarians that have disclosed 78 sponsored pass holders. That's 78 of between 1,500 and 2,000. So a long way to go, but a good start. I'd like to acknowledge Independents and Senator Whitten, who have so far disclosed. Not a single member from the Labor Party, the Liberal Party, the National Party, or indeed from the Greens believe that they need to disclose to their electorate or to their state and territory who they're giving access to. Parliamentarians are free to put it up on their website, so it's publicly available, or we can put it on passregister.com.au. I really think it's time to raise the standard when it comes to transparency. This is the People's House. People deserve to know, at a minimum, who has access to the People's House.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Mulholland.
Mr Acting Deputy President, today I will read a speech written by a young Queenslander as part of the Raise Our Voice campaign. My name is Chloe. I'm from the electorate of Ryan and a Year 11 student with a passion for medicine. When asked what steps should the government take today to build a better tomorrow for young Australians, my answer is simple. Close the rural healthcare gap. Because without healthcare, there is no future for young Australians. In major cities, the preventable death rate is 142 per 100,000 people. In rural areas, it's more than double at 329. That's not a statistic, that's a crisis. In 2023, David, a farmer in rural New South Wales, died of a heart attack because help was over an hour away. His death could have been prevented if only he lived closer to care. Young Australians in rural communities are growing up without reliable access to doctors, mental health services, or emergency care. Their futures are being shaped by geography, not opportunity. We must act now. The government should adopt the CARE approach. C, champion the cause. A, assist through action and investment. R, recruit and retain rural healthcare workers. E, engage with rural communities, because where you live should not determine whether you live a better life. A better tomorrow starts with CARE today. To the Raise Our Voice campaign, thank you for making sure young voices like Chloe's are heard in our national parliaments. Their words remind us of the passion, hope and wisdom the next generation brings, and I'm honoured to be Chloe's voice in Parliament today.
Senator Mulholland. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. In the last month or so, I've had the opportunity to go down to the wonderful town of Griffith twice, and not just to look at the magnificent fairy Firefly that sits on their park with a spinning propeller. Went there for the Murray-Darling Association meeting, but also an outstanding community leadership by the Griffith Regional Economic Forum that was there and held in the club there. And it wasn't just a normal talkfest or conference, it was led by Brad Robinson. Together, Brad on his own initiative brought people from farmers together, brought business leaders together, brought council people together. We're able to have a real interactive conversation about the area of Griffiths, the things that they do. Obviously, such an important part of Australia's food bowl, but more than that. The community voices all came through. We had great discussions, sitting on tables with them, being able to talk, interactively ask questions. There was myself, there was also Kevin Hogan and Dougal Saunders on trade and agriculture. There was Bridget McKenzie from here on regional development, and there was lots of other people came down to see and talk. It's really refreshing when you get out to the regions and we're not talking about peak bodies, we're talking about people on the ground doing things the way they see things differently. Like, we can have the best ideas in the world in this place, in government, in local government, but it's how it filters down to the ground, how these people in the Murray Irrigation Zone, all the channels around it, how they get the water, how they facilitate things, how the businesses survive around that. And they were raising some real questions as we go forward about the viability of agriculture, the pressures of land use, the access to water, these sorts of things and how they go. It was able to see, and there was one of the speakers of the night, someone who hasn't supported the Nationals in the last campaign. There was David Farley was there. He gave his very different perspective on the way from agriculture and the way we do things going forward and what we need to do to deliver more. So I'd like to thank Brad. I'd like to thank everyone that came. I'd like to thank the people of Griffiths for having me. Such a wonderful town, and I look forward to being there more. And I hope we can work across the aisle with Murray Watt and the Minister and deliver a great water outcome this time around.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I also take part in the 2025 Raise Our Voices in Parliament initiative, and I would like to read into the Hansard message from Darlene, who's 12 years old. As the saying goes, we who have means and a voice must use those who have neither. And today I want to speak about a challenge that far too many young Australians are enduring, and it's cyberbullying. Today I want to speak about a challenge. Did you know that 53% of young Australians experience cyberbullying and 21% only ever find the courage to report it? In 2023 alone, in Queensland schools, they recorded 138,300 incidents of bullying. Words on a screen can wound as sharply as stones hurled at a heart. The injuries may be invisible, but the pain no less profound. Cyberbullying spreads like wildfire. A single cruel remark can be reposted, screenshotted and echoed until escape feels impossible. And yet, like fire, it can survive without fuel. If we refuse to feed it, we can extinguish it.
The time has now expired and we'll move to question time. Senator Ruston.
Before that, I seek leave to make a statement regarding ministerial arrangements.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Okay. Could I advise the Senate that following a reshuffle of the Shadow Ministry on the 14th of September 2025, Senator Chandler has been appointed Shadow Minister for Cybersecurity and Shadow Minister for Science, and I seek leave to incorporate in Hansard the Coalition Shadow Ministerial arrangements dated...
Leave granted? Leave is granted.
Sorry? Oh, you did that this morning. Dated the 30th of October 2025.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. We'll now move to question time and I'll call Senator Kovacic.
My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Last night, 60 Minutes aired another round of deeply disturbing allegations about corrupt and criminal behaviour in the CFMEU. This time the behaviour has occurred whilst the CFMEU is under administration by the Albanese Labor government. The reports came after it emerged in the Sydney Morning Herald and The Age that John Perkovich had accepted numerous bribes from building firms that he was meant to oversee as a union official. He was only sacked by the government's administrator after questions from the media. Why is the government only taking action when journalists come knocking? Why isn't the government's own administration doing its job and cleaning up the corrupt and criminal behaviour of the CFMEU?
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and thank you for your question, Senator. If I may indulge me, a shout out to Senator Cash, who tells me she's watching this. I told her she really needs to do something else, I reckon, don't you? And she would be really pleased with your first question, no doubt, on the CFMEU. So she's here in spirit, if not in person. Senator, can I just say to you that the government has taken the strongest possible action by placing the CFMEU into administration. We know this is serious reform and we are committed to the administration staying in place until the job is done. There is no place in the Australian trade union movement or in any institution for corruption, criminality and thuggery. And I would make the point, Senator, that this is action that has been taken for up to 5 years and that the Administrator has taken several measures to rid the union of corruption and bad faith actors, including removing or accepting the resignations of some 60 staff, developing a national code of conduct and statement of expectations for all staff, as well as policies relating to enterprise agreements, gifts, organised crime and menacing behaviours, and has established several inquiries into the state branches of the CFMEU. The scheme the government has put in place does give the Administrator significant powers, and that is right. That is the right thing to do. there is, as I said, there are so many men and women across this country who work either as officials or who in their workplaces are delegates, who do so much work for the people they represent, and we as a movement, the Labor movement, should not be and do not countenance corruption and thuggery in any form.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Kovacic, first supplementary.
On Friday, the Sydney Morning Herald reported that the Prime Minister's office barred journalists from asking questions about the corrupt and criminal conduct of the CFMEU at an event the Prime Minister was attending. How much bigger do the scandals need to get before the Prime Minister will start answering questions and come clean on just how intertwined the Australian Labor Party and the CFMEU actually are?
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Wong. Senator McKenzie, I've called the Minister.
Thank you, President. Well, Senator, I'm not sure I'll take as read, if you don't mind, what you assert in your question about the Prime Minister's press conference. If you observe his press conference, he makes himself very available to journalists for questions and certainly is prepared to answer questions in a lot of areas. What I would say is the Prime Minister has demonstrated his leadership not only in the decisions that we have made to place the Construction and General Division and its branches under administration for up to 5 years, passing that legislation and backing the administrator to take the action that is being taken. But the Prime Minister also personally ensured that Mr Satko was expelled from our party, and that was the right thing to do. So I think he has demonstrated very clearly a very principled approach to these issues.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Kovacic, second supplementary.
The CFMEU's Victorian head, Zack Smith, sits on the Labor Party's national executive alongside the principled Prime Minister. On the 12th of September, Zack Smith directed a subordinate to secretly meet with Melbourne underworld figure Mick Gatto. Given he is facilitating contact between the CFMEU and organised crime figures, does the Prime Minister maintain confidence in Zack Smith's judgment, decision-making and fitness to sit on Labor's peak governing body?
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Wong.
Certainly, first in relation to the allegations or the assertions you make about Mr Smith, I would assume that these are matters that the administrator can deal with in the context of the industrial regime. In terms of the Labor Party, I think the Prime Minister has made his position in relation to criminality and in relation to the need for appropriate standards very clear through his driving the expulsion of John Setka from the Labor Party.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Wong. The Albanese government's first term saw the government improve Australia's standing around the world in the face of unprecedented global challenges. What is the government doing to continue to advance our national interests in our region and beyond?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Wong.
Thank you very much, President. I thank Senator Ciccone for his question and for his interest in these matters and for his able chairing of the Foreign Affairs Committee, both in estimates and more generally. President, we all know, Australians know, we do live in a more uncertain world, a more unstable world. And I have said many times that Australians should have confidence in our ability to navigate these uncertain times together. And that is what we are doing. And we have, since we were elected, as a government, we have worked to strengthen all of Australia's relationships. This includes our relationship with our principal strategic partner, the United States of America. I was very pleased, and I think the country was very pleased, that the Prime Minister's meeting with President Trump last week was a clear success. A clear success. The Prime Minister, the President, signed an historic $8.5 billion deal, that's around 13 billion Australian dollars, on critical minerals and rare earths. a deal that will help secure supply chains for these vital products so that Australia and America can make more things together going forward. And it builds on the Quad Critical Minerals Initiative that Secretary Rubio and I announced at Washington DC earlier this year with our Quad partners, and on the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve that the Prime Minister announced during the election. These initiatives are landmark. They are good for Australian workers, Australian businesses and Australian investors. Excuse me. President Trump also affirmed his support for the AUKUS partnership. The meeting's success is a testament to the trusted partnership between Australia and the US as strategic defence allies, and it speaks to the importance of advocating for Australia's interests in a calm and mature way, as the Albanese government has been doing.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ciccone, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Minister. Now, we also know that the AUKUS partnership is the single biggest investment in our defence capability in our history, representing a very big moment for our nation, our defence force and our economy. Can the Minister please outline to the Senate how the Albanese government is delivering on our AUKUS partnership?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Wong.
Senator Ciccone, the President's affirmation of AUKUS is a strong and welcome signal of the strength of our alliance with the United States, and the President couldn't have been clearer. It's full steam ahead for AUKUS. AUKUS will better enable Australia to contribute to the strategic balance of our region, to ensure that our region remains peaceful, stable and prosperous, and a region in which sovereignty is respected. That is in Australia's national interests, and that helps keep Australians safe. AUKUS is also a once-in-a-generation jobs and skills opportunity for Australia, particularly in my home state of South Australia, but across the country. We are partnering with higher education on STEM courses, and the Skills and Training Academy is being built and apprentices are being trained through TAFE SA, and 7,000 more Australians will work at the Osborne Naval Shipyard. This means highly skilled, well-paying, secure jobs in South Australia and across the country now and for the future. Jobs, only Labor delivers.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ciccone, second supplementary.
Thank you again. Given the complexities of the challenges the world faces, why is it so important that Australia speaks with one confident voice in international affairs? And what might prevent Australia from achieving important outcomes in our national interest?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, we will continue to advocate on this side of the chamber for Australia's interests, despite those opposite, the Liberals and the Nationals, being out of step again and again. And they are still trying. They are still trying to undermine our relationship with the United States. And I'd remind those opposite of just some of the commentary on their strategy from Mr Kelly in The Australian. This is a humiliation for the coalition. Nearly everything they said now looks misconceived or plain wrong. From James Massola in the Sydney Morning Herald, the opposition attack has come unstuck, and the sooner they realise it, the better for them. And even Senator Hume has called her leader's attacks churlish. Churlish. You know, it's pretty dire when a backbencher has to remind their leader of what the national interest looks like. It shows that those opposite aren't up to the job. You're focused on fighting amongst yourselves. We're focused on delivering for all Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Canavan. Order. Senator Ayres. Order. Order. Senator Mackenzie. Order. Just a moment, Senator Hume. Senator Canavan and Senator Mackenzie, you're not in a competition to see who can yell the loudest. This is question time. When I ask you to come to order, that is what I expect. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Last night on the 60 Minutes program, they exposed the continued allegations of corrupt and criminal behaviour of the CFMEU, over a year after the Albanese Labor government had begrudgingly placed the union into administration. To date, the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations has continued to stand by the CFMEU administrator. Does the Prime Minister continue to support the CFMEU administrator?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
Thanks, President. I missed a couple of parts of the question, but I would say first, Senator Hume, thank you for your intervention and looking to the national interest more recently in terms of the US visit. In relation to the CFMEU, I would make the point that the government has a long list, a long record of taking action on the CFMEU. As I said, obviously the Prime Minister led the expulsion of Mr Setka from the Labor Party. We passed the administration bill in 2024. We placed the Construction and General Division and its branches under administration for up to 5 years. We appointed Mr Irving Casey as an administrator who has taken a range of steps, including the removal or accepting the resignations of more than 60 staff, the development of a national code of conduct and statement of expectations, and policies related to enterprise agreements, gifts, organised crime and menacing behaviour, and, as I said, establishing several inquiries into state branches of the CFMEU. The scheme gives the administrator significant powers, and he and his team are working around the clock to stamp out corruption and clean up the union, including removing corrupt individuals. I think there was a reference to the Minister for Workplace Relations, who is doing a fantastic job. She has been part of, and I will also acknowledge the previous Minister, defending the High Court case taken by the CFMEU, which attempted to render our legislation invalid. The government, we have also seen the Administrator refer the AFP to set up Operation Rye to investigate criminality and corruption in the construction industry, and I can go on. So the point I make...
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Just on a point of direct relevance, Chair, the question was quite clearly, does the Minister continue to support the CFMEU Administrator? It's a simple yes or no.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. The Minister is being relevant. The question also referenced the 60 Minutes report as well. Minister, please continue.
Well, there was quite a lot, if I may say, in the question. And I would make the point that the Minister is the Minister responsible for the portfolio, and she is doing an excellent job, and she has expressed her views about the Administrator, and the government is very clear about the intention to continue.
Senator Hume, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, given the Administrator's repeated failures to detect wrongdoing before it's exposed by journalists, what possible justification could there be for the Prime Minister's ongoing confidence in him?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I disagree with the content of a great deal of that question, and I would make the point that there has been a lot of action taken, including by the Administrator, in relation to conduct with and the culture within the CFMEU. Has also been engagement from Minister Rishworth, and as I said, we have seen Operation Rye, where I understand the AFP Commissioner has made clear that work is being undertaken in that context by the appropriate enforcement authorities. These actions are being taken. We know there is a lot of work that needs to be done, but we are determined to ensure that there is the needed reform of this industrial entity.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Minister, the CFMEU Administration's Victorian head, Zack Smith, who met with John Setka reportedly and has had repeated contact with him over the past year, sits on the Labor Party's National Executive alongside the Prime Minister, alongside Senator Ayres, Senator Brown, Senator Ciccone, Senator Grogan, Mr Hill and Mr Ray. Just how intertwined, Minister, is the Australian Labor Party with the corrupt and criminal CFMEU?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
Well, this Labor government has taken stronger action in relation to the CFMEU than any former government. Exactly. So let's be really clear about that. No amount of you just yelling answer the question, Senator Mackenzie, makes anything you say true. Makes anything you say true. This doesn't make it untrue. Well, I suppose if that's your bar. We have taken stronger action than any previous government in relation to the CFMEU, and we have been clear about why we are doing this and I understand that those opposite cannot bear the fact that they were unable to do what we have done, which is to put this entity, this industrial entity, into administration and to enable an administrator half a decade to ensure that the culture is changed and that criminality and thuggery are stamped out.
Thank you. And Senator Mackenzie, once again, when I ask for order in the chamber, it includes you. Senator Waters.
Thank you, President. My question's for the Leader of the Government representing the Prime Minister. So far in this term of Parliament, the Prime Minister has delivered a climate target for Santos, Woodside and Glencore, a housing policy for the big four banks to drive up prices and profit off bigger debts from young Australians, and he's put forward environmental laws that Chevron and BP are thrilled about. When will the Prime Minister work on behalf of the Australian people rather than Australian boardrooms?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
The problem with that question is it's a question that's based on a few bumper stickers, and it's also a question that's based on untruths. It is not correct to say that our target is as you suggest. It is not correct to make the assertions you're making about different areas of policy. And I'd invite you, Senator, I don't know if you've actually engaged with any Pacific leaders or looked at the remarks of the President of Palau after we announced our policy. But I'd invite you to do that because, I know it doesn't line up with your narrative, but he had outlined his understanding of why this was an ambitious target. And the challenge is, Senator, twofold. The first challenge is the Greens political party's position is you can just make things real by saying them, not actually have to deliver it. And the second the second problem is you think that you don't understand government's actually trying to govern for the whole of the country, actually trying to govern for everybody. You think just because we don't agree with you, that is because somehow there's, we've been captured. Actually, it's just that we don't agree with you about what governing for the country means. This Prime Minister and this party and this government, we govern for the country.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. The Prime Minister has watered down climate ambition and now watered down superannuation tax reform. Will the Prime Minister again intervene to further water down environmental laws so that massive destructive corporations can just trash whatever part of the natural world that they want? Is any reform safe from his pandering to big corporate interests?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Well, that's a ridiculous question. I mean, I generally try to take, even if I don't agree, I try to treat questions with respect, but frankly, that is ridiculous. We are trying to get reform, and Senator Watt, Minister Watt has been, I think, in the media a fair amount talking about this. We want a reform that delivers both for the environment and the economy, because that's the obligation of a government. That's what we want. So I reject the assertions in your question. I reject also the assertion that somehow this is about whose team are you on. We're on the side, the team we're on is that of the Australian people, and that means we want legislation and environmental reforms which ensure we can deliver for both the environment and for the economy. That's what our government is pressing for, and we invite the crossbench and the coalition to do the same.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Australians have seen the Prime Minister wearing high-vis vests of Coles, of Rio Tinto, of coal company Synergy. Does the Prime Minister actually work directly for big corporations now?
Minister Wong.
Yeah. Would you rather not wear PPE?
Order.
No, Senator, the Prime Minister works for the people of Australia. people all over the country, including in Griffith, Brisbane and Melbourne. And he works to try and get the outcome that he believes is in the national interest. That's what he is focused on, that's what the Cabinet is focused on, that's what the caucus is focused on, that's what the government is focused on, and may I say it, I think that's what the Australian people are also focused on.
Senator Sterle.
Thank you, President. Now, my serious question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Resources, Senator Ayres. On the 20th of October in Washington, DC, the Prime Minister and the President of the United States signed the Critical Minerals Framework to deliver a secured supply chain for critical minerals and rare earths. The US and Australia also announced a combined $2 billion investment over the next 6 months in priority projects in Australia and the US. Why are secure supply chains for critical minerals important for Australia and our allies, Minister? And what are some of these priority projects that we will benefit?
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Minister Ayres.
Well, I thank Senator Sterle for that question. And this is very much, it's an Australian story, but it's very much a Western Australian story. His question is right. The critical minerals framework that the Prime Minister of Australia signed with the President of the United States in that meeting in the Cabinet room in the White House will support the development of critical minerals mining and production here in Australia, a diverse, resilient and secure supply chain that is in the interests of Australia and in the interests of our American partners. This is all about reducing market concentration in the global market for critical minerals and rare earths. These are not just any commodity. They are absolutely fundamental for the modern industrial and communications and defence technologies. Without secure supply chains for these materials, we don't have certainty about our access to vital defence and clean energy technologies and systems, or computational capability. All of these ingredients for the modern industrial and technology economy. And President, this applies equally for our partners. That's why our American partners signed the agreement. It will mobilise billions of dollars of financing in Australia and in the United States to drive project development, like the $200 million in concessional financing which will deliver the Alcoa Sojitz gallium recovery project in Wagerup, Western Australia. A trilateral project, Australia, Japan and the United States. Good regional blue-collar jobs delivered in Western Australia through this framework.
Senator Sterle, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Critical Minerals Framework covers value-adding refining and smelting of critical minerals and rare earths, as well as mining. Why are metals manufacturing jobs important for regional communities? And why is a healthy and diversified metals manufacturing sector important for the economy at large?
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Minister Ayres.
Well, President, the framework sees the critical minerals and rare earths will not just be mined here in Australia, but processed here in Australia. That means we capture more of the value of final product here and delivers far more jobs than just mining alone. In places like the Nyrstar Port Pirie antimony smelter, which the Albanese Labor government intervened to support just this August. Because we protected that lead smelting capacity, this asset, the new antimony asset, was available to bolster our contribution to the agreement with the United States. And President, metals processing jobs are good blue-collar jobs in regional industrial centres and outer suburbs. They are the jobs that families can build a life around, the kind of job that support entire communities, and they are jobs that are in the national interest and in the interest of our economic resilience.
Has expired. Senator Sterle, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Voters backed the Albanese Labor government's Future Made in Australia agenda at the election. The Critical Minerals Framework is part of the government delivering on its commitment. How will the Future Made in Australia agenda deliver good jobs?
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Minister Ayres.
Well, thanks, Senator Sterle, again for that second supplementary question. A Future Made in Australia is all about ensuring that Australia and Australians thrive in a changing and more challenging world, that our abundant minerals and renewable energy will be the foundation of future export industries, making a more resilient Australian economy to ensure ourselves against a changing geopolitical environment. And why do we need to do this? Well, the truth is that those opposite never reckoned with the changing global landscape when they are in government. And their response on these questions to the Future Made in Australia plan of the Albanese government is to bicker and undermine and argue rather than putting their shoulder behind the wheel of national interest.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for the Environment, not the Minister for Mining. Minister, will the government work to remove the carve-outs in the environment laws that allow native forest logging even when there are threatened species present?
Good question. Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister Watt.
Thank you. I appreciate the question from the Senator for Senator for South Australia. It's been at least a few months since you've brought some sort of species into this parliament as part of a stunt, so it can't be too far away. What I can commit to is that the Albanese government's Environment Protection Reform Bill, which we will be introducing to this parliament this fortnight, will deliver stronger protections for the environment and simpler processes for business. Now, I know it's a foreign concept for either the Greens or the Coalition to think that you can do both. We know that the Coalition live to deliver only to business at the expense of the environment, and we know that the Greens care about the environment and don't care about Australians getting the housing, the renewable energy projects and other economic projects that we need better approvals for. But the Albanese government is about delivering both. And one of the reasons we're about delivering both is that is exactly what Graham Samuel recommended in his review presented to the former Coalition government 5 years ago, where he said that we need to address both environmental protection and approvals processes. So I have said all the way through this process that this is a package deal. You don't get one without the other. You don't get gains for the environment without gains for business, and you don't get gains for business without the environment. And it is possible to do that. I know it suits the Greens political party's political ends to treat this as a binary issue where you can only choose between the environment or homes. You can choose between the environment or renewable energy. You can choose between the environment or jobs. That's what the Greens want you to say, want you to think. But we've broken through that nonsense binary argument when it comes to climate change by recognising that you can take action on climate change while protecting jobs. And similarly, these laws will demonstrate that you can take action on the environment to protect it while supporting jobs and business outcomes as well.
Minister. Senator Hanson-Young, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. My supplementary question, after listening to your answer, Minister, is will you work to stop the perverse outcome that your new laws, rather than protecting the climate, will in fact fast-track fossil fuels?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator, for the follow-up question. Of course, as Senator Wong has just mentioned, what we've said all along, give you the credit, what we've always said is that we are willing to pass these reforms with the support of either the Coalition or the Greens. So we are confident that we can get laws through this chamber with the support of either the Coalition or the Greens that actually do deliver those benefits to the environment and business that we are seeking to achieve. Now, I've seen some of the comments from Senator Hanson-Young and the Greens claiming that the bill that we're introducing will make the environment worse. They clearly haven't looked at the bill, because what this bill will do is for the first time create a national environment protection agency with real teeth to crack down on those who are doing the wrong thing. Sounds better for the environment to me. It will deliver new national environmental standards that our country has never had before. It will strengthen the penalties that are dished out to wrongdoers. How can that be against the environment's interest? You people are just interested in stunts.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Hanson-Young, second supplementary.
President, through you, isn't it time you recognised that the coalition is not interested at all in protecting the environment. They're hopelessly divided. They're led by a right-wing rump that are allergic to the word environment. If you want a deal for nature, you do it with the Greens, mate.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister Watt.
First time for everything. Well, mate, and I do like Senator Hanson-Young. I consider her a bit of a mate despite our political differences. So, mate, well, Senator Hanson-Young has just set out why the government shouldn't pass these reforms with the coalition. Well, I would put to Senator Hanson-Young and the Greens that there's an easy way to make sure that we don't pass these reforms with the coalition, and that's to have the Greens party work with the government to deliver environmental reforms that deliver a gain for the environment, for business, for housing, for renewable energy. There's an easy way through that. Come and support us to pass these reforms, and that's what we will get. Or do you want to go back to some of the great moments in Greens political party history? Blocking housing, blocking housing, blocking housing. That worked out well, didn't it? It stopped housing being built and it cost you seats like Brisbane, Griffith and Melbourne. Or should we go further back to the CPRS, the Carbon Pollution Reduction Scheme, where you joined up with the coalition to block reform as well? If that's what you want to
thank
do,
you, Minister.
that's up to you.
The time for answering has expired. Senator McDonald.
My question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Wong. With reference to the critical minerals agreement signed between the United States and Australia, did any representatives of the US government express concerns with Australia's lengthy approvals process or advocate for a streamlining of our approvals process?
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I hope that you would be supportive of the critical minerals announcement that has been made. And I hope also that sensible people in your party room will be arguing not for a position which is about political conflict or internal division, but a position which is good for the country. And the reality is we do need serious and urgent reform to this Act. We know that because the Samuel review, which Ms Lee Commission told us this 5 years ago. We do know that approvals, there are too many issues and too much duplication with the approval process. What we want is a reform that will deliver both stronger environmental protection and restoration and more efficient and robust project assessment.
Senator McDonald.
Could I draw the Minister back to the question about whether or not any representatives of the US government raised concerns?
I believe the Minister is being relevant to the question as Senator McDonald, but I'll listen carefully. Minister Wong.
Senator, I'll be really clear with you. I don't go into discussions with other governments because the opposition decides that it wants to play. No, it's not at all. Wants to play a bit of politics with the US relationship. Still, I would have thought you might have learnt from this last couple of weeks and you might just do the right thing and back in the deal. What I was going to say is you would be aware that we have been engaging on the critical minerals discussion for some time. You might recall that this was part of our election campaign. You might recall, as I mentioned in my Dixer, that this was an initiative discussed at the second Quad meeting. So we have had long, detailed engagements with the United States and we have an agreement that is a good agreement, and my suggestion to you is you might want to back it in.
Minister Wong. Senator Ruston? I think the Minister's finished. Senator McDonald, first supplementary.
Staying with this question around the representatives of the US government, I'm asking if any expressed concerns with the increasing frequency of activist lawfare in delaying resources projects and the impacts on critical minerals projects.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Minister Wong.
Senator, you know, one of the rules of politics is you try not to play the US relationship into your domestic politics. Seriously. And you really should be doing that. You really should be following that.
Have you been following
because the US relationship matters more than some domestic politics about environmental reform. Now, through the chair, if those opposite are a serious
Minister
party...
Wong, please resume your seat. Order. 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 I have Senator Ruston on her feet, and I've called for order 3 times. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Chair. On direct relevance and the answers to both the last question and this question, the senator only asked a very specific and narrow question around whether an issue was raised. The leader seems to think that it is much more interesting to
Senator
have a
Ruston,
political
it doesn't
debate.
need commentary. The
Maybe you should
minister
ask her to
is
return to the
being
question.
relevant to the question. Minister Wong, please continue.
Thank you. And the reason for that is the US relationship. I know you don't support the alliance, the Greens political party, but the reason for that is the alliance between the United States and Australia is critical to our national security. It's critical to our national security. So we have differences and we manage them.
Order.
We have agreement and we further that. But what we don't do is what you continue to do, which is to try and play some domestic politics when we
Order
see an
across
agreement
the
that is good for the
chamber.
country, that is in the spirit of the alliance, and it's about time you backed it in.
Order. Senator Shoebridge. Senator Shoebridge, which part of me calling order doesn't apply to you? You are incredibly disrespectful, as were you, Senator Henderson, after I called for order at least 4 times. Senator McDonald, second supplementary.
Minister, can the government guarantee that taxpayers' funds will not be used or channelled through environmental activist groups to delay, to obstruct or prevent approvals for new critical minerals projects that underpin the new agreement with the United States?
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Minister Wong.
Pass the bill. Yeah. How about you pass the bill? I mean, there's a lot of complaining over there. This is a bill that needs to be passed. If you have problems with the current environmental legislation, Senator, I'm not surprised you get to your feet. It's a bit embarrassing,
Minister
isn't it?
Wong, please resume your seat. Order. Order. Senator Mackenzie, I called you to order on several occasions and you simply ignored me. That is disrespectful. Senator McDonald.
On relevance, I asked about taxpayers' funds, not about environmental approvals.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. The minister is being relevant to your question. Senator Watt. Senator Watt, this is not your question. Minister Wong. Order. Minister Wong, I've called. Have you finished your question? Have you finished your question?
Sorry, Chair. President. Senator, I've seen comments by a number of commentators, also by the BCA, talking about your position on the bill, and I'd invite you to consider those. I'd invite you to consider ensuring that you engage properly and responsibly with this legislation, because this legislation, this Act is in need of reform. A number of the things you are critical of are precisely the sorts of issues that the minister is seeking to address. So perhaps instead of trying to play a bit of politics around this and the critical minerals agreement with the US administration, you pass the legislation.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to Senator Ayres, representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Mr Bowen. Minister, is coal-powered electricity generation intermittent energy or baseload generation?
Senator Ayres.
Well, here I am. Senator Roberts' question really does, bell the cat in terms of where One Nation and their almost coalition partners over here in the National and Liberal parties really are on some of these climate and energy questions. I think if I go directly to Senator Roberts's reference to the unreliability of our current ageing coal-fired power fleet, that is, as I cursorily read the newspaper, I think that is what Minister Bowen was referring to, because what is going on every single day is that there is an unplanned outage of one or more of these facilities. And that redundancy, unplanned redundancy, causes additional cost, puts pressure on industry, and it reminds Australians that under the previous government, all of that uncertainty, all of that policy failure, where I think I'll come back and let you know, Senator Roberts, if I get this wrong, but I think it was 24 out of 28, I think, coal-fired power stations announced their closure. And what did we have from the Liberals and Nationals? Sort of relitigating the same old nonsense that held Australia back, with a $600 billion nuclear power plan, and Mr Littleproud saying we should sweat these assets. I mean, the only way, if you went to some of these power stations in New South Wales, the only people that would say you would sweat that asset is somebody who'd never been to one.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Coal power is baseload generation. It's designed to run continuously, and when operated continuously, electricity generation from coal is reliable and affordable. It only becomes intermittent and expensive when the generator is deliberately turned on and off all the time to give preference to what is really intermittent power, solar and wind. Minister, why is the government's energy policy set to deliberately destroying baseload power, coal?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Ayres.
Well, I suppose there's a number of responses, Senator Roberts. The first is coal-fired power stations fail when there is a breakdown or there is planned maintenance. Now, when there's planned maintenance, that's a good thing because you're improving the capability of the asset. When an asset like that has gone on for so long that it can't continue to function reliably, it can't continue. Oh, koala canavan over here.
Senator Ayres, withdraw that remark.
I withdraw. But Senator, that is the problem. So we are moving to modernise the electricity system to deliver the lowest cost, most reliable approach, the Australian approach, and we won't be deterred by imported ideas about political memes and weird ideologies about the future of our electricity system.
Minister Ayres. Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you. According to the Australian Energy Regulator, for the fourth quarter of 2024, saw the second highest number of extreme electricity price events ever, with prices exceeding $5,000 per megawatt hour. 5,000. This happens when baseload power generation is not in the mix. Instead, when run continuously, coal can provide electricity at just $50 per megawatt hour. Minister, will you give Australians suffering from record-high electricity prices a break and run our coal generators properly?
The time for asking your question has expired. Minister Ayres.
Well, what this government will do is continue to modernise our electricity system in the interests of industry, in the interests of households, in the interests of future industry. Because what we require in this country is additionality, more generation capacity, more transmission capability, and the Coalition and One Nation, who campaign against energy generation capability around Australia, wandering around, whether it's about koalas or complaining somehow that offshore wind projects will be bad for whales. I mean, these whales who go up and down the eastern Australian coast dodging container ships and bulk carriers are somehow going to door themselves on a stationary offshore wind tower. It is too silly for words. It's too silly for words, sillier than a 2-bob watch, and it's imported weird ideology coming from overseas that's been used to try and stop progress right here in Australia.
I was advised earlier that Senator Babet has given his question to One Nation, so I call Senator Whitten.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Finance, Minister Gallagher. Does the Australian government have the right or the authority to dictate where superannuation funds invest hard-working Australian super?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Whitten for the question. The superannuation funds are regulated by the Superannuation Industry Act and other pieces of legislation. That is the Parliament's, or the position the Parliament has taken around the roles and responsibilities of superannuation funds. They are governed by those laws. They have responsibilities as outlined under those pieces of legislation. They have responsibilities to their members and to ensure the members' interests are put first and foremost. But as to individual decisions that are taken by the funds about where they invest, those are taken by the Board of Directors, usually, of each individual superannuation fund.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whitten, first supplementary.
Thank you. That sounded like a no. The White House has published on its website that, quote, Australian superannuation funds will increase investments in the United States to $1.44 trillion by 2035. That's US dollars. To me, that sounds like a very definitive statement. Superannuation is not the government's money to use. It belongs to the Australian people and should be invested only for the benefit of its members. Why is the government using the Australian people's super as a political football?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I don't accept the question and the imputation in that question as outlined by Senator Whitten. I mean, superannuation funds have accumulated significant amounts of capital, and it is appropriate that those funds make decisions in their members' interests about where those investments are. They're in a range of investments. I think if you look at any superannuation funds, information that they provide readily to members, you'll see that there are typically, in fact almost always, investments made overseas. We do believe that superannuation investments in the US will continue to grow, and that is a good thing. It's a good thing for the members whose funds are being invested ultimately for their retirement income, and we've seen the success of the superannuation industry, in particular in the returns that they've been providing each year, which is a huge benefit to the Australian people.
Senator Whitten, second supplementary.
The ambassador to the US, Kevin 07 himself, tweeted, Australian super funds are supercharging economic growth in the United States. What about Australia's economic growth? Labor is setting a very dangerous precedent. The superannuation pot has become too fat and juicy, it seems. After the Treasurer backflipped on the unrealised capital gains tax, you started using super for political leverage. Will Labor commit to leaving hard-working Australians' superannuation alone?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, the Labor Party is the party that established compulsory superannuation. We're the party that continues to back compulsory super, and we do it for a number of reasons, and most particularly that the Australian citizens have access to funds that allow them to live a dignified retirement. That is the purpose of superannuation. That is the one we support and we continue to support. And where we can strengthen it, we do, like raising it to 12%, for example, like putting the listo back on so that lower income workers have the same or similar tax benefits from superannuation as they're provided through the income scale, paying super on PPL so that women don't miss out on superannuation payments when they make those critical years of out of the workforce, often caring for children. That is the position of federal Labor, and we will continue to invest in super and in the superannuation benefits for the Australian people.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Nice to see you as well. Late on Friday, the Chair of Housing Australia announced her sudden resignation. This comes 2 weeks after the Treasury admitted to the existence of a secret $24,000 report, paid for by taxpayers, which looked into the governance failures at Housing Australia. When will the government release this report?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Senator, thank you for the question. I understand that you asked this at Senate estimates, and I'm also advised that Treasury took on notice what they could provide, and so I'd refer you to that process. But obviously we are pleased that we are able to continue to deliver social and affordable housing. I would make this point that we have some 55,000 social and affordable homes we are seeking to deliver. 5,000 have been completed through Commonwealth programs and 25,000 are in construction or planning.
I think the minister's finished her question. I'll invite you to ask your your first supplementary.
Okay, right, it wasn't a very long answer. The Treasury, thank you very much, President. The Treasury admitted the government requested this secret investigation at Housing Australia. It was commissioned by the former Minister for Housing at the end of 2023. Minister, why did the government think the governance was so bad at Housing Australia it needed an independent report?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Well, I'd refer you to the Treasury evidence on that, Senator, which, as I understand, was the government did determine that there should be an independent investigation, that there was no breach of the Code of Conduct. We know that Housing Australia is performing an important role in delivering homes for Australians, and we will continue to get on with the job of doing that.
Senator Bragg, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. After wasting $10 billion on this housing fund, will the government fix this structure, or will we see just another Labor Party mate appointed into this position to run this scheme?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Well, there's so much in that I want to respond to. The first is, you see, this is when you say what you really think, and but which you didn't say for a few weeks there, Senator Bragg, which is that you just think this is all a waste, because actually you don't want government involved in increasing housing supply. Yep. And you know how we know that? You just don't want Australians who are struggling to have homes that are supported in their construction by the Government of Australia. Well, we fundamentally disagree. This is not a waste. That's what you described it as, a waste. Well, I don't think it's a waste to deliver 55,000 houses, social and affordable houses in this country. We don't think that's a waste. And I know you have an ideological position where you think housing should be the preserve of those who can afford it. Well, we think more Australians should be entitled to the dream of home ownership.
Thank you, Minister.
And we are determined to invest in social and...
Senator Grogan. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Women, Senator Gallagher. During the election campaign, the Albanese Labor government announced the landmark Women's Health Package, investing almost $800 million in funding to deliver better health care for Australian women and girls. One of the key areas identified in the Women's Health Strategy was making sure that women have a genuine choice when it comes to their reproductive health. Choices that are not limited by access or cost. How is the government supporting more choice, lower cost and better health for Australian women, particularly in relation to their reproductive health?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President, and I thank Senator Grogan for this question and for her advocacy for women in Australia, and particularly in relation to our Labor's very strong women's health package that we took to the last election. It is really important that women's health needs are addressed. Sadly, this has been an area that has not been addressed in a timely fashion, and when we came to government, a lot of work was done under the former Assistant Minister, Minister Carney, who, through the Women's Health Council and other consultations, to go and really identify those areas where we needed to improve in the offering of not only MBS items but also PBS items. And it was very clear from that work that it had been too long for affordable contraception improvements to be listed on the PBS. It's hard to get your head around the fact that the modern contraceptive pill hadn't been listed. A new modern contraceptive pill, oral contraceptive, hadn't been put on the PBS for 30 years. 30 years. and that women were paying out of their own pockets for access to these improvements in contraceptive medications. Well, we are changing that. And again, we've got a new listing that's just been provided, but from the 1st of November, again, really important changes that are being put in place to make sure that women not only have more choice, they're lower costs and better support. So even on areas like long-term contraceptives, so IUDs and other birth control implants, that Medicare payments are recognising those, that we're looking at ways to invest in staff to ensure better training so that we're getting women using those types of contraception at levels that we see in other countries. Again, this hasn't been the case because women's health under the former government was not addressed as it should have been, with improvements to MBS or PBS.
Senator Grogan, first supplementary.
Thank you, and thanks to the Minister for that response. For too long, as you've referenced, women have had to navigate unnecessary barriers to the care that they need. How are the changes being made by the Albanese Labor government making sure that women have genuine choice when it comes to their reproductive health, and choice that specifically is not limited by cost or access?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, and I thank Senator Grogan for the supplementary. So as we are rolling out our commitment that we took to the last election, so as Senator Grogan said, around more choice, so the first PBS listings for new contraceptive pills in more than 30 years with Yasmin, Slinda, which is already saving 150,000 women hundreds of dollars. More choice, lower costs, better access to long-term contraceptives with larger Medicare payments, more bulk billing for IUD and birth control implants, saving around 300,000 women a year, up to $400 in out-of-pocket costs. There's also more support, Medicare support for women experiencing menopause after that important inquiry that Senator Smith held in the last Parliament, with new Medicare rebate for menopause health assessments, funding to train health professionals, and the first ever clinical guidelines and a national awareness campaign. Also now listing new menopausal hormone therapies, again for the first time in over 20 years.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Grogan, second supplementary.
Thank you. Can the Minister outline for us, we know that health professionals play a really important part in supporting women's health. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support health professionals so that they can in turn support women to have greater contraceptive choice?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President, and Senator Grogan for the supplementary. Well, we need to invest in health professionals, make sure that they have the training that they need to be able to provide accurate or appropriate advice to women and offer women the choices that these new listings offer. Including the first ever clinical guidelines, as I said before, which again is there to support the health workforce. We know that for long-acting contraceptives, the levels of the Australian women use those contraceptives is much lower than in like economies and countries, and we need to understand that a bit more. But part of that is making sure that we're training the health workforce, making sure that the Medicare items that support those consultations are funded appropriately, and making sure that health professionals have all the guidelines and guidance that they need to be able to provide those choices to women.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to a motion...
Senator Ruston, I'm not quite sure your mic is on. Maybe move a bit closer with the advice, so just begin again.
That's exactly right. I seek leave to move a motion relating to a motion censuring Senator Thorpe as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Ruston.
Chair, I move that the Senate censures Senator Thorpe for her use of inflammatory language in which she said at a public rally in Melbourne on Sunday the 12th of October 2025, "If I have to burn down Parliament House to make a point, I am not here to make friends." B, further notes that the Australian Federal Police has commenced inquiries into whether these comments have breached Commonwealth law. Notes that all Australians have the right to a safe and supportive workplace, including those who work in Parliament House. affirms that if Parliament is to be a safe place for all who work and visit here, there can be no tolerance for violence, inciting racism or discrimination in the course of parliamentarians' public debate, reaffirms that all parliamentarians have a role to play in upholding appropriate standards of behaviour in the Parliament, and calls on senators to engage in debates and commentary respectfully and to refrain from inflammatory and divisive comments both inside and outside the chamber at all times. So, in raising or putting this motion to the Senate, we're not moving this motion in any way to suggest that, that senators should not be able to express their views. But because the inflammatory nature of the words that we used in the public comments made by Senator Thorpe detract from our requirement as politicians, as those people that Australia looks to set an example for how we behave and we expect them to behave, that there is no place for the kinds of comments that Senator Thorpe has made. And we thank the government for allowing us to move this motion, and we hope that the government will be in a position to support this censure, because if the government does not support this censure, they are ignoring the seriousness of these comments. Previously, those opposite have been quick to come into this place and move censure motions. I mean, an example of that was last year when they moved a censure on Senator Bappett for his very insulting and derogatory terms and public statements. And we supported the government at that time when it came to moving that censure motion, because we believe that those sorts of comments have no place at all in proper, orderly civil conduct and debate. We have a job in this place to uphold the highest standards, and quite frankly, the comments that were made by Senator Thorpe are not upholding those standards. They are unacceptable. So we call on the government, we call on everybody in this chamber to support us in saying to Senator Thorpe, it is not a reasonable thing for you to make these comments in public. And we'd say to the government, be consistent in your approach to comments that are made outside this chamber that are inflammatory in the way that the comments of Senator Thorpe were. And I would point actually to comments that Senator Wong herself made on the 18th of November last year, when she said that censures of this nature, and I quote, is about the protection of the institution. It is about us as a collective protecting this institution. So I would say that the comments made by Senator Thorpe are actually in direct contrast to the protection of this institution, and I think if they're serious enough to warrant an investigation by the AFP, they're serious enough for us to draw the attention in this chamber that we believe that the comments made by Senator Thorpe were unacceptable. Quite frankly, Senator Thorpe just went too far. It's really quite simple. Senators should not, in any forum, be threatening to burn down Parliament House. They should not be threatening to burn down anybody's workplace. Australians rightly expect that their Senate, their representatives, are careful with their public commentary. Nothing could be less careful than the comments that came out of the mouth of Senator Thorpe. And it's this kind of language that calls on violence and puts the safety of all those who work in this place at risk is completely unacceptable, and quite frankly, it's un-Australian. So it's our duty, it is our duty as the leaders in this place, with almost 4,000 staff in this building, who work in this building every single day, from the staff in the Parliament House who do such a fantastic job, the clerks, the researchers, the IT professionals, the people who clean our building, who tend our garden, to the caterers, as well as all the staff that support us in everything we do. They have a right to feel safe in their workplace. They have a right for one of us not to be threatening to take violent action in this place. Now, we know this workplace has been under threat before. I mean, we've had serious upgrades to our security in this place because we have had threats of violence. The fact that the AFP thought the threat that was made by Senator Thorpe was significant enough to warrant an investigation is one very, very good reason why we in this place should be taking it as seriously as we do. So I would say to everybody in this place, we must be consistent with our standards. We must be consistent how we approach these things. We have censured people before because of the kind of inflammatory remarks that they have made. These are inflammatory remarks by Senator Thorpe. They quite frankly are completely unacceptable. To threaten the workplace of any Australian is unacceptable, and it's equally unacceptable that we should be threatening a workplace in Parliament House. Senator Thorpe herself has brought shame upon herself. She must be held to account, and I hope this chamber will do that.
I will go across the chamber, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Faruqi.
You, Acting Deputy President. Wow, just wow. We must be living in a parallel universe here, honestly. You would have thought that many of the coalition MPs and senators and Labour MPs and senators, you would have thought that they would perhaps understand the meaning of burning down the House, given that many of you white people in here claim English as your first language, that you would actually know what this means, or maybe some of you have heard the Talking Heads song Burning Down the House in the 80s, which is about liberation, it is about freedom, it is about breaking free. But no, for heaven's sake, this is a metaphor. It is a metaphor. Is it a figure of speech?
Order. Senator Faruqi. Senator Faruqi. Order. Senator Ruston was heard in silence. Senator Faruqi, you have the call.
Like I said, for heaven's sakes, it's a figure of speech. It is a metaphor. But no, it didn't take 2 seconds. It did not take 2 seconds for Labour and coalition senators and MPs to start a pile-on on Senator Thorpe.
Senator Mackenzie, order.
Senator Thorpe spoke truth to power about the genocide of First Nations people. This is how you treat people of colour. So I'm not surprised at all that you're ranting back at me. Senator Thorpe spoke truth to power when she spoke about the genocide of First Nations people in this country and the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. And you all can't bear to hear the truth. And of course, one of the first acts of this colony's NSI teams is to target, not neo-Nazis. Don't target neo-Nazis once you set up this team, but target a black senator. That is absolutely disgraceful and shameful. Your actions and your condemnations are strong for people who want to hold Israel to account for their genocide, who want to hold people in this country to account for the genocide of First Nations people, but you are silent. You are silent about holding the perpetrators of Israel's genocide to account. You are completely silent, or even worse, frankly, you support it. You support that genocide, and
Senator Faruqi,
and you shield Israel.
Senator Faruqi, that is unparliamentary. I would ask you to withdraw.
Sorry, could I ask, Chair, which bit is unparliamentary?
Senator Faruqi, I've asked you to withdraw. You made a direct reflection on members of this chamber.
Yes. Okay, I withdraw. But the government and the coalition have supported a genocide, and the government and coalition have shielded Israel and provided cover to Israel for that genocide.
Resume your seat. Senator Mackenzie, I'm happy to deal with this, but if you wish...
I am sick and tired of being called a supporter of genocide because I'm a Zionist.
Senator McKim.
Thank you. Just on the point of order, firstly, Senator Faruqi did not mention Senator Mackenzie in her contribution. So Senator Mackenzie's personal views are not relevant to this point of order. Secondly, President, on the point of order, it is actually a matter of record, of voting record in this chamber, where allusions to the word genocide have been removed out of motions and amendments proposed by the Australian Greens. I submit to you that Senator Faruqi's comment is not contradictory to the standing orders.
Senator McKim, I believe that Senator Faruqi's comment is unparliamentary. It does not assist in this debate, and I ask Senator Faruqi to withdraw unconditionally.
I have withdrawn it. But I just want to end by saying that it is absolutely disgraceful and absolutely shameful for you to try and censure Senator Thorpe for telling the truth about the genocide. You should all hang your heads in shame.
Senator McKenzie.
Listening to that contribution by the Australian Greens that suggests that this chamber would choose to censure somebody because of their skin colour shows absolutely how disgraceful the Australian Greens are. This chamber, despite its broad diversity of political views, only censures senators when it believes, despite our differences, when it believes a senator has brought this chamber and this parliament into disrepute. And it is not a decision this chamber takes lightly, and nor should it be a decision that this chamber today takes lightly. But the fact that Senator Thorpe last month stood up in the public arena at a pro-Palestinian rally in Melbourne and said, "Burn down Parliament House." Burn down Parliament House. And that ain't no song lyric that I've ever heard. So for the Greens to try and cover up the fact that Senator Thorpe was being very clear to the people she was speaking to, because this is on form for Senator Thorpe. She is a senator who does not believe in this institution. She's made that very, very clear through her entire career. So you can cover for her, but the fact that Senator Thorpe is a part of our Senate and has been sworn in, and I'll get to that later in my contribution, but has been elected by the people of her state as a Green. She's since chosen to be independent, has been sworn in as a senator and should be subject to the governing rules of this parliament, as we all are. Because otherwise, we may as well pack up, go home and be the anarchy that the Greens political party wanted us to be. If Senator Thorpe wants to burn Parliament House down, I believe she is very much a modern-day Guy Fawkes. She's not coming in with a bunch of fireworks and, you know, some explosives to do the job in a physical way, but every single day, just like the Australian Greens she was a part of, seeks to blow up the very democracy that we all come here to participate in.
Order. 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 Senator McKim.
Ruling on unparliamentary behaviour, Deputy President. Senator McKenzie, I listened very carefully, has just accused the Australian Greens of wanting to, quote, blow up democracy, end quote. On the basis of your previous ruling, I ask you to require Senator McKenzie to withdraw that.
Senator McKim, that was not my previous ruling, and I think you know procedure well enough to know that that was not my previous ruling. No, it wasn't, Senator McKim, and we're not having a debate across the chamber. Senator McKenzie.
In an effort to assist the chamber, I do withdraw.
Order, Senator Faruqi.
And I confine my comments completely to Senator Thorpe's wanting to blow up democracy. She absolutely wants to destroy the foundation and the freedoms.
Order. Order.
I did withdraw, Nick.
Is this on a separate point of order, Senator
Point of order. I acknowledge Senator McKenzie has withdrawn her imputation on the Australian Greens, but she's just made the very same imputation on Senator Thorpe. And if it's good enough for her to withdraw it in regards to the Australian Greens, I'm going to stand up for Senator Thorpe, who's not in the chamber to stand up for herself, and ask that she withdraw that comment in regards to Senator Thorpe as well.
Given this is a discussion on the words that Senator Thorpe said, and she did in fact use words very similar to that, I'm not sure that I can call it a direct imputation. I will take advice. but I don't see how I can call that an imputation. I will give the call back to Senator Mackenzie and I will take advice.
Thank you. Well, no one thinks or alleges that Senator Thorpe was going to walk in with some firelighters and matches and attempt to physically burn this building down. But we're talking about incitement. Let's look at the context in which this senator was making these comments. Feeding on social media aggrieved people who were given just one side of the Gaza War's petition, feeding that hate, feeding that anger, fuelling division in our community. And it's in the context when we've seen globally democracies, parliaments under attack. On January the 6th in 2021, an attack on the Capitol building saw thousands of supporters of the defeated President Trump storm the Congress. There were exactly. So
order. Senator
there
Mackenzie.
were 5 deaths
Senator
and
Mackenzie.
1,200 people
Senator
charged.
Mackenzie. We started very well. Senator Ruston was heard in silence. Let's try to get back there. Senator Mackenzie.
There were 5 deaths and 1,200 people charged. Similar attacks have occurred in Brazil in 2023, when 2,000 people were detained, in Germany in 2020 and in South Korea in 2019 and again in 2024. So to think that buildings like this and the business we conduct in chambers like this can never be incited or be subject to violence is being naive or deliberately seeking to diffuse the actual conversation. So when Senator Thorpe says that, in that context and in the global context, as I say, I don't think any of us in this place should take what we do here for granted, and the fact that we can always be able to debate difficult topics on behalf of the really diverse group of people that send us here for granted. And to try and make it about race is absolutely abhorrent and absolutely ignores what my contribution is trying to be, because I vehemently argue with most of you most of the time. Agree. But the reality is what Senator Thorpe said in that context, in the moment, but also in the global situation of where liberal democracy is under threat and can be physically damaged, is real. And the fact that it has been referred to the AFP and they've sent it off to their national security investigation team, I think highlights the significant concerns that they have as an agency that is tasked with keeping as many of us safe when we're faced with death threats from the work we do here in this place. So fuelling political grievance to create mob violence is not hard. It has a tried and true methodology by student organisations at many of our universities and around the globe. But it is our job as leaders and all of this in this place to solve our problems and our grievances democratically through the processes in this chamber, where we can debate difference under the standing orders and the guidance of whoever's in the chair, willingly and robustly and aggressively, but without violence. So Senator Thorpe's comments should be censored by this chamber. This follows on her multiple incidents of the modified oath, her consistent defiance towards authority and the very legitimacy of the Australian Parliament and our Constitution. These aren't just floppy documents that on a cold night you can use to start a fire. They are very much the foundational principal documents that set our country up to be envied around the world when it comes to equality, egalitarianism and freedom and democracy. And every time a senator in this place chooses to denigrate, disparage and destroy those very foundations, we are weaker as a whole because of it. And this senator has done this continually. When she said, for instance, that the Crown had actually dispossessed and caused genocide in her earlier comments. And she was rightfully censured at that point for conduct described as disrespectful and disruptive. So rather than censure Senator Thorpe, as they did last time she did this and attacked our institutions, the Labor Party is taking the weak step to talk about safe workplaces, when everyone knows that this wasn't a misplaced song lyric. This was a statement said to undermine our democracy and to incite a mob to view this place as something to try and destroy. She should be censured. She should be censured. And the Labor Party is weak for not supporting our motion. And I hope that this debate will convince them of to vote otherwise. And just for the benefit of the Australian Greens, to just assure them that it isn't about race, let's go through some examples of senators who have been censured. George Brandis, Attorney General, was censured over his treatment of AHRC President Gillian Triggs. I hope the Greens note that he is not a senator of colour. David Leyonhjelm was censured in 2018 over sexist slurs, rightfully censured over sexist slurs to Senator Hanson-Young. Again. Fraser Anning, again, rightfully censured over comments blaming Muslim immigration for the Christchurch attacks. Senator Hanson has been censured for telling Senator Faruqi to piss off back to Pakistan. So far, I've only seen white people censured, actually. No, this is from the Parliamentary Library. This is from the Parliamentary Library.
Order.
This is actually from the Parliamentary Library. Senator Thorpe has previously been censured in 2024, 46-12, for her outburst at King Charles III during a parliamentary reception in the Great Hall. Senator Babette has also been censured over offensive online comments. Scott Morrison was censured in 2022 for secretly appointing himself to multiple ministries. So for the Greens to come in here and somehow actually attack this chamber for being racist in the censure motion, the facts actually tell another story. They don't like the facts, but the facts make it clear that the Senate takes the censure motion seriously, and that irrespective of which party you come from, if you denigrate our democracy, you denigrate this chamber and this parliament, then you rightfully should be censured by this chamber. I argue, and the coalition strongly argues, that Senator Thorpe did denigrate this chamber by inciting violence and degradation by calling on Parliament House to be burnt down. And she's got form with this behaviour. I commend the coalition's motion to the Senate that we uphold our chamber and censure this senator.
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy President. And the government have made clear to Senator Thorpe that her comments were incredibly inappropriate. We do not support them, and whether she intended them as a threat or not, she should have considered the impact her words would have on those who work in the building, and that's not those of us fortunate enough to be elected representatives, but the hundreds of people who actually make this chamber and this parliament work. I note earlier today we lodged a motion in relation to this matter. Those terms were circulated and would have been voted on tomorrow, and I do note that this opposition motion has incorporated those in C to F. So we will be supporting C to F of the motion, but we won't be supporting A and B. Censure motions in this place are usually limited to conduct of parliamentary matters relating to ministerial responsibility. There are occasions where both in government and opposition we have supported censure motions relation to actions or comments made by senators outside this place. This includes public comments made by Senators Anning and Babette. This was the right thing to do, and it is important that the Senate took a unified approach to condemning those hateful and harmful comments which sought to cause unacceptable harm to the community. But we do not think that a censure can be the default response, particularly in reference to social media and other public commentary. Each of us in this chamber needs to take responsibility for our words and the impact of our words. All Australians have the right to be safe at work, whether it's working in retail, hospitality or hospitals, or whether they're our parliamentary staff, our chamber staff or senators in this place. And it is incumbent on all of us to lift the standards of behaviour in this place and ensure that we are not using our platforms as senators to make others feel unsafe. Too frequently, debate in this place has descended into hateful and personal attacks, and far too regular, inappropriate, sometimes abusive comments have been made towards other senators. This behaviour would not be accepted in any other workplace, and it is not acceptable here. It falls short of the standards we have as a collective responsibility to uphold, and it makes people feel unsafe in their place of work. I remind all senators that we share this workplace with our parliamentary staff and chamber staff. The way we conduct ourselves in this place has an impact on them. We also must be conscious of the example that we set to visitors in this building and the chamber, including school groups. It is incumbent on all of us to ensure our words and actions, whether in this place or in public debate, are fostering a safe and inclusive parliament for those who work and visit here, and I move that the question be put.
Question is the question now be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. So I will put the question. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Ruston. Oh, sorry, Minister.
I ask that the question be put separately with paragraphs A and B put together, then paragraphs C through F.
Very well. I shall move the motion from Senator Ruston. I will move firstly paragraphs A and B. The question is that the motion, parts A and B, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. No. Ayes have it. Ring the bells. Division required. Ring the bells.
Lock the doors. Just remind the Senate that Senator Chisholm has asked that the motion be split. So currently we are dealing with parts A and B. So the question is that parts A and B be agreed to. The ayes shall move. Order. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and just Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with parts C, D, E and F of Senator Ruston's motion. So the question is that C, D, E and F be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. That resolves that debate, and I believe we're at taking note. Oh, hello. Thanks.
I'll ask senators to leave the chamber quietly, please. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator O'Sullivan.
Mr. President, I move to take note of all the answers given to coalition senators today, and I want to focus in particular on one issue that is particularly pertinent to my home state of Western Australia. And that was the very good questions that were asked by Senator McDonald. Sorry, had a brain a little tired with that 3-hour time zone difference from WA. Very good questions about critical minerals, and this is, of course, an important opportunity for my home state of Western Australia, because we, of course, have significant opportunities in developing critical minerals industry in WA, and the opportunity that provides not only to the economy, the people of Western Australia, the enormous jobs that are there, but of course the strategic advantage that this would bring to our whole country, and indeed with our allies, the United States. This is an important issue, and one issue that needs to be explored in full. It was terrific to see the agreement with the United States. It's something that the coalition does fully support, and I stand as someone proud of that. But there are some serious questions in relation to how the government intends to be able to deliver on this important arrangement. We know that critical minerals are, of course, of significant strategic value. It doesn't carry the sort of economic value that, say, the iron ore industry or the coal industry has for the country, but it has significant strategic value because, of course, we know that critical minerals, rare earths, are involved in our mobile phones, computers, EVs, all sorts of opportunities. The defence industry is absolutely reliant on them, and so it is important that this is got right. But we know that what is really needed here is a streamlining and an improvement in the way that these projects are able to get up and running. If we're wanting to see that midstream processing of critical minerals, then we need to have far simpler and more expedited approvals processes. Because for a project to go from just an idea through to full production, in this country, it's taking over 10 years for projects to get up and running. And this is far too long. You lose the investment impetus. You lose that interest from investors in seeing these projects developed. And so it is absolutely critical that this government doubles down on streamlining the processes that are necessary. The other thing that's of critical importance to see critical minerals developed in this country is, of course, reducing the cost of energy. Reducing the cost of energy, because developing critical minerals and doing that midstream processing requires enormous amounts of energy. Now, we have the capacity in this country to be able to do that. We do have significant reserves of natural gas that can be used to power the processing of these critical minerals. But we know that this government is so lax and so slow at seeing the development of those projects. In fact, their net zero ambitions are getting in the way of providing the reliable power and the cost-effective energy that is required to be able to develop these resources and to be able to see them developed in a way that is cost-effective. The biggest thing standing in the way of the development of a critical minerals industry is the cost of actually developing those projects, the cost of it. And the government can't just throw a subsidy at these things because it's a lazy approach to developing these minerals and developing these opportunities. What we need to see is the government double down on its efforts to reduce the cost of doing business in this area in Australia, because it is too prohibitive. It doesn't have the scale like what iron ore does. It doesn't have the scale like what natural development of the oil and gas industry. It doesn't have the scale of coal development in this country. What we need to see is the cost of doing business in these areas reduce. Now, I hope that the government is taking this seriously, because I'm sure that the United States is reliant on this country stepping up and doing what it can. We cannot just rely on more subsidies, like we're seeing in so many parts of the way the government deals with problems that it faces. It just throws money, it just throws a subsidy at something, and all that is doing is just bringing in a laziness. And what we need to see is real action that drives down the costs including reducing
Senator
the cost of
O'Sullivan,
business.
your time has expired. Senator Sheldon.
Thank you. Well, I just want to take the questions on regarding the CFMEU. See, what they don't really say when they have conversations about what's happening with the administrator and the CFMEU is that they've said consistently they want the ABCC put in place. Well, the strongest action in this industry has been taken by the administrator of the CFMEU. We've seen 60 people that have been put out of positions and replaced. Senior officers, senior staff turned around and replaced to make sure that democracy is brought back to that union, but also the criminal activity of individuals is held to account. But what you also see is sort of the dud approach about the ABCC. So we've seen these movements. We've seen great examples, and Nick McKenzie, a journalist who was on 60 Minutes and, of course, a well-known writer, made comments about some of the fantastic work the administrator, for example, in New South Wales has been doing, Michael Crosby, and talked about in 60 Minutes about the work that they've been doing in making sure that companies, see, this is the thing, I never hear them talk about the companies in the construction industry that are offering bribes, ripping off workers. Those people have taken $320 million in wage theft per year. You don't hear about them. You don't hear about the $432 million stolen from superannuation that the ATO's reported. You don't hear about all the occasions of sham contracting work that's been done. But back to Michael Crosby, the Administrator of New South Wales. And Mr Crosby there has turned around and said on 60 Minutes how he's taken on a company called Futureform. A provisional report compiled by the CFMEU Administrator outlines suspicions that Futureform may have been involved in firebombings and repeated threats aimed at the family of a union official investigating the company over worker mistreatment at the rail project servicing the Badgerry Creeks Airport. Crosby himself on 60 Minutes said that they are responsible for the attacks on our organiser when his house was actually firebombed, menacing demands allegedly made through an associate. Now, Mr Watson has said that those concerns that Futureform engaged in systematic worker exploitation, denying employees lawful rates of pay, superannuation and income protection entitlements, and sham contracting. Because what the administrator is doing is making sure that the industry and the work that they do is fit and proper. They've had 60 people leave. They're taking on some of the notorious companies within the construction industry. But when you go to the ABCC, you've only got to dive down, not very deep, because what you'll find with the ABCC, when they were there, they were busy turning around and taking on the CFMEU workers because they had been fined and spending $500,000 to fine the union because they had a flag set up at a work site. The developer didn't have a problem, the workers didn't have a problem. In actual fact, anyone walking past the site didn't have a problem except the ABCC. So under the watch of all these activities for nearly 10 years that was happening out there when the opposition were in power, with the ABCC, they racked up $500,000 over flags, $500,000 over women's toilets, suing the union. So we've got all these people who have been moved on by the administrator, 60, and what one single thing happened except toilets on work sites and suing a union, and the Eureka Stockade flags. But let's don't forget, they also sued the union over officials talking to workers about unsafe practices whilst drinking tea in the tea room. These are the shocking... So they want a chihuahua on the beat. We actually want a Rottweiler on the beat because the administrator has been turning around and taking action to make sure there's a difference. So they don't want the Rottweiler turning around. They don't want maybe not a chihuahua, they might want a Pomeranian. That nice sort of toy dog, beautiful dog, fluffy, double coat, fox-like features, yaps a lot, doesn't have any bite, because they actually don't want the people being bitten that are turning around and taking money and wage theft and sham contracting and all the other disgusting safety breaches that happen in that industry. Because that's what makes a difference. When you take everybody on to clean that industry up, you go after the employers and you make sure your own show is clean. And congratulations to the Administrator, have the guts to stand up and all those around them.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, President. Well, I want to take note again of my question on the US critical minerals deal. This is a shocking example of when cheap marketing slogans are used in place of real action and real change. The announcement of the critical minerals policy framework between the United States of America and Australia is a welcome step in the right direction as we secure continued investment in Australia's critical minerals. But more action is needed in order to see this fulfilled. It took months, in fact nearly a year, for the Prime Minister to secure a meeting and policy agreement with President Trump. The Prime Minister has been in government since 2022 and during that time has overseen thousands of jobs lost from our mining and manufacturing sector. He's seen the collapse of our nickel industry, interruption of antimony shipments by China, increasing pressure on Australia's lithium miners, and destabilisation of our entire energy grid. And after 3 years of Labor's sneaky anti-productivity taxes, the Safeguards Tax, Scope 3 emissions reporting, the Capacity Investment Scheme, the Family Ute and Car Tax, the price of energy has skyrocketed and the price of doing business has gone through the roof. Be clear, this is a competition. Australia's resources are fantastic. Australia is a world leader in mining expertise. But under Labor, we are not winning the war on competition. And on average, it is taking new mines 16 years to progress from first ore from discovery. And it is critical that Labor takes action on these approvals, genuine action, but also halts this vexatious lawfare that they fund. It is the government who refuses to defund the Environmental Defender's Office when they provide them with millions of dollars of taxpayers' money who then target resources projects. And it is laughable that now the government is saying they wish to expedite our approvals process. Again, while the Coalition welcomes the step forward, there are still so many unanswered questions surrounding this agreement, the remainder of the Labor's critical minerals agenda, including the strategic reserve, the critical minerals production tax incentive. But this is true to form from this government, who does not believe in transparency. In fact, I believe most of their policy is made up on the run. We know that before the election, they announced proudly they'd spent the entire weekend coming up with their critical minerals plan. The Coalition has repeatedly called for the government to leverage these strategic and trading partnerships, and the agreement of the US is a welcome endorsement of this strategy. But it's time now that the Albanese government connect with our other partners in Europe and Southeast Asia, such as the United Kingdom, France, Japan and Korea, and secure further agreements to strengthen the resilience of our critical minerals supply chains. And it's high time that the government recognise and broaden Australia's critical minerals strategy to recognise the changing geopolitical environment and support further strategic agreements by focusing on the national security of Australia and our allies. We have to support supply chain diversification, particularly when you think of the malicious market manipulation by certain state actors. We have been arguing that Australia should be leveraging our critical minerals capability to pursue offtake agreements, bilateral critical minerals supply deals with our diplomatic, trade and defence partners, including the Quad, AUKUS and Five Eyes partners, because leveraging these will only serve to support further diversification of global minerals supply chains and strengthen our trading relationships. But I just need to make clear that the government continuing to fund activist lawfare threatens all of this potential and possibility. We will not be able to partner with our partners in order to benefit from the critical minerals deal if we do not take action, because under Labor they have done everything to kill investment appetite right here in this country.
Senator Murray-Smith.
I am taking note on the question asked by Senator Andrew Bragg, and I am delighted to have the opportunity to talk about our housing agenda again in this place, because there is no economic issue which weighs heavier on the minds of young South Australians than this one. For young people living in my community, housing is at the top of their agenda in terms of what they want to see our government do. And we know many Australians across our country are working harder and harder, but finding home ownership increasingly out of reach. Families who once could buy on one income are now struggling to enter the market on two. I've seen it with my own friends and family who turn up to auction after auction thinking they're in with a chance, only to see that glimpse of hope slip away from them. And it's not just those young Australians who are seeking to buy their first home, it's also renters who we know have faced frequent and steep rent increases. Renters who are struggling as well with their housing affordability, which of course then creates a cycle where it makes it harder and harder to save for a deposit and harder to get into their own home. Parents are worried about their children, grandparents are worried about their grandchildren, because they want them to have the same sort of stability when it came to their housing that they did, because we know for so many families a stable and secure home is at the heart of family life. But this housing crisis didn't happen overnight. It comes from years of neglect. It stems from a coalition government who in 10 years didn't even appoint a housing minister. A coalition government who built only 373 social and affordable homes in a decade. And as if their legacy wasn't bad enough, then almost every time we've come into this chamber, come into this parliament with a plan to build more homes, to help renters, to help people get into a home, to make housing more affordable, they've voted against it, they've delayed it, they've criticised it. It's bad enough that their own legacy leaves such a stain on our history of housing, but yet they want to undermine our agenda. And let's be clear, our agenda is ambitious. It is unashamedly ambitious, because we know how important this issue is for the Australian people. We have a $43 billion housing plan with 3 goals: to build more homes, to support renters, and to make buying easier. The heart of the challenge before us is supply. And we are working tirelessly round the clock with the states and territories, with the private sector as well, to get more houses built, to get more Australians into homes, to overcome this supply challenge, because we know that is what will make a difference. And since we've come to office, we've seen more than 500,000 homes built. We've seen 5,000 new social and affordable homes delivered, and 25,000 more are in the planning or construction phase. And this includes homes for First Nations families, for women and children escaping violence. These homes are making a difference in the lives of Australians now. We're supporting first home buyers. From 1st of October, we introduced our 5% deposit scheme available to all first home buyers, meaning no lender's mortgage would be required. 180,000 Australians have already purchased their first home with a 5% deposit, the biggest expansion of deposit support in Australian history. Our Homes for Australia plan aims to build 1.2 million new homes by 2030, the most ambitious plan we have seen in decades. We're supporting renters with an increase to the Commonwealth Rent Assistance, which we raised by 45%, the first back-to-back rises in 30 years, helping 1 million low-income households. In my home state of South Australia, we've seen more than 6,200 people in South Australia being able to get into their first home using our 5% deposit plan. We've seen 1,100 homes in South Australia built through the Housing Australia we're funding 1,100 homes in South Australia through the Housing Australia Future Fund. And thanks to our grants and low-cost financing, we're supporting the delivery of 425 more social and affordable homes in South Australia. We have an ambitious plan because we know how important the issue of housing is for Australians. The opposition have only ever sought to block our legislation, to delay it, to stand in the way of our agenda. Their own legacy on housing is a stain in this policy area, and their legacy is continuing by the way they behave in this chamber today.
Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Deputy President. And the presentation that we've just heard shows how Labor just don't get it and how they just can't connect the dots when it comes to their actions in government and the implications of their actions in government. I mean, this is a government just boasting proudly that they're going to spend $43 billion on housing under their housing plan, and yet they're going to build less houses than the Coalition built in its last 5 years. They talk about their ambition, but everybody knows they're going to build less houses than the Coalition did in its last 5 years in government, and the houses that they do build are going to be more expensive. That's the deal. That's the deal from this government. And if you go back to the questions asked by my colleagues with respect to the actions of the CFMEU, that is a big part of the problem. This government doesn't connect the dots. It doesn't understand the implications of its own policy, but it's the Australian people who are having to deal with the implications of that policy. Now, Senator Sheldon made mention of the fact that, as he claimed, nobody was mentioning the construction industry, the building firms, with respect to this debate. But I joined Senator Sheldon in condemning their involvement, their payment of bribes. That's where a lot of this money is coming from through these construction companies, and coming out the other end in more expensive houses being built by these companies because they're paying the bribes down through the system. They should get the book thrown at them too. I'm with Senator Sheldon on that. These companies deserve to be properly investigated. But the problem is that the Labor Party, through its own legislation, is the facilitator of the actions and the activities of the CFMEU. And of course, I was pretty suspicious of this administration process when the Labor Party brought its legislation into the Parliament. I do have to say I was prepared to give Mark Irving KC a bit of a go. I thought he was going to have a serious crack in relation to this matter, but I have to say, the more it goes on, the more concerned I become. And I think my concerns are legitimate. Mr Irving was appointed to clean up the CMFEU and restore integrity. But we saw on last night's television that that is not the case. And this is not about us versus the union. This is conflicts within the union. This is union member versus union member, where gangs of union delegates turn up to have a go at other union members. I mean, on what basis is any of that acceptable? So the longer this goes on, this 5-year process, I'm starting to become very suspicious that this was about giving it all enough time for the issue to go away, to be dealt with quietly, and Labor could pretend, as they have from the outset. Remember, they were surprised these things were occurring within the CFMEU. They didn't, it was news to them that this sort of behaviour was going on inside the CFMEU. Well, we know it wasn't, because they all sit round the national executive table of the Australian Labor Party together. They don't want this information coming out and being public. And good on the journalists and those involved
who continue to ferret things out. But it's becoming a pattern. Media story, action. Media story, action. So the Labor Party can quote all the stats to us they like. But this needs to be cleaned up because it's costing Australians. It's Australians that are bearing the cost of the Labor Party's inaction and their real unwillingness to clean up the CFMEU. It's costing less houses and more expensive houses. And the Labor Party really ought to be doing their job properly and cleaning up this terrible union.
Thank you. The question is that the motion to take note of answers be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye, those that against say no. The ayes have it. Is there another motion to take note of answers? Yep. Senator Hodgins-Bay.
Sorry, yes. I move that the Senate take note of this. Thank you. I rise to take note of the answer given by the Minister representing the Prime Minister to the questions asked by Senator Larissa Waters. It speaks volumes that we had to use every tool in this place just to get the government to tell the truth. Not just any truth, but the urgent truth of our time. What is happening to our planet and whose interests is this government representing? We're disappointed, but of course not surprised that the government caved into the fossil fuel industry in setting their 2035 targets. Disappointed, but not surprised that today we hear more spin from the Minister. Minister, you said that the Prime Minister works for the Australian people, but it sure doesn't look like that when your government delays the release of climate risk information. When your first act in office was approving the North West Shelf climate bomb that will keep burning until our kids are in their 50s. When you learn of a leaking LNG tank in Darwin and shrug it off as not our problem. It seems that there are plenty of people you're working for, but the Australian public aren't them. The shareholders of Woodside and BHP, yep. The boardrooms and donors who keep the revolving door spinning, absolutely. On the weekend, I visited Inverloch on Victoria's south coast, on the front lines of climate impacts. Homes are uninsurable, families are watching the ocean creep closer, and governments still wave through new coal and gas projects while leaving ordinary people to bear the cost. Are you working for them, Minister? Today I met with Tara Rome, an activist fighting for climate action with every ounce of courage that she has. She's walked the length of this continent, undertaken hunger strikes. If more people in this chamber listen to voices like hers instead of their fossil fuel mates, we might have a fighting chance. But no, Labor continues to put profits before people, before communities and before our precious ecosystems. Last week, they sold out critical minerals to fuel the American war machine. This week, pushing environment reforms that please only the big polluters. It's time to stop working for the lobbyists and start working for the people who actually elected you. Tell the truth about the climate crisis and the risks that we face and the choices that are still before us.
Senator McKim.
Yes, on the same question, Chair. Well, Labor's environment laws finally give us the chance to end the dinosaur industry that is native forest logging. This is a loss-making industry that only survives due to ongoing taxpayer subsidies. It's an industry that we know emits massive amounts of carbon. It's an industry that destroys Aboriginal cultural heritage. It's an industry that slaughters millions of creatures every single year. An industry that destroys threatened species habitat. It destroys complex ecosystems that have evolved over millions of years. And while the planet's climate is breaking down around us, while biodiversity is collapsing, there is simply no excuse for continuing to destroy our precious native forests. We also know that Labor cannot meet even its woefully inadequate emissions reduction targets unless it ends native forest logging. So in the face of this reality, in the face of species like the beautiful little swift parrot being logged into extinction, in the face of climate science, is Labor going to seize this moment, this opportunity that lies with a progressive crossbench which will allow Labor to move to end native forest logging. Is Labor going to seize this opportunity? Do you know what? Obviously, no, they are not. So I've got a simple message today for the Labor Party. The Australian Greens have got a simple message today for the Labor Party. Unless your environment laws ensure that our precious native forests are protected, they are not worth the paper they are printed on. Do not expect the Greens to rubber stamp your laws unless they contain measures that ensure that our native forests are protected. It is time to end the ongoing destruction of native forests. It is time, due to climate breakdown, due to ecological collapse, to get onto the right side of history. The time to end native forest logging right around Australia is right now.
Question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. I shall now proceed. Oh, sorry. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? No. I shall move on. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Gallagher.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. I move that the private senators' bills be considered this week as follows: the Climate Change Amendment, Duty of Care and Intergenerational Climate Equity Bill 2025, subject to introduction on Wednesday the 29th of October 2025, and Housing Australia Amendment Accountability Bill 2025 on Thursday 30th of October 2025.
Question is that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Askew.
I seek leave to move a motion. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'll go Senator Askew, then I'll come to you, Senator Payman.
I seek leave to move a motion in relation to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Cash from the 27th of October to the 6th of November for personal reasons, and for Senators Chandler and Nampijinpa Price from the 27th to the 30th of October for personal reasons.
Question is that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek leave to table a non-conforming petition.
Non-conforming petitions. It's usually done at document, Senator Payman. However, with leave, we could do it now. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Can I seek leave to table the petition, non-conforming petition?
Is there being no objection? Leave is granted. Leave is granted.
Thank you. I table the non-conforming petition from Oxfam signed by 59,780 people entitled "Not in My Name," which calls for the restoration of humanitarian access to Gaza, denouncements of Israel's breaches of international law, and the end of Australian export to weapons to Israel.
Clark. Senator Bell, you were seeking the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is you perhaps give an indication?
I seek leave to make a short statement in regards to my designation as Pauline Hanson's One Nation Whip.
Is there any objection? No. Leave is granted.
I advise the Senate that I should be designated as Pauline Hanson's One Nation Whip.
Thank you, Senator Bell. Clark.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. Business of the Senate number 1 for today to the 4th of November. Business of the Senate 2 for today to the 28th of October. Business of the Senate 3 for today to the 28th of October. General Business 34 for today to the 4th of November. And General Business 163, 164 and 166 for today to the 3rd of November. And committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 13 on today's order of business.
If there are no objections, the business is postponed. It is so ordered. It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on the 18th of September 2025 of James Henry Snow, a former member of the House of Representatives for the division of Eden-Monaro, New South Wales, from 1983 to 1996. I now will proceed to the discovery of formal business. Are there any formal motions? Now, just before we get started, I will just note, as per the clerk's list of postponements, a number of the motions have been postponed. So we might start, Senator Payman, with your motion 172.
Thank you, Deputy President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 172 be taken as a formal motion.
There being no objection, it's taken as formal. Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Question is, this motion be agreed to? Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Payman, we'll now go to your 171.
Thank you. I ask that general business notice of motion number 171 be taken as a formal motion.
There being no objection, the motion is taken as formal. Senator Payman.
Thank you. I move the motion.
Question is, this motion be agreed to? Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now go to your motion number 173. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy President. I ask that general business notice of motion 173 be taken as a formal motion.
Question is, this motion be taken as formal. There being no objection, it is taken as formal. Senator Whish-Wilson.
I move the motion.
Question is, the motion be agreed to? Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Question is that motion 173, moved by Senator Wilson, be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Askew, teller for the noes. Why not? The result of the division is ayes 17, noes 25. The question is resolved in the negative. I'll now move to Senator Mackenzie's motion 176. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Mackenzie, I ask that general business notice of motion number 176 be taken as a formal motion.
There being no objection, it's taken as formal. Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Question is this motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will now move go to Senator Mackenzie's 177. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Mackenzie, I ask that general business notice of motion number 177 be taken as a formal motion.
Question is this motion be taken as formal. There being no objection, is so taken. Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Question is this motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion 177, moved by Senator Askew on behalf of Senator Mackenzie, be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew, teller for the ayes, Senator Sheldon, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 26, noes 31. The question is resolved in the negative. I would ask all senators to remain in the chamber as there may be further divisions, and we will ring the bells for just 1 minute. Senator Askew, are you seeking the call? Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Mackenzie, I ask that general business notice of motion number 178 be taken as a formal motion.
The question is whether this motion is taken as formal. There being no objections, so taken. Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
The question is this motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Now, I remind senators that after 4:30 p.m. on Thursday the 4th of September 2025, a division was called on the motion moved by Senator Henderson relating to the Albanese government. I understand it suits the convenience of the Senate to the deferred vote to be held now. If there is no objection, I will put the question. Senator McKim?
Yes, President, I ask that the question be put separately. So if I could ask that A1 be put separately from A2 and B.
So I will put the question separately. So at the moment, the motion is A Part 1. So the question is that that part of the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The ayes have it. Division required. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Whips, 1 minute. So just for everyone's clarity, this is A1 of the motion. Lock the doors. Now, I will give the whips a few moments just to ensure that everything's correct, given it was only 1 minute bells. The doors have been locked. You need to sit on the side. The question is that the motion parts A1 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew, teller for the ayes, Senator Sheldon, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 35, noes 22. Question is resolved in the affirmative. I would again ask senators to please remain in the chamber. I will now put parts A2 and part B. The question... Oh, sorry, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Deputy President. I'd seek leave of the chamber to make a very brief explanation for the Greens voting on this second part.
No, leave has been denied. Sorry, Senator Shoebridge. I'm going to put the motion. So we're putting, to be clear, part A2 and part B. The question is that part of the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Question is that parts A2 and B of the motion be agreed to. Ayes passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I point Senator Askew, teller for the ayes. Senator Sheldon, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 24, noes 32. The question is resolved in the negative, and that ends formal business. I'd ask senators to leave the chamber quietly, and I would ask senators who plan to participate in the MPI to head towards their seats. Senator Kovacic has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It is shown at item 16 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? It is by many, many senators. With concurrence of the Senate, the clerk will set the clock in line with informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Deputy President. We need an inquiry into the administration of the CFMEU. It's a very disappointing place for us to be well over 12 months after this administration began. And many times in this chamber, when those on this side sought the deregistration of this CFMEU, those on the government side insisted that the administration would be sufficient, that the administration was the most strongest message that they could send to the CFMEU, and that they were determined to clean up the CFMEU. What we have heard over the past number of weeks in Australian media and in Senate estimates should leave us all shocked and deeply disturbed. The corruption inside the CFMEU continues, and it will persist so long as organised crime views it as a vehicle for its own ends. Bikie gangs, underworld figures, cartel kickbacks. These aren't one-offs. These are consistent and persistent behaviours of the CFMEU, and they continue under the administration. The administrator, Mark Irving KC, was appointed to clean up the CFMEU and to restore integrity. But what have we seen? We have seen the most senior figure of the Victorian CFMEU order one of his organisers to meet with underworld figure Mick Gatto. There was no repercussion, there was no consequence. All he said was that he was very sorry about it. And not only does he continue to serve as the most senior figure of the CFMEU, he sits on a government construction industry forum, and he sits with the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese at the highest level of Labor Party's governance on their national executive. Just think about that for a moment. How on earth can we expect the CFMEU to be cleaned up when their power and their infiltration is so deep? Workplace Relations Minister Amanda Rishworth has tied her reputation to the administrator's performance. She described his actions as the strongest possible and that she has full confidence in him. Well, if this is the strongest possible action, then clearly the administration will not work. The evidence that has been uncovered by Australian journalists, not the administrator, includes harassment, intimidation, bullying, and the most egregious standover tactics. Not before the administration, but ongoing during the administration. There are also reports this morning that the administrator has hesitated to seek additional support and additional powers from this government lest it expose what is going on, lest it cause the ABCC to be reformed. Again, that is absolutely extraordinary. The Fair Work Commission told the Senate estimates that they would have grave concerns if Setka maintained influence within the CFMEU. It is clear that he does. It's become obvious that he does. So what next? What is this government and the administrator and the Fair Work Commission now going to do? Because there is no reform here. This is business as usual for the criminal and corrupt CFMEU. And what is the administrator's response? Nothing so far. No one's been expelled, apart from John Perkovic last week losing his job. However, the administrator appointed him. The administrator let him in the door as the second in charge of the CFMEU. And that's it. There's no real deterrence here. None whatsoever. Cleaning up the CFMEU requires more than an administrator with no teeth. It requires a complete disruption of the power structures and cash flows that sustain its corruption. We must put it to a stop, and enough is enough. The government should establish a dedicated federal task force led by the Australian Federal Police to deal with the CFMEU.
Kovacic, your time has expired. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. And I have to make some response to that contribution. And I want to be clear in my opening remarks that the actions of the CFMEU were egregious in any decent-minded Australian perspective. Their corruption, their criminality and their violence have absolutely no place in representing the good Australian workers who expect so much more from their union and who are so vital to the construction industry that Australia really, really needs to function well. Now, how did we get to the situation where the CFMEU was enabled to be in the state that it is? So let me just get some facts on the record here. That the issues that we now see in the construction industry that have been pulled up by the intervention of the Albanese government, they happened under the watch of the former Liberal National Party. The corruption, the criminality, the violence that are embedded in that construction industry flourished on the watch of the Liberal National Party. They failed, and the entity that they used, and they still continue to celebrate in this place, was the very much discredited body known as the ABCC. Now, what's happened since Labor has come to power has been a tough response to the reality of criminality that overtook an Australian union. Labor placed the CFMEU into administration. Labor appointed the administrator with strong powers to clean up the industry, and we do not resolve from the task. Turning a culture that is so disgraceful is going to take a considerable effort, and it won't just happen overnight, but we will not give up, and every challenge that emerges as cultural changes undertake will be faced squarely and head-on. Now, in just 15 months, this administrator, who is being maligned here in the chamber today, has achieved more in those 15 months than those opposite managed to do in a decade. They were the ones that created the platform to persecute players in the construction industry, not to protect workers. They're the ones who allowed the flourishing of this terrible connection with bikie gangs and standover merchants, and their ABCC was inefficient and unable to deal with the problems that were known. The wasted years of the Australian Building and Construction Commission, the infiltration of bikie gangs and organised crime elements were taking hold on the watch of those opposite. They will be weeded out, and we have given firm commitment and continue to commit to delivering an outcome that the Australian people need. What I'm surprised at is the moral outrage that seems to infect the debate at this point of time. Given that we do know that the alleged offending occurred on the ABCC's watch, it really beggars belief that the Coalition are continuing in the midst of this debate and this challenge to push for a failed body, the ABCC, to come back. We know that the ABCC spent taxpayers' resources prosecuting workers asking for women's toilets on site, and they prosecuted union officials for having cups of tea. While they were doing that, they missed all this bikie stuff. So it's a bit rich for them to come in now and start trying to direct traffic when for 9 years they couldn't even read the signage. I want to make sure that anybody listening to this debate understands that Labor absolutely is committed to ensuring strong ethical unions do the work that our democracy demands, standing up for workers, working in concert with good employers to make things move forward for everybody in the national interest. Unions are fighting to make sure that
customers who are harassing people in our normal shops, our shops right across this country, get the support that they need. We are looking after workers and we're enabling good unions to do their work, and we will not rest until the CFMEU issues are put to bed.
Senator McKenzie.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy President. Well, despite all the assistance, all the interventions and the appointment of an administrator, the CFMEU still continues to run rife. Virtually no union in this country has more influence, power and provided the amount of funding to the Labor Party than the CFMEU has. These are the facts. And the evidence is compelling. The CFMEU remains entangled with figures such as John Sector, Mick Gatto, the associates of its Victorian union boss, Zack Smith. Recent media reports, notably the 60 Minutes' Nick McKenzie, continues to show that organised crime has infiltrated the CFMEU. On 2 occasions as Shadow Minister for Infrastructure, I have written to Minister King requesting that she gives a guarantee that no Commonwealth public money has been siphoned off by the CFMEU or involved in CFMEU-infiltrated public projects, and that she would assure the Commonwealth taxpayer around the spending of their money. 3 states have actually reported issues with the CFMEU. Yet during Senate estimates, it was revealed that the minister has not acted to provide the information to the relevant bodies. So the North East Link, Western Sydney Airport Rail and Century Bridge in Queensland were the 3 projects highlighted by their respective state governments to Minister King that they had concerns with. But what did Minister King do? Did she contact the administrator? Did she contact the AFP? Did she ask for more details? No, she didn't. So when we stand and listen to the Labor Party literally run a protection racket for the CFMEU in this chamber continually, the Australian public can see it for the sham that it is. How can the minister responsible for infrastructure ensure that taxpayers' money is being used efficiently and effectively for major projects, not only in Victoria but around the country? The CFMEU is not merely a union, it is deeply intertwined with the Labor Party itself, and you can see that from the responses of those officers. Senators in this place, ministers in the Albanese government owe their entire careers to the CFMEU and their support. So to somehow protest too much, I think, is shallow and really shows how far Labor Party ministers and senators and MPs will go to protect the CFMEU from public scrutiny. The Prime Minister promised to tackle CFMEU corruption, yet 15 months later, one of the staff hired to stamp it out has been sacked over allegations of bribery and corruption. The government cannot continue to look the other way or pretend that administration alone will stamp out this toxic culture of intimidation, coercion and alleged criminality that has plagued this industry for years. Because let's face it, you can get rid of John Sector just like we got rid of Norm Gallagher out of the BLF, but the culture continues. The Fair Work Commission told Senate committees it had grave concern if Sector maintained influence with his CFMEU. Yet evidence shows that Zack Smith still meets socially with Sector, plays cards with him, maintains contact. And behind the scenes, Smith has arranged secret car park meetings between union officials and Mick Gatto. The administrator's response: no accountability, not expulsion, merely a caution. That's not a deterrence to an organisation like the CFMEU. That is just the cost of doing business. Organised crime groups, bikie gangs, underworld figures, cartel have long used the CFMEU to wash funds because the union provides power, money and protection. We see cost blowouts and delays on public infrastructure projects in capital cities and regional centres around the country. Cleaning up the CFMEU requires more than an administrator with no teeth. It requires a complete disruption of the power structures and cash flows that sustain the corruption, including the big businesses that work hand in glove with the CFMEU.
Thank you. I call Senator Sheldon.
Good, thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, who's running the protection racket? It's a really good question, actually, because when Labor put in this proposition about putting an administrator in, what did we have? We had nearly 10 years of the ABC failing to prosecute or take appropriate action or direct action against workers that were breaching laws in that area. But also they weren't taking action against employers, because there's two sides of this coin. There's those that we're now taking action against, the administrator separately and independently is taking action against, but they're taking against through the power that we gave to the administrator. Those opposite want to turn around and deregister the union, which would have actually meant that John Setka and the 60 people that worked at the CFMEU in leadership roles, 2/3 of them, under your watch, those opposite, would still be there operating, but with no regulation or laws covering them. No accountability. So we kept the accountability, we put an administrator in, 60 people taken out of the operations, out of leadership roles, but also the flip side of the coin. Unlike what happened with the ABCC, where they were suing the union for having toilets trying to have women's toilets on a work site, suing the union for $500,000 with all the legal costs, etc., because of flags on building sites, suing union officials talking to workers about safety issues on work sites because they're having a cup of tea in the tea room. They were the big call. That was the big call. That was the chihuahua having a go and barking and yapping and carrying on as if they were doing something. But when we put the Rockwheeler in there, we've seen 60 people move on. We've seen the great work that's been done by Michael Crosby as administrator in New South Wales. And of course, that company that got notoriety in the 60 Minutes show, where Nick McKenzie described Michael, you're doing a hell of a thing going on national TV, calling out entities you saw as being involved. They were involved in serious and violent intimidation. He was talking about companies in that industry that have been carrying out some of the most notoriously worst things, not only putting people's lives at risk, but stealing and thieving from workers and stealing from those decent companies that otherwise put in bids for contracts. And of course, then you go to when they say about deregistration, because what you're really saying is we just don't. One thing that unites, nothing unites that team at the moment on the other side except union busting. Nothing at all unites them except union busting. But what also unites them is when it comes down to this really critical issue about what would the CFMEU do if they were deregistered. Well, I tell you what, this latest case over there in Western Australia, where the CFMEU have won a case for same job, same pay. They've won 125% wage lift for people doing the exact same job next to somebody else on a gold mine site. Now, if the CFMEU didn't exist, of course that wouldn't happen. Heaven forbid, they'd be really disappointed on the opposite side. I mean, they voted against the legislation along with One Nation anyway. Liberals and Nationals, One Nation, teamed together to vote against same job, same pay. They would have been happy because they would have got every dream come true. John Setka and his 60 others on building sites, going on their merry way without any registration and accountability. And these companies that have been held to account, like the brave work of people like Michael Crosby, administrator in New South Wales, and this decision in Western Australia getting same job, same pay, just simply wouldn't have happened. These are changes to make this industry a better industry. And part of that better program is a whole series of arrangements that are being entered into by the industry players, because there's lots of good industry players in there, both within the union let alone the workers that are in the union, but also companies and associations that run a number of those construction industry associations. They want to clean up the industry. They want to make sure that things are better. They want to make sure that it's better for everybody. And they want to make sure when you're bidding for a job, you have to bid somebody's life. You have to bid their wages. You have to put sham contracting in. You have to steal money from their superannuation. And you don't have to turn around and see them get killed at work.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. I call Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Firstly, One Nation wants to thank Senator Kovacic for her matter of public importance, and I'll quote it. The Prime Minister promised to tackle CFMEU corruption, yet 15 months later, one of the very people hired to stamp it out has been sacked over allegations of bribery and corruption, demonstrating that Labor's mismanagement is only protecting the problem, not fixing it. One Nation agrees, because we support workers. We are the Workers' Party today. Labor has many conflicts of interest in its dealings with the CFMEU over many, many years. It abolished the Australian Building and Construction Commission oversight in 2022. Labor gave the CFMEU free rein. Just go for it. Channel 9's 60 Minutes program on Sunday showed that violence is continuing as usual from union bosses' involvement in the CFMEU, despite the administrator. Some quotes. The people who are running it are still running it, not the administrator. Harbouring ground, CFMEU remains a harbouring ground for criminals and thugs. They're untouchable. Bikies and gangsters still have a strong reach into the CFMEU, and they thrive within the CFMEU. There's a stronger position of thugs now within the CFMEU than before the administrator was appointed. The CFMEU is a major donor to Labor's election campaigns, a major donor. Now consider Australia's largest wage theft case. Central Queensland and Hunter Valley casual coal miners losing their entitlements, losing their pay, being grossly underpaid. I want to thank Stuart Bonds from the Hunter for raising it back in 2019, and we've been pursuing it ever since, because I've been a coalface miner. 5,000 to 10,000 victims of the CFMEU in Central Queensland and the Hunter Valley. Individual miners owed as much as $211,000, some more than $40,000 per year. More than $1 billion in wage theft. Workers stripped of protections. Workers' compensation bypassed, nil. Coal miners' insurance out. Safety complaints not followed through. Workers stripped of entitlements, coal long service and leave in general. There's a web of conflicts with the board of the Coal Mines Insurance, Coal LSL, Coal Services, all having 50% members, directors of the CFMEU. That gives them access to miners' contact details. All of this was due to collusion with the CFMEU union bosses at the time, maintained now by the Mining and Energy Union, the collusion with the world's largest labour hire firms and large foreign mine owners, which the Fair Work Commission endorsed, approved. And now the Fair Work Ombudsman is saying that it will assess whether or not it's wage theft against the new enterprise agreements that were passed as a wage scam, with the CFMEU leading the way. Disgraceful.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I call Senator Whitton.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I've spent more than 30 years working in the construction industry, so I'm pretty qualified to talk on this matter. I know firsthand the dedication, skill and pride that hard-working tradies bring to every job site across the country. But I've also seen how corruption, intimidation, thuggery can destroy good workplaces and drive up costs for everyone. One of the biggest drivers of cost in our construction sector, the CFMEU, has been aided by this Labor government, and in reality, regardless of what the Labor government says it has done to stifle them, still operates today. For years we've seen shocking reports of corruption, bullying, lawlessness within this union. Millions of dollars in workers' funds misused, contractors coerced, workers silenced. And Labor, well, they've taken donations. They've turned a blind eye and they've torn down the very watchdogs like the Building and Construction Commission that once kept the CFMEU in check. This failure has real consequences. Every time the CFMEU inflates costs through coercion or criminal behaviour, it's ordinary Australians who pay the price. Those inflated construction costs feed directly into higher housing prices, more expensive infrastructure and greater pressure on taxpayers. Labor's cosy relationship with the CFMEU isn't just unethical, it's market sabotage, is fuelling the housing crisis and betraying the very people they claim to represent. It's time for accountability. It's time to restore integrity to the construction sector. And it's time for a government that stands with workers, not with bullies and corrupt unions. Australian construction workers need to be protected without the fear of being strong-armed by Labor's mates in the CFMEU.
I call Senator Hume.
Madam Deputy President, last night 60 Minutes revealed those fresh allegations of misconduct within the CFMEU. It comes 15 months after the joint investigation by 60 Minutes, by The Age and by the Sydney Morning Herald, which uncovered that widespread corruption that was hiding in plain sight. Now, following that expose, the federal government pledged to take swift action and clean up the CFMEU. But how do we think that has gone? Because given the CFMEU remains entangled with figures like John Setka, Mick Gatto and associates of its Victorian head, Zack Smith, I'll say it hasn't gone too well at all. Appointing administrator was supposed to signal real change, but instead we're seeing a system that not just tolerates corruption, but recycles its operatives and it shields the union rather than uproots that entrenched criminal influence. There are bikie gangs, there are underworld figures and cartel kickbacks that have long exploited the CFMEU's reach into construction projects, into government contracts and indeed into industry super funds as well. And until the cash flows and the kickbacks stop, the problem will only deepen and taxpayers, workers and small businesses will end up paying the price. Now, Mark Irving, KC, was appointed as the administrator to clean up the CFMEU and to restore integrity. But instead, he has been exposed as not just ineffectual, but even potentially part of the problem. Union official Charles Ferrugia has publicly accused that administrator of protecting figures like John Setka rather than removing them. Now, this isn't stopping corruption. It's not just tolerating corruption. It's not just turning a blind eye to corruption. It's actually enabling it. It's enabling it even further. And those officials at the CFMEU are laughing. They're laughing at us. They're laughing at the Parliament and they're laughing at Labor. How can the minister possibly say that the actions of the administrator are the strongest possible and that she has full confidence in him when this is what is going on? It's not the administrator that's uncovering the corruption, it's journalists that are uncovering it. The administrator elevated John Perkovic to the second most senior position in the branch. Then all of a sudden last week, he was removed after revelations in the media that he had taken bribes and other corrupting benefits from Labor hire firms. Ash Howe, now a former CFMEU delegate who was accused of bashing a union official, an attack which was an open secret in the CFMEU's Melbourne headquarters, mind you, was sacked only after media questioning. The minister's blind defence reveals a much deeper problem here. The Albanese government doesn't want to fix the problems in the CFMEU. It doesn't want to fix the CFMEU corruption because it fears the consequences for its own power. Now, let's not pretend that the CFMEU is just another union. That's what they would like you to think. That's what the government would like you to think, that when we speak about the CFMEU, it's some sort of ideological warfare against all unions. That is not at all the case. Unions play a very important role in our civil society, but the CFMEU is a blight upon the union movement, and they know it, but they're too afraid to do anything about it. It's deeply intertwined with those opposite. When the Prime Minister sits at the ALP National Executive, he sits shoulder to shoulder with Zack Smith, the CFMEU's Victorian head. He's a bloke still having coffees with John Setka and his mates linked to organised crime. It's absolutely staggering that the Prime Minister of this country shares a governing table with someone from a union who is currently under criminal investigation. It's absolutely staggering, although it does explain an awful lot about Labor's decision to abolish the Australian Building and Corruption Commission as soon as they got elected. Now, there was nobody calling for that policy. Nobody calling for the abolition of the ABCC except the CFMEU. They immediately got into power and did the CFMEU's bidding. That was their first order of business. The government didn't just silence the watchdog that actually had teeth, it euthanized it. But corruption in the CFMEU is not the only issue that we need to be concerned with, because let's face it, it's not just those that are on the building sites, that are being intimidated, that are the problem. The CFMEU's involvement in construction is pushing up the cost of construction for all Australians, and potentially by up to 30%, according to some reports. In some areas, the CFMEU-linked premiums are being added to construction projects, 10 to 15%, specifically through demands for union-approved subcontractors and other costly stipulations.
Your time has expired. The time for the discussion has expired as well. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator McKim, which is also shown at item 16 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by whips. I call Senator McKim to move the motion. Oh, are you delegating to Senator Pocock? Senator Pocock will move the motion in the name of Senator McKim. Senator Pocock, you have the call.
I move that motion. Every day, more Australians are losing hope of ever owning a home. There is more bad news every day. Home values have shot up by 39% over the last 5 years. 39%. That's an extra $230,000 on the median house price. Meanwhile, wages have grown by just 3% a year over the same period. 39% compared to 15%. Our housing system is broken. It's rigged to make the rich richer, the banks richer, the developers richer, and meanwhile, first home buyers and so many young people in our communities are falling into despair. And Labor's policies are pouring fuel onto the fire. They've locked in $180 billion in tax breaks for wealthy property investors, the biggest public subsidy for the ultra-wealthy in Australia's history. And they've expanded the 5% deposit scheme, which masquerades as a first home buyer support, but in reality pushes up house prices and plunges first home buyers into deep, deep debt. Based on the current median dwelling price of $860,000, a standard mortgage rate and a 5% deposit, first home buyers will pay an extra $140,000 in interest over the life of a loan if they sign up to Labor's 5% scheme. The housing system in Australia is rigged against ordinary Australians, and this is not a mistake. It's working as designed. Under Labor and the Liberals, housing has been turned into a casino. It's stacked in favour of wealthy, multiple property investors, big banks, big developers. Renters and first home buyers are being locked out while wealthy property investors and the banks are cashing in. 30 years ago, it took 4 years of average earnings to buy a home. Now it takes more than double that, more than 8 times. And home ownership among people under 35 has collapsed. It's gone from half in the 1970s to just over a third today. The consequences of these decisions push families into debt, force them to decide between 3 meals a day or making the rent, and it costs people their lives. Homelessness has risen 10% under Labor, 10% under Labor, and 9 homeless people die from preventable causes every day, lacking a safe place to sleep. More and more of them are women trying to escape violence and finding themselves sleeping in doorways in cities, rich cities like my own, Adelaide. This is the worst housing crisis in living memory, and yet the government's answer is to do more of what caused it, to heat up demand. While renters are being bled dry, the big 4 banks are making record profits. They made $44.6 billion last year, and nearly $18 billion of that came straight from households paying off their homes. Think about that. Banks made over $9,000 in profit in the first year of a typical mortgage. That's $761 every month, $176 a week, in pure profit off the back of hard-working Australian homeowners. Of the 5 most profitable corporations in Australia, the big banks are 4 of them. and the total value of these 4 corporations alone is equal to roughly 38% of our GDP. No wonder the banks are smiling. They're making out like bandits while profiting off families drowning in debt. And Labor, they're not just letting it happen, they're aiding the profiteering of banks by introducing policies that further drive up house prices. It leaves no question in my mind. Labor is working for big banks and developers and not for those first home buyers, spending billions on property investors instead of housing people, protecting profits, subsidising landlords instead of building the public homes that we all know, history tells us, we can build and will make the difference. Because of their decisions, house prices are now rising at their fastest rate in 4 years. I feel sorry for those young people who open a newspaper every morning or listen to the radio and hear this appalling data. Housing is not a privilege. It's not an investment class. It's a home. Everyone deserves one. The time for those incremental tweaks has passed. They make things worse. What we need is a roof over everyone's head. We need help for those renters, and we need to make sure that the thousands of people sleeping rough in so many of our towns and communities can find a housing solution.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. I call Senator Bragg.
Acting Deputy President, the government must assume that the Australian people are stupid, absolutely stupid, because when you have failed to get the houses built, as this government has done, when you have presided over a massive collapse in new houses, and you've seen the biggest surge in our population since the 1950s, and then you come along with this gimmick, the 5% deposit scheme, where you have 95% mortgages in that constrained environment, the Australian people are not stupid, and they know that the result of that is going to be higher prices. And what we're seeing now is the highest price growth at the entry-level point for first home buyers in living memory, all because Labor has failed on supply and they have now opened up this scheme to everyone. This was a scheme that was designed for lower income earners. Now it is a scheme that is open to any Australian of any means, including potentially the children of billionaires. And what you're seeing is people now using that scheme who don't need that support from the government, and that is now inflating prices. And as I say, the major problem with the government's housing policies is that it has failed to get houses built. It has failed. It inherited a housing system that was building 200,000 a year on average. It has crashed that down to 170,000 a year on average. And it has enlarged the population by the biggest margin since the 1950s. So it has been a massive failure on supply. And then you see the government's flagship scheme, the Housing Future Fund. It's got $10 billion. It's been going for 2 years. It's built no houses as far as we can find. But what it does have is a massive problem of governance, cohesion, and the money that it proposes to spend in the future is disgracefully overspending. The average cost to build a house in Australia is about $500,000. But the Housing Australia Future Fund proposes to spend up to $1.2, $1.3 million per house. Per house. What a disgraceful waste of taxpayer funds. Only the Labor Party could conceive of a scheme that doesn't build houses but proposes to build them in the future and overpay by 2 or 3 times as much as they should. And so now we see this home guarantee scheme come in, raise the prices, push first home ownership further away than it's ever been for many lower and middle income Australians. And you wonder why people are frustrated. You wonder why people are frustrated. And so we would say that if you want to have a government scheme like this, make it targeted, give it to lower income earners, people who really need government support. Don't debase a targeted scheme, particularly when you failed on supply. This is the main point. We can have a debate in this chamber about the nature of housing, but it is in some form a market of supply and demand. We can't escape that, whatever our political persuasions or views may be. It is a product of how many houses there are and how many people want to buy them. That is going to drive, in the main, a part of the pricing. And so when you have fewer houses per person than you need, and you have fewer houses by any historical analysis because of a larger population, and then when you open up a scheme, a free-for-all, you're going to have a problem. And so those entry-level prices now for Australians are going to be more out of reach than they ever were. So I'm not sure whether the government has a brain or not. It's a question for the government. But if the government has a brain and a heart, it would go back to the drawing board on its housing policies, because its Canberra-based bureaucracy has failed to build houses. Its 5% mortgage scheme is going to make it harder, not easier. And so we would urge the government to take stock. Look at what you've done over these last 3.5 years. You've been in government for a long time now. The problem is getting worse and worse, not better. And if all the Labor senators want to come in here and say how fantastic their 5% scheme is, then I would highly encourage them to go and listen to what people are finding in the marketplace. They're finding that they cannot buy an entry-level house because this scheme is going to make it harder, not easier. It is absolutely crazy, stupid and incompetent.
I call Senator Walker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It's hard to believe that yet again the Australian Greens are trying to block young Australians from getting into housing, a continuation of their housing blocking policies from the last term of government. This ill-considered motion opposes important government interventions in the market that are going to help young people buy and rent homes. The great Australian dream is to buy a home, but that dream has seemed out of reach for many in my generation. The Albanese Labor government is working to change that, and we are increasing both supply and providing support to buy. We campaigned on these policies and the result of the election was pretty clear. But the Greens apparently think they know better than the Australian people. This motion is clearly out of touch with what my generation has to go through to get a house. They call this an urgency motion, but it seems they've missed the urgent situation we are responding to. House prices have already risen. Rent has already risen. My generation simply can't pay the rent and save a 20% deposit at the same time. We are so proud that from the 1st of October, every first home buyer is now able to get into a home with just a 5% deposit. The 5% deposit scheme gives us a chance to save enough for a deposit and to buy our own home again. We will no longer have to pay the huge cost of mortgage insurance. Since coming to office, the Albanese government has already supported over 190,000 people to buy a home with the 5% deposit scheme. Now that the salary caps are off and the property price caps have risen, we expect that this will give many more first home buyers a chance to get into the market. And for single parents, we're continuing the scheme that can help them buy with just a 2% deposit. But the Greens don't want this. They think that the scheme will put up house prices. They've missed it. The house prices are already up. That is the problem. They seem to be listening to the mortgage insurance industry, who have commissioned a report that says this will significantly put up prices. This is a report commissioned by the industry that is now missing out on millions of dollars they've previously earned from many first home buyers. This is completely at odds with our Treasury advice. We're also working to increase supply and help ease the pressure on house prices. We have a $43 billion housing agenda, which includes incentivising new rental properties. But this motion also opposes our policies of sponsoring landlords to build rental accommodation. Part of the $43 billion agenda is our build-to-rent scheme, which is an important supply measure to build more rental accommodation. Sadly, though, the Greens oppose this measure too, even though this policy is about getting more tenancies on the ground. I can only assume they haven't been to an open rental lately, where it's common to have 40 or 50 people vying for the same house. Build-to-rent legislation, which was passed earlier this year, delivers tax cuts for build-to-rent developments, unlocking 80,000 new rentals with 5-year leases and a ban on no-fault evictions. At least 10% of these homes must be affordable tenancies. These tenancies have caps on the amount of rent that can be charged. which is around 75% of the rent of a comparable dwelling. We need these tenancies now. I'm a bit sad, Acting Deputy President. This motion indicates that the Greens are bent on continuing their approach from the last term of government, where they blocked policies to help Australians get into housing. They say they want rent capping policies. They say they want to increase housing supply. They say that they want more rental houses. But they try to block every policy that moves in this direction. My fellow young Australians want these policies. The uptake of these programs tell us that. I appeal to the Greens to try and understand what it's like to be young in Australia these days and to back the government in policies that are constructively intervening in the market to correct the balance in housing.
Thank you. I call Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. We should all be alarmed with the news that house price inflation has been picking up once again. 2.2% over the September quarter alone. We're looking at housing price increases more than 4 times the rate of general inflation. We know that house prices are escalating more than income. This is not a new thing in Australia, and it has put housing out of reach for a whole generation of young Australians, and certainly for those who don't have the bank of mum and dad. And of course, this is a complex problem. There are no silver bullets here. There's a range of levers. We've seen the Reserve Bank reducing interest rates. But Labor is throwing fuel on the fire by having a 5% deposit scheme with no means testing, essentially bringing forward the date that a whole bunch of young Australians can buy, first home buyers can buy a property. At the same time that we're seeing an increase in interest from investors. That's up this year. And so I urge the Labor government, what is housing for? Think about that. What is housing for? Is this an investment vehicle? Are we going to continue with the $12 billion a year in tax breaks? Or are we going to have this conversation and say, let's put some limits on it. Let's grandfather. Let's limit it to one investment property. These are very sensible reforms because we're in a massive hole. And this is much more than just housing. This is about the very fabric of our society and our future. And whilst there are tens of billions of dollars on the table, we're not dealing with the nub of it. A system that is for investment, not something that is a human right.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Call Senator Mulholland.
Acting Deputy President. Guess who's back? Back again. The coalition's back. Tell a friend. Yep, here they go again with their anti-home ownership rhetoric. And quite frankly, we're all getting a little bit sick of it. Acting Deputy President, at this juncture in Australia's history, there are few issues more critical than the current cost of living and house prices. Hardworking Australians across this country who, despite doing everything right to save for a house and are being incredibly responsible with their family budget every day, are still struggling to buy their own home or to find an affordable rental. To those people, I say the Albanese government hears you. And we are the first government in a decade to actually take this issue head on. It's important work, it is not easy work, and there is no quick fix. But you know what is making this critical situation unnecessarily difficult? The ongoing political games of the Greens and the Liberal Nationals. They've got the old band back together, the coalition, but we are all sick of hearing the music. Every measure to improve housing affordability and to increase housing supply that has been introduced to this place since 2022 has been stonewalled by the Green senators here in their unholy marriage with the Conservatives against housing. Now, after blocking housing reform last term, they are back at it again, railing against 5% home deposits. You have acted with nothing but cynicism and contempt for the Australian electorate. In the pursuit of a political gain, they want to own their own home. And just like those opposite, The Greens have learnt nothing from the last election. So while Senator McKim is right to want to discuss this critical issue, and he's right to say that house prices are increasing, he's delusional to try painting this as a Labor problem. The Liberals created the crisis through a decade of inaction, and at every turn over the past 3 years, the Greens have played political games with the Conservatives in the hopes of picking up a few extra votes. And we all know how that turned out at the last federal election. The antics we've seen from the Greens in this chamber have been contemptible. So I want to use this time to highlight the remarkable work of Minister Claire O'Neill in navigating this type of petty politics to deliver the outcomes that Australians expect, to deliver real reforms and real incentives to help Australians own their own home, despite the political obstacles she has faced from those opposite. I can also attest firsthand to the fact the Minister is a responsive, empathetic and determined Minister to help wherever she can. In fact, last week I met with the City of Moreton Bay Regional Council, a council that takes in the federal seats of Petrie, Longman and Dixon, where the Mayor was distressed about the lack of housing construction in the face of unprecedented housing growth. So I called Minister O'Neill and I asked if she would convene a housing roundtable in Moreton Bay to help council and the developers and advocacy groups together to drive new solutions and answer the questions they have. Her response was an immediate yes, because this is a woman who wants to get the job done, unlike Max Chandler-Mather and Michael Sukkar, who no longer have jobs due to putting politics ahead of policy. Thanks to Minister O'Neill and the Albanese government, we've seen more than 190,000 Australians buy their first home with a 5% deposit, helped by our government. That's 200,000 Australians who the Greens would prefer not to be living in a home that they own. Let that one sink in for you. We've supported more than 1 million Australian households to pay their rent, with our almost 50% increase to rent assistance. We've created a real turnaround in home building, with 500,000 homes built since we came to office. We've got more than 25,000 social and affordable homes in planning or construction, with over 5,000 social and affordable homes already completed. And for single parents, we're continuing the family home guarantee that helps them buy a home with a 2% deposit. Because it's the DNA of Labor to work while those opposite play politics with an issue as important as housing.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Senator Waters.
Thank you. While first home buyers spend their Saturday getting outbid by property investors and renters line the block for a chance to spend 3/4 of their weekly income to keep a roof over their heads, this Labor government continues to hand out $181 billion in tax breaks to already wealthy property investors. Housing is a human right, and yet more and more people cannot afford to have their own home, and homelessness just keeps on rising. People are getting angry, and the Conservatives want people to blame migrants for the housing crisis, which is both racist and unfounded, rather than take on the interests of the billionaires and the big corporates that benefit from the status quo. It's inequality and not immigration that people should be angry about. The housing crisis is caused by a system designed to prioritise corporate profit margins over everyday people, and a system that makes it easier for someone to buy their 5th or their 10th or their 50th house rather than for someone to buy their first. Even if you can cobble together the 5% deposit that you'd need under Labor's new scheme, which is only and already has started to push prices up, the repayments on that massive amount of debt will be crippling. First home buyers with a 95% mortgage debt will be slammed with more than $1,000 in weekly mortgage repayments. Now that's more than 3/4 of a nurse's income on the average price of a house in Sydney. Banks will love it though. It's great for their profits. And that's what this is. Labor's 5% house deposit scheme, it's a policy for bank profits, not for first home buyers. It will drive up house prices and it will encourage people to take out home loans that they cannot afford. The big banks are making billions of dollars in profits, while people are struggling to afford a roof over their head. It is obscene, and it is by design, and this government just keeps on backing it in. Without tackling the root cause of the housing crisis, Labor's scheme will simply inflate prices further, locking even more people out of home ownership. And all of this while this Labor government happily hands out $181 billion in negative gearing and capital gains tax discounts to people with more homes than they need. We could end those unfair tax handouts and start levelling the playing field. That's a no-brainer. We could cap and freeze rents. We could actually build more public and affordable homes with a publicly owned property developer to build them so that people and not profit were the driver of the decisions. I cannot stress enough that change is possible. The housing crisis is no accident. It is within government's control to address it, and the Greens will keep fighting to do just that.
Your time has expired. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I thank Senator McKim and the Greens for bringing forward this urgency motion today, but I wonder if the Greens shouldn't turn that finger around and point it at themselves. Yes, housing prices are rising at an unprecedented rate, and yes, the government's strategies are ineffective in tackling the issue. But the Greens didn't exactly help matters. They held up the HAF for months. We could have used that time for the HAF to be helping people. They say their pressure on this matter extracted $3 billion of spending on housing, but their arguing stopped the HAF from accumulating funding for more than half of 2023, when it wasn't building houses, when it wasn't putting roofs over people's heads. And I'm all for holding the government accountable, but everyone knows you shouldn't throw stones in glass houses. If we are going to solve the issue of unrealisable home ownership, particularly back home in Tasmania, we need to push for the adoption of strong medium-density housing strategies. A great example of this is happening right now in Launceston, where the old Birchall's building in the Brisbane Street Mall is being developed into a 21-apartment precinct with added shops and commercial opportunities. All this while maintaining the historical facade of the building and using unpurposed buildings in the city centre. It provides home in the heart of Launceston. It increases foot traffic, keeping local businesses patronised. It addresses the housing problem, meeting demand with supply instead of demand with more demand. Senator McKim is right. Giving more tax breaks to landlords and allowing more home buyers into the market with a 5% deposit only drives up demand, which in turn drives up housing prices. Handing out more money has never made things cheaper. It's been made clear multiple times. Tackling it sounds pretty simple, and I think it can be.
Thanks, Senator Tyrrell. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. House prices are rising at their fastest rate in 4 years, and instead of helping, Labor is pouring fuel on fire. This housing crisis is not a mistake. It is not an accident. It's the foreseeable result of decades of political choices. Choices to treat housing as an investment scheme for the wealthy instead of a basic human right. Labor has doubled down on this rotten system, defending billions in tax breaks for property investors while shoveling more public money into the pockets of developers and banks. They've expanded the 5% deposit scheme, a policy that every economist predicted would inflate prices. They've refused to touch negative gearing in capital gains tax concessions, a $180 billion gift to landlords and property speculators. Every year, renters pay the price while investors cash in. And as families are pushed out of their suburbs and young people give up hope of ever owning a home, Labor has done its best to blame migrants for their own failures. They've scapegoated vulnerable people of colour who come here seeking safety, opportunity and community, people who are themselves being crushed by the system. Let's be clear. It's not migrants who rigged the tax system. It's not migrants who refuse to build public housing. It's not migrants who refuse to cap rents. It's Labor and the Liberals, both in bed with the property developers, the real estate lobby, and the big banks. Everyone deserves a secure, affordable home, and that means ending obscene tax handouts. That means freezing and capping rents and launching an ambitious build of public and affordable housing. And the Greens are the only party willing to take on the profiteers and fight for housing as a human right.
Sorry, Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I couldn't agree more that Labor is fueling the housing crisis, driving up demand with policies like their 5% deposit scheme. And the Greens have finally realised what is driving prices: demand. Demand driven by uncontrolled mass immigration. It is mass immigration that has driven up housing prices, blown out rents and left Western Australia with a 0.7% rental vacancy. It is the youth of Australia who bear the cost. Young people face a median house price of over $1 million and climbing. For the first time in Australia's history, the next generation is having to come to terms with the idea that their life is going to be harder than their parents. They aren't going to have the opportunities. They aren't going to have the Australian dream. Who is standing up for young Australians? One Nation will answer the call. One Nation will ban property purchases by non-citizens. One Nation will put an end to mass immigration. One Nation will bring the Australian dream back to life.
So, thank you. Now the time for debate has expired, so I'll put the question, and that is that the motion moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no. Let's say the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. Lock the doors, thank you. The question is that the motion moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim to tell it for the ayes, Senator Askew to tell it for the noes. It's not working. It's got an airlock. Thank you. Magic fingers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 28. The question is resolved in the negative, and I'll allow senators who are not participating in future debate to leave the chamber quietly, if we can, please. Thank you. How do you turn it on? How did you? What's the secret? Okay, we shall now proceed to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on page 5 to 16 of today's order of business. And senators, I'm going to try and go through page by page if it makes it easier, but on saying that, Senator Askew, you seek the call.
I seek leave to take note of a number of documents and...
Sorry, Senator Askew. Sorry, colleagues, I did ask that if people aren't engaging in the debate, if they could just move on quietly so I could hear. Sorry, Senator Askew, I couldn't hear you. Senator Askew.
Thank you. I seek leave to take note of a number of documents and continue our remarks, so if it's okay to do them all as one.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. So items 10 and 15 on page 6, item 23 on page 7, item 39, so this is government documents as well, is that okay?
We're going from 5 to 16.
Okay, all right.
Senator.
Government documents, yep. Item 39 and 43 on page 8, items 48, 54, 62, 67, 68 and 69 on page 9, item 72, 76, 77 and 89 on page 10, item 99, item 113 on page 11, items 124 and 134 on page 12, and item 159 on page 17.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Askew. Now, as colleagues, as I said earlier, I will go by page to make it easy if anyone wants to contribute. So is there anyone wishing to speak to documents on page 5? If not, I shall move... Sorry. Okay, I'll now move to page 6. No one? Right. Page 7. Getting better. 8. Page 8. No one? Minister, you just stretching your legs or do you want to speak? It's all right, he's still listening. Anyone on page 9? Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, yes. I'd like to take note of the Australian War Memorial Report, document 60 on page 9, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Is leave granted? Leave's granted, Senator Shoebridge.
And if you're about to move on?
I am. I'm going to move to page 10. You seeking the call?
Yes. Thanks,
Shoebridge.
Acting Deputy. Document 85, the Federal Court of Australia listed entity. I take note of that report and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Yes, it's granted.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else on page 10? No one. I shall move to page 11. Nobody. Page 12. Okay. Page 13. Page 14. No one. Page 15. And lucky last, page 16. Anyone? No, great. Geez, that's a first. How did we do that, Roach? All right, let's now move to, sorry, I'm still in shock. Tabling of committee reports. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Deputy President, I present the report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security on its review of the listing of Telegram as a terrorist organisation under the Criminal Code. And I seek leave to move the motion in relation to the report.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you. And I'd obviously move that the Senate does take note of the report. Now, Deputy President, I'd also rise, as I present this report on behalf of the committee, for review of the listing of the Telegram as a terrorist organisation under the Criminal Code. Organisations can be listed under the Criminal Code if a minister is satisfied an organisation is directly or indirectly engaged in terrorism or advocates the doing of such terrorist acts. On the 27th of June this year, the Minister for Home Affairs announced that the Albanese government had listed Telegram, also known as the Telegram Collective, as a terrorist organisation under the Criminal Code. The committee's review examines the Minister's decision to list this organisation. As we know, the Criminal Code provides that the committee may review an organisation's listing as a terrorist organisation and report its comments and recommendations to each House of the Parliament at any time. In assessing Telegram's listing, the committee reviewed the merits of the listing with regard to the Minister for Home Affairs' explanatory memorandum and statement, and the statement reasons for the listing and other publicly available information. The committee also received a private briefing on the organisation from the Department of Home Affairs. It is clear that Telegram is a nationalist and racist, violent extremist organisation comprising a group of persons who use a network of online channels based primarily on the online messaging application Telegram. Operating through encrypted platforms like Telegram spreads violent and extremist propaganda designed to inspire terrorist attacks on minority groups, critical infrastructure, and specific individuals opposed to its ideology. The organisation advocates for and provides instructions on how to conduct terrorist attacks and has successfully inspired a number of terrorist attacks in the United States, Europe, and Asia. The decentralised and encrypted online environment of Telegram allows the organisation to operate internationally with very few barriers. A key concern is Telegram's frequent promotion and praise of the 2019 Christchurch terrorist attack and perpetrator, which it uses as a propaganda tool to radicalise potential members, advocate terrorist attacks and actions, and spread its violent extremist ideology. The nature of this organisation is unconventional for a terrorist organisation, as it is decentralised, non-hierarchical network that operates primarily online and online spaces. However, the committee supports the Australian Government's assessment that Telegram is a distinct organisation with identifiable members and leadership figures, and based on the evidence available to it, the committee agrees with the Australian Government's assessment that the organisation's known terrogram advocates the doing of a terrorist act. The committee is satisfied that the appropriate processes have been followed and the listing has been properly made. Therefore, the committee supports the listing of terrogram under Division 102 of the Criminal Code and finds no reason to disallow the regulations. And this reflects the Parliament's commitment to keeping Australians safe from violent extremism, protecting our interests and safeguarding the values that we all share in our democratic society.
Thank you. Senator McKim.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I do take note of this document and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you. Are there any ministerial statements? Minister.
I seek leave to make a statement relating to the 40th anniversary of the Uluru Handback.
And leave granted. Leave is granted. Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I rise to acknowledge a significant moment in the history of land rights in this country. And I begin by acknowledging the Anangu people thousands of kilometres from this place on Ngunnawal country. This weekend, the Anangu gathered to celebrate a significant anniversary and a unifying moment, a moment I was unable to attend, but the Prime Minister and Minister Watt joined the member for Lingiari, Marion Scrimger, the Special Envoy, and also I note the Shadow Indigenous Affairs Minister, Senator Little, was also present. 40 years since the return of Uluru Kata National Park, that moment in the red heart of Australia reshaped this country. It was on the 26th of October 1985 that the Governor-General, Sir Ninian Stephen, travelled to Central Australia to return the title deeds to Uluru Kata to the Anangu. Hundreds of people, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, stood in the red sand in the shadow of the majestic rock. They watched the Crown, through the Governor-General, recognise in its law what Anangu have known forever, that Uluru was Anangu land. They heard that dedication made in their own language, thanks to the translation of the late Yankajara elder Kumanara Lester. It was the culmination of decades of campaigning by the Anangu and of more than 100 years of painful struggle. It was a recognition in Commonwealth law of the Anangu people's deep and enduring connection to country, their ownership under law. The handback was not symbolic, it was transformative. In that moment, the iconic landmark, instantly recognised by billions of people around the world, was back in First Nations hands. And on the ground, it laid the foundation for the tremendous success of the Anangu's ownership we've seen over the past 4 decades. Their joint management of the park with Parks Australia has meant tourism flourishing alongside the sharing of Anangu knowledge and Jugurba. Acting Deputy President, I think it's an understatement to say that the path to the handback wasn't easy. In 1985, it was an extremely controversial decision. The Aboriginal Land Rights Act had been passed in 1976, but Uluru Kata was excluded from the Act as it had been operating as a national park since the 1950s. The Anangu, supported by the Central Land Council, held firm in their lobbying for decades. They persisted in their calls for an amendment to the Land Rights Act to allow them to make their claim to their land in Commonwealth law. And soon after his election in 1983, Prime Minister Bob Hawke and his team made that change happen. But it wasn't just the legislation that stood against the Anangu. Many will remember, as I do, growing up in Central Australia, that in the lead-up to the handback there was a fierce and at times malicious campaign in the Territory and across the nation. We heard claims again and again that putting Uluru into Anangu hands would mean Uluru was alienated from the rest of Australia. The catch cries are all too familiar. Quote, "Let's keep Australia free for all Australians," quote, end of quote. The then Chief Minister Ian Tuxworth's government gained enormous attention, issuing pamphlets calling the handback a national tragedy. Reporting at the time claimed the government was handing Uluru Kata to, I quote, "the wrong Aborigines." Assertions that the Anangu were never interested in the area until they thought they could exploit its tourist potential. During the handover ceremony in 1985, a low-flying plane flew overhead, trailing a banner saying "Ayers Rock for all Australians." Despite this fierce campaign against them, the Anangu stood firm in courage and determination because they knew it was always going to be about all Australians. The Hawke Labor government amended the Aboriginal Land Rights Act to allow the return of the title and to get the transfer done. That courage and determination followed in the footsteps of the Gurindji strikers that led Prime Minister Whitlam to pour soil into Vincent Lingiari's hand, symbolising the return of land to the Gurindji people. It followed in the footsteps of First Nations people across the territory that emboldened the Whitlam government to introduce to the Parliament the first land rights legislation in Australia. This year's handback anniversary comes at the beginning of a new chapter for Uluru and the township of Yulara. Many would be aware about the strategic decisions being led by the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation in relation to Voyages Indigenous Tourism Australia, including the resort at Yulara. These are and remain confidential discussions, but I can note that it is thanks to the courage and determination of First Nations people and those Labor reforms that these changes are being conducted in a way to empower the Anangu. The commercial discussions have involved transparent, lengthy and extensive engagement and community consultation. The land is to be divested to a community corporation that represents the Anangu people. It is anticipated that once completed, the transfer of the land from the ILSC to Anangu would represent the largest single transfer of freehold land by the ILSC to a First Nations community group. This is about multi-generational benefits. These decisions reflect the enduring spirit of the handback, community-led and future-focused. The handback shifted national thinking not only on land rights, but on partnership, cultural authority and custodianship. It redefined how governments and institutions engage with First Nations communities. It positioned Uluru Kata as one of Australia's premier tourism destinations, not just for its natural beauty, but for its cultural significance. It anchored Anangu-led conversation and cultural education programs that continue to flourish. The handback stands as one of the most successful examples of land justice in our nation's history. The proof of that success and the significance of that moment is embodied in the Chief Minister Ian Tuxworth's words, whom I referenced earlier as being a key voice opposing the handback. 10 years ago, at the 30th anniversary, Mr Tuxworth told the ABC there were a lot of misconceptions about what was going to happen to the rock, which caused divisions. I think the project has moved on and people are doing it well and they should be congratulated. Whatever the contentious issues were back 30 years ago, they've been overtaken by the success of the project. On Saturday, the Prime Minister of Australia stood on Anangu country and acknowledged that truth. He addressed them in the language of the Anangu people. And in English, I'll translate what he said if those who weren't watching the TVs at the time. I'm happy to be together with you on Anangu land. 40 years after the handover, I acknowledge the success of the Anangu people at Uluru Kata National Park. I acknowledge the handback's legacy and lesson. On this anniversary, we see that the worries peddled in 1985 were false, as the Prime Minister reminded us on the weekend. 40 years ago, after decades of exclusion, the Anangu's rightful relationship with this place was finally recognised, and the Anangu responded by choosing to share it with all of us. Tourists flock to it, rangers care for it, all Australians are welcome, the whole world is welcome. The handback meant all Australians came together in justice and in triumph. When we acknowledge the First Nations people, when we listen to First Nations people, and when we work in genuine partnership, we build enduring strength and success. And in the language of the Anangu people, Ua Palya Winianga, and in my language, Bawajibara.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Little, you have the call.
Thank you. Well, I rise to talk a little bit about the past, but not the political past. I also rise to talk about the future. It was good to be at the 40th anniversary celebrations on the traditional lands of the Anangu, Pitjantjatjara, Yunkajara peoples. And I acknowledge the Prime Minister, his colleagues, other MPs there and the Governor-General. I was there alongside the Federal Member for Grey, Tom Venning, from the Anangu, Pitjantjatjara, Yunkajara lands just south of Uluru Katajuda, because of course that western border doesn't matter to people. Mr Venning's seat represents many Anangu people in the APY lands. They are also traditional owners of Uluru Katajuda National Park. And I was there to represent the Leader of the Opposition for the commemorations. Over 1,000 people joined in those celebrations, and I acknowledge those senior people, or gummies and jammus, who are no longer with us, and those who weren't able to travel for the celebrations. I want to talk a little bit about that area and its tourism history, because it's very close to me. In my suite here in Parliament House is a photograph from that day 40 years ago. It was given to me by one of those old people to remind me of how important it is to speak up in this place and to talk truth. My family have a very close history to that area, not my Aranda family, my Pitjantjatjara family, my Yunkajara family. My Scottish family had a pastoral property, in fact several pastoral properties in that region, and my great-great-grandfather encouraged, in fact when the Northern Territory and South Australia were one, wrote a letter to the South Australian Parliament saying to open up that area to tourism. Critically, what he did was he also made sure that all of those Anangu people, it was tough times back then, there was drought. They were fighting over sheep for eating. It's pretty tough. He kept them on those station properties and set up a roadhouse. The people at Imampa, not very far away, had a goat farm that they would sell goat's milk to the tourists that were starting to make their way through there. The Aboriginal people from the region started to engage in commercial activity, were selling their artefacts, selling food, selling their commodity to people who came to get it. There's a long history there. You know, those old people that are living in Mudurjulu, living in Pukacha, living in Imampa, living right throughout the APY lands, actually worked in the resort when it was right up against Uluru, that special place. So there is a very long history of engagement in commercial activity as well as engagement in country. And I pay respects to those old people that did that. You know, the celebration was full of traditional dances, some of which have never changed over the many, many years, and they still delight today. They were truly incredible. Uluru Katajuda is still held by Aboriginal people in land leased to the Commonwealth and co-managed in a partnership with traditional owners. It is about bringing Western knowledge, traditional knowledge together and generating respect for both of those things together. Napaji, napaji. It's about sharing knowledge, sharing learning. Really, really critical concept. I mentioned how the anniversary serves a reminder that co-management must go way beyond just looking after country or kukukanyini, looking after animals. It must be about, again, active participation in all of the opportunities that are generated by tourism. That's really critical because there are so many opportunities, and we must make sure that people participate and contribute in it all. They don't just have to be rangers, they can do anything. I was lucky enough to attend at Voyager's Ayers Rock Resort, the National Indigenous Training Academy graduations. There, 272 people are employed in that resort. But when I was there just a few years ago, I managed to get that number to 400, including people from that local community. So we can and must do more. Those people weren't employed just in the land management areas or caring for the gardens. They were assistant managers in the hotels. They were people who looked after and cleaned the rooms that people lived in, and people loved engaging with them. The engagement was the critical aspect of people's experience. They weren't just paying to come to Uluru, they weren't just coming to see that incredible place. They wanted to engage with local people, share that experience, nappaji together. So yes, we do have to do a lot more, and we do have to look further than close to us and look at, well, how do we make sure that those people that are out there are going to school? The kids must go to school. You know, I want to see them flying the helicopters that fly around in the resort. I want to see them, you know, managing those hotels. I want to see more of them, not just contributing to the Board of Management in a way that contributes traditional knowledge, but they must be the accountants, the lawyers, the doctors. We have to make way for them to participate in their futures, and we have to be brutal about that. They don't have time, we don't have time, and the elders expect us to do that. It is critical, you know, I go on and on in this place about good governance. It's not like it just turned up yesterday, good governance. Aboriginal people have known good governance. You cannot survive, carbon dating says 65,000 years. You can't do that if you didn't have rule of law, the structures, all of those things that are important, respect for each other, looking after each other. So we must make sure that in all of the things that we do, we don't just have that expectation, but we make sure that the structures that people engage with are also safe, that enable those good people to actually participate and push forward with hard stuff. Argue like we should in this place about things that we disagree with, but always remain focused on the end goal, which is everybody does better. Multi-generational benefits are going to be crucial to the future of that place. You know, I talked about the involvement of older people in the tourism industry. You can go out to Mutijulu and the community that sits at the base of Uluru, and you'll see, like I did, perfect pin tucks in some of those mattresses that are there on those old cyclone beds, because people knew how to make beds. They participated in the economy. And you know what? As a senator, one of the most exciting things about being in this place is when I check into a hotel, and often I see people who are actually at NITA, at the training academy, working at the resort, and they're just working in hotels right across this country. You know, that's true reconciliation. That's not about confining them to just working at Uluru. They should be able to work absolutely anywhere, and we should support them and make sure they can do that. You know, I acknowledge the dedicated staff at Parks Australia, but I also acknowledge all of those community people that contribute to keeping that place alive, keeping country alive, keeping culture alive, and keeping community facing the right direction. But we all have a part to play here. It's not just about them doing that, it's about us making sure that the structures that they have to engage with also create opportunity for them. Leveraging from tourism and hospitality is not easy. It involves risk, but it also involves great opportunity. I want to see people, as I said, not just working and doing tours. I want to see them everywhere. They should be everywhere. They've been everywhere before. We've just got to put the tools in place to make sure that they are everywhere again. And it starts with looking after the children. It starts with getting those parents to get kids to school. It starts with looking after the elders and making sure they stay well for longer so that they can do the important work of looking after children and sharing their knowledge, not doing the things they need to do to keep children alive. And we need to support those parents who are raising children in sometimes difficult circumstances and provide the early intervention and prevention that's required to support them to participate, not just as Indigenous Australians, but as citizens of this country who should be able to participate the same as everyone else, and race has nothing to do with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Little. Any other senators want to make contribution? If not, question is that the motion be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Against? It's carried. Are there further ministerial statements? Minister.
Thank you. I table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning incoming government brief prepared by the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, and the online recruitment strategy of the Australian Defence Force. Right.
Thank you. Any other documents? Or... Oh, sorry. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. I rise to take note of the OPD in regards to the incoming government brief from the Department of Climate Change and Energy. The Senate has stood its ground. The Coalition has exposed the government for its very, very shallow commitment to transparency. In fact, even demonstrated that the government's commitment to transparency is a sham. And more importantly, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Mr Chris Bowen, has been forced by the orders of this Senate, to finally release Volume 1 of the incoming government brief from the Department of Climate Change and Energy. The incoming government brief is the advice that the government gets from departments. This is the document. And what is remarkable, or perhaps not remarkable, is that 97% of the pages of this advice, Volume 1 of the incoming government brief, are in fact redacted. So rather than meeting the challenge of being transparent, this government has confirmed more than ever, stronger than ever, that there is something hidden in these documents that it does not want Australians to see. 97% of the pages of the advice in this document have been partly redacted. And remember, this is a document that the Minister and the Department did not want released. It's a document that they claimed could be excluded from the orders of production process of this Senate because they claimed a freedom of information justification. And the clerk said very clearly in correspondence to me, they were wrong. 63 pages of this 65-page document, or 97%, are redacted in some form. 28 pages, or 43%, are completely redacted. In one case, 24 pages in a row are blacked out, concealing not just from the Parliament but from the public what is the real advice given to the new government from the Department of Climate Change and Energy. So let's just compare. What have other departments done? What have other departments done when meeting their requirements to provide an incoming government brief? And what have they done when they've been asked to meet orders of this Senate? You would have thought that the Department of Home Affairs is dealing with much more sensitive issues than the Department of Climate Change and Energy. They released 76% of their brief. The Department of Home Affairs released 76% of their brief, redacting only matter that was genuinely pertaining to national security or cabinet in confidence. How can that be? The Department of Home Affairs, responsible for the security of this country, redacts just 76%, and the Climate Change Department is redacting considerably more. Not one single page of the Department of Home Affairs incoming brief was redacted. 63 pages of this 65-page document, or 97%, were redacted in some form. 28 pages, 43%, are completely redacted. In one case, 24 pages in a row are blacked out. So the question is, what is it that the Minister for Climate Change and Energy is hiding in this incoming government brief? Pages under a section headed Delivering Your Agenda and with subheadings locking in and acceleration emissions reduction and navigating global climate action and delivering COP31 have been entirely blacked out. But one thing stands out more than anything else in this heavily redacted incoming government brief, and that is that the department's advice to Minister Bowen tips power prices to rise. It says at page 8 that energy prices remain top concern for households after food and groceries, and it says in black and white, this is what it says, the draft default market offer, DMO, points to a further significant increase in retail electricity prices next financial year. So if that's what they didn't redact, imagine what is in the redacted parts of this incoming government brief. This is another demonstration of the powers of the Australian Senate, a powerful demonstration that the government's commitment to transparency is a sham, a demonstration that Minister Bowen, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, wants to hide from the Parliament, hide from public scrutiny, the full details of what is in this incoming government brief. We know the Albanese government is failing on climate change and energy policy. The advice itself confirms Australians are struggling with the cost of electricity under Labor and that this is only going to get worse. But even by the government standards, trying to withhold this information and then releasing it so heavily redacted is a new low. It's part of a wider, increasingly obvious lack of transparency from this Labor government that is totally at odds with the false claims of accountability and openness to both Parliament and the Australian people. It's worrying that Minister Bowen and the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water appear to have followed incorrect procedure, despite the fact that the OPD procedures of this Senate are well understood in this chamber and across the government. The Department of Climate Change and Energy chose a justification that completely sits outside of the OPD process, a freedom of information justification, which was examined during the Senate estimates process and which the clerk said was wrong. The Coalition has utilised the powers and resources of this Senate chamber to get to this point and will continue to explore further options to make sure that the real advice, the real evaluation of the government's performance on emissions and energy issues is there for this chamber and for the Australian Parliament to see in full transparency.
Thank you very much, Senator. Any other senators wish to make a contribution? Right. Yep. And the question is that the Senate take note. All those in their opinion say aye. Against? Carried. Now, Minister, did you have anything else? Oh, sorry. Getting ahead of myself here. The President has received letters nominating senators to be members of committees. I'd call the Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to appoint senators to committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red.
Question is that the motion now be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Against? It's carried. Minister. Oh, another one. All right. Big Bible. All right. Now, the President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the Appropriations Bill number 1, the 2025 to 2026, and 2 related bills for concurrence. I call the Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
All right. So the question is that the motion now be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Against? It's carried. Call the clerk.
Appropriation Bill number 1, 2025 to 2026. Appropriation Bill number 2, 2025 to 2026. And Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 1, 2025 to 2026.
Minister.
I move that these bills now be read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Minister.
I move that the debate now be adjourned.
So the question is that the debate now be adjourned. All those opinions say aye. Against? It's carried. Minister.
I move that the resumption of the debate be in order of the day for a later hour.
So the question moved by the Minister be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Against? Carried. Give that to you. Let's do it again. Now, the President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence. Health Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures Number 1, Bill 2025. Private Health Insurance, National Joint Replacement Register Levy Amendment Bill 2025. Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. And Treasury Laws Amendment, Strengthening Financial Systems and Other Measures Bill 2025. I call the Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be read a first time.
So the question is that the motion moved by the Minister be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Against? Carried. I call the Clerk.
Health Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures Number 1, Bill 2025, Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Amendment Bill 2025, Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, and Treasury Laws Amendment Strengthening Financial Systems and Other Measures Bill 2025.
Minister.
Thank you. I move that these bills now be read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned and that the bills be listed as a separate orders of the day.
So the question is that the motion moved by the Minister be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Against? Carried. Lucky last. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence. The Australian Centre for Disease Control Bill 2025 and the Australian Centre for Disease Control, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025. And I'll call the Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
So I'll move the question that's been moved by the Minister. All those opinions say aye. Those against? It's carried. Thank you. Clerk.
Australian Centre for Disease Control Bill 2025 and Australian Centre for Disease Control Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025.
Thank you, Clerk. Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
Thank you. I move that the debate now be adjourned.
So we put the question that debate now be adjourned. All those opinions say aye. Against? It's carried. A message has been received from the House of Representatives informing the Senate of changes to membership of various joint committees. The President has received messages from Her Excellency the Administrator and Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to 9 laws, details of which will be incorporated into Hansard. Clerk.
Government Business, Orders of the Day, Telecommunications Legislation Amendment 000 Custodian and Emergency Calling Powers Bill 2025, Resumption of Consideration in Committee of the Whole.
The committee is considering the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment 000 Custodian and Emergency Calling Powers
Bill 2025, and the amendments moved by Senator Hanson-Young on sheet 3456. The question before us is that the amendments be agreed to. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Chair. Since we moved this amendment, it seems the government has seen sense that increasing the penalties on these big telecommunications companies in this bill should happen. And I welcome that from the government. So in order to facilitate that, I will be withdrawing this amendment and I have circulated a new amendment which increases the fines for the big telecommunication companies to $30 million. And now, I want to say right at the beginning, I still think it should be more. I still think these big companies deserve everything we can give them. But the government has agreed to increase the penalties to $30 million and to supporting this Greens amendment. And so in the spirit of trying to get things done and improving this piece of legislation, we will take that as a step forward. I also understand that the Minister today has written to the regulator informing them that they will be issued with a direction in relation to the register, which of course is one of the issues that both the Greens and the Coalition were concerned about. A public register so that when there are outages, the public knows, because it's quite clear that if they had it their way, Optus and their executives would continue to hide this stuff from public view. And if we're going to have a custodian in the department to oversee the outages, to oversee the system of 000, then the public too should be informed of what's going on. So we welcome that, but we will be keeping a very close eye on ensuring that this happens. Now, of course, this is just one piece of legislation that the government needs to get through this place in order to move on the recommendations that they had previously promised after the Bean review. There was the custodian one, and there's also another piece of legislation that still hasn't come down from the House, or come down from the House yet. And we look forward to looking at that piece of legislation with the view to putting further restrictions and accountability measures on the telecommunications companies. I just want to say from the outset, what a debacle this whole process has been. That Optus has thought that they could get away with not just a shoddy system that let Australians down, meant that mothers and fathers who needed to call the ambulance when their children were sick could not get through, when elderly Australians, desperate for help after they'd fallen on the bathroom floor, couldn't call the ambulance. And this is not good enough. And that is why this piece of legislation, with increased penalties and further measures that are needed. And it's why tomorrow I hope to see this place establish the inquiry into Optus, into the failures, into the disaster that Optus has overseen, and frankly, the failures of the regulator themselves. Because as we've heard over and over again, it's not just that Optus failed, the regulator failed too. So with your indulgence, Chair, I would like to seek leave to withdraw the amendments on sheet 3456 and instead move the amendments.
Can I just clarify a point,
yes.
Senator Hanson-Young? Is that
together
amendments 1 and 2?
Yes, together. Thank you.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. And I will now move that the increased penalties on the big telecommunication companies, the $30 million fines, which is the very least they deserve for such failure, on sheet 3467 be moved.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
Thank you. Well, the government is obviously very keen to work with all parties to enhance penalties for telcos. We've been clear about that from the beginning, and we certainly have flagged that there may be further amendments to the framework through the Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill, but we have indicated from the very beginning how important this bill is, and that is why we were willing to work with the opposition in terms of the amendment put forward. Senator Hanson-Young, as she's foreshadowed, has moved a further amendment increasing that penalty to $30 million. I indicate from the government point of view, we are willing to support that amendment. We are not on the side of corporate criminals on this side of the chamber, and we will certainly make sure that these penalties signify what the community standard expectations is, but also from the government. We know that our preference was to deal with the Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill, but again, if I just reiterate, because of the importance of the custodian, we want to support the amendment put forward by the Greens to impose these new civil penalties. I also just wanted to, for the benefit of the chamber, if it assists, I know there is some interest in the issue around the register, and I might put that on the record now to enable us to work through some amendments. Following the September 2025 outage, Optus 000 outage, the Minister has been considering the appropriate regulatory and legislative settings. Now, the Minister has decided to formally direct the ACMA to make new rules to strengthen the telecommunications regulatory framework. And as foreshadowed by Senator Hanson-Young, the Minister has today written to the ACMA to state, and I quote, and I think this language will be helpful to those interested in these amendments. I will be issuing a direction to amend the Telecommunications Customer Communications for Outages Industry Standard 2025 to mandate that telecommunications providers maintain a public register of their network outages. A public register of network outages will build on the new requirements to publicly report outages and increase transparency and accountability around outages-related impacts on access to 000. Thank you. I just wanted to update the chamber on those two important issues. On that basis, I think we can proceed with some amendments.
So, we'll put the question, if everyone's ready, that the amendment 1 on sheet 3467 be agreed to. Those of that opinion? Those against? Okay, the amendment is agreed to. Senator Scarr.
Excellent, thank you, Acting Deputy President. And notwithstanding the Minister and her, I'll start off. I move Amendment 1 on sheet 3458. And notwithstanding the Minister and her office hastily writing a letter and emailing it out today, this amendment will create a public register of all 000 outages enshrined in legislation, because it is really important to ensure Australians have visibility of any outages within the community and that we can restore confidence in the system. And it is the belief of the Coalition that it's best done through legislation rather than a letter sent by the Minister, because it will also ensure that the Minister, the Department of Communications, ACMA as the regulator and the 000 custodian, as created by this bill, are accountable and functioning as they should, as legislated by this Parliament. Because more transparency in the system will ensure Australians' confidence is restored and that telcos and the government are held to account if things aren't working. What the Coalition is proposing is a higher level of transparency and accountability, rather than that has been proposed by the Labor Party.
Minister.
Just for the purpose of clarification, I do make the point, as I very recently made clear, the direction will be issued through the Telecommunications Customer Communications for Outage Industry Standard, delegated legislation. So it's not just a letter from the Minister, and I think that should be made clear. And on a technical level, the opposition has also failed to comprehend what an ECS outage event is, which is a much broader concept than a significant local outages and major outages under the ECS determination. In practice, what the Coalition is essentially proposing is that it require the custodian to maintain a register of every single voice outage or possible outage, even if, for example, it only affected one premises for 5 minutes. What we have proposed is what we have directed is that the public register of networks outages will build on the current requirements of publicly reported outages and increase transparency and accountability around those outages, and it should be maintained by the telcos themselves. So I'll just provide that explanation for the way that the government will be voting.
No further contributions. I propose that we put item 1 on sheet 3, 4, 5, 8 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Those against? No. The noes have it?
Ayes have it.
The ayes have it. Is a division required?
Yes, please.
It being past 6:30, this will be deferred to a later date. But we are in a position to continue through these amendments. Senator Scull. McGrath, sorry.
Thank you. I seek leave to move amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3459 together.
Is leave granted?
Thank
leave
you.
is granted.
This amendment is another amendment that increases transparency and accountability. This amendment will change the reporting requirements in the bill from 6 months to 3 months and cause those reports to be published on the ACMA website and tabled in the Parliament. As I said, this is all about increasing transparency and accountability. So if you believe in transparency and accountability, you should be voting for this amendment.
Minister.
Thank you. Just for the purpose of clarification, the government will be opposing this amendment. On the issue of reporting, the provisions as drafted in the bill are sufficient and they do ensure accountability to the Minister on a number of levels, of course from the custodian's point of view, but also from ACMA.
No more contributions. I will put that items 1 and 2 on sheet 3, 4, 5, 9 be agreed to. Those that have opinions say aye.
Aye.
Those against?
No.
The noes have it. The ayes have it. The noes have it. We will. Is a division required? Yes. We will defer that division until a later date, given that it is past 6:30. I think we are still in a position to continue.
Yes. First of all, I move Amendment 1 on sheet 3460, and I seek leave on the floor to amend the two figures of where it says $20 million in after paragraph 570, subparagraph 3, subparagraph AC, to for both the $20 million figures to be replaced with $40 million. The Greens support for that.
Okay, so is leave granted to make that amendment from the floor? Those of that opinion? No? Yes? No. No. Leave is not granted. Senator McGrath? You may wish to resubmit.
I will. Well, if leave's not granted, I would like to put that to a vote, please, in terms of that, I'm trying to think of the correct phrase, that the Senate does have a vote on rejecting the rejection of the application for leave. So I think it has to be voted on tomorrow, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so we will defer that vote also to tomorrow. The bill cannot proceed at this point, and as such, we will take votes tomorrow. So as the bill cannot proceed until these votes are taken, I will report to the Senate. Pursuant to order, further consideration of the bill in the Committee of the Whole will be an order of the day for the next day of sitting. I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day, Appropriation Bill Number 1, 2025-2026, Appropriation Bill Number 2, 2025-2026, Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill Number 1, 2025-2026. Second reading debate.
I call Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to make a contribution on behalf of the opposition on these appropriation bills, and of course the opposition will not be opposing passage of these bills, just to put minds at ease on the other side of the chamber. As is normal practice, we'll be facilitating this because it is important to ensure the ongoing usual operations of government. But I want to take the opportunity of being able to speak on this bill to set out where we do disagree with the government when it comes to fiscal policy, because of course our support for this legislation does not imply agreement with the government's approach to economic or budget management, and especially that of the Treasurer, Mr Chalmers. We are deeply concerned about the direction of fiscal policy under this government, and I think these are concerns which are increasingly being shared by the Australian people. Our concerns were highlighted especially during Senate estimates recently, when officials from the Department of Finance and Treasury gave significant evidence about the government's mismanagement of our budget in recent times. In the 2024-25 financial year, the Commonwealth raised $717 billion in receipts, which is equal to 25.9% of GDP. That is the highest level of revenue collected as a proportion of our economy in 25 years. The last time the federal government collected that much revenue as a proportion of the GDP was in the 2000-2001 financial year under the Howard government. But the difference was, under the Howard government in 2000 and 2001, the budget was in surplus, not in deficit, to the tune of $3.25 billion, and it remained in surplus thereafter for the rest of the Howard government's term. This is in stark contrast to this year's budget, which produced a deficit of $10 billion, even with that 25-year record high revenue. Thanks to Senate estimates, we also know that this was a deficit of choice. In the last financial year, the government made $22 billion of net spending decisions, as finance officials admitted. In effect, the government chose to spend $22 billion more than it offset in savings, and had they instead fully offset that new spending, they could have delivered a surplus of $12 billion. As officials from the Treasury Department later admitted, this is a breach of the government's own already very rubbery fiscal rules. In particular, their commitment to bank most of the revenue upgrades they've received, and their commitment to keep spending low until debt as a proportion of GDP is falling. Mr Chalmers is the luckiest Treasurer in generations. He's benefited from $370 billion of higher revenue than was forecast when Labor came to office in 2022. And yet, the 25-26 budget projects an eye-watering deficit of $42 billion, with large deficits projected not just across the forward estimates, but as far as the eye can see in the medium term as well. The causes of these increasing deficits are not complicated, and it is not due to a lack of revenue. Spending under this government is out of control. Payments now total 26.2% of GDP, and outside the pandemic or an international financial crisis, you have to go back nearly 40 years to 1986-87 to find an Australian government spending at such a rate. Spending is at a 40-year high, and therefore revenue at even a 25-year high is not enough to cover the difference, and the budget is now back in deficit. Now, those opposite sometimes like to say the Howard government had high levels of revenue, and that's true. But what the Howard government did differently, and particularly under Treasurer Peter Costello, was they used those economic good times to reduce taxes, deliver surpluses and pay off debt. They created the Future Fund and left office in 2007 with net assets, not debt. In contrast, the Prime Minister and Mr Chalmers are running us up larger and larger deficits in the good times, meaning Australia will be ill-prepared for future economic shocks. We know that debt is forecast to rise to more than $1 trillion this financial year for the first time ever. The government projects that it will reach $1.2 trillion of debt by the end of this term. That would have been absolutely unthinkable a decade ago. We in the opposition are not the only ones making this point. When the Reserve Bank Governor, Michelle Bullock, says Australia needs to, quote, make hay while the sun shines, she is sounding the same alarm. Her warning that government spending is, quote, growing very quickly and revenue is not as strongly, end quote, comes as the economic weather begins to turn. The spending numbers do not lie. In the last financial year, real spending growth was 5.5%, about 4 times faster than the economy. And these are numbers which would make even former Treasurer Mr Swan blush. His budgets managed an average spending growth of just 2%. The Treasurer can stand up at press conferences and talk about restraint all he likes, but on his watch, spending is increasingly unrestrained and deficits are getting larger, not smaller. Mr Chalmers has made no secret of the fact that he idolises Paul Keating and seeks to emulate him, and indeed his budget strategy appears to have emulated that of Mr Keating, delivering what John Howard once described as 5 minutes of economic sunshine. We've already seen the best finances that this government can produce in their first term, and those weren't particularly good, and it appears that it'll be all downhill from here. These budget failures have real consequences for everyday Australians. Spending is now $160 billion higher than when this government came to power, or $16,000 for every Australian household. The cost of living is only getting worse, and the Consumer Price Index results for the June quarter have told this story. Electricity rose 8.1% in that quarter, following a 16.3% rise in the March quarter. Rental prices rose 4.5% over the 12 months to the June quarter. Fruit and vegetables are up 4.3%. Garments rose 3.5% and footwear 5.7%. As much as the government crows about the headline inflation figures, when you drill down, this has not been the experience for most Australian households who are struggling to cope on an ongoing basis with price rises to basic family necessities. It's no wonder then that in the face of these numbers and Mr Chalmers' out-of-control spending, that the Reserve Bank has reduced interest rates far more slowly than expected a year ago and far less than many other countries around the world. Another concern for our economy on this government's watch is the unemployment rate. The seasonally adjusted rate in September rose to 4.5%, about a point higher than when Labor first took office. The trend is now clear. After the coalition government brought unemployment down following the pandemic, under Labor it is creeping up, slowly but surely. It's extraordinary that despite all of this uncontrolled spending, the government still can't reduce the pressure of the cost of living and is seeing unemployment increase. At the same time, we're seeing the biggest drop in solvent businesses in our history. Private enterprise is shrinking while the public sector swells, a seriously dangerous imbalance for any economy. As the Australian Industry Group has been warning for some time, what growth there is in the Australian economy has been almost entirely driven by the non-market sector. A year ago, ARG warned that 85% of jobs created in Australia in the previous quarter had been from the health, education and public administration sectors. 2025 has been no better. This government is being propped up by a growing public sector as local private enterprise continues to struggle. This is clearly unsustainable. Just as concerning is the growing evidence that the basic expectations of government are not being met. For example, defence, our most sacred duty, is being asked to do more with less. Just last week, the Australian newspaper reported that the Chief of Air Force, Stephen Chappell, has initiated reviews of capability and sustainment costs as part of a service-wide push to mitigate overspending and address budget challenges. The same article noted that the Chief of the Defence Force, David Johnson, had capped the number of days ADF reservists can work at 150 days per year, down from 200. In a world that's growing more dangerous, Australia cannot afford a government that weakens its own shield. The first duty of any nation's budget is to keep Australians safe. Yet, in a period of out-of-control spending more broadly, the Defence Force is making cuts on the front line, and over the last 3 years we've seen a weakening of our borders. Acting Deputy President, to ensure the normal operations of government services, the opposition will of course allow these appropriation bills to pass the Senate. But let there be no doubt, we will continue to hold this government to account for their increasingly poor economic record, which has resulted in record spending, higher power prices, increased food costs, interest rates coming down slower than anyone would wish and the rest of the world, and unemployment growing higher.
Thank you. Senator Kovacic, are you in a position to make your contribution at this point?
Sorry for
the appropriations bill.
Absolutely. I wasn't aware.
Oh, no, Senator Hume has arrived.
Oh, Senator Hume has. Oh, excellent.
Senator Hume, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 1, 2025-26, and Appropriations Bill number 1, 2025-26, and the Appropriations Bill number 2, 2025-26, collectively known as the Additional Appropriations Bills. Now, these bills determine exactly how taxpayer dollars will be spent for the rest of the financial year. This is a decision, obviously, that deserves scrutiny, but it certainly doesn't require a rubber stamp. Now, that said, the opposition will not be opposing these bills. We recognise that they are a necessary mechanism for the continued functioning of government, but do not mistake this for 1 second as a pass. The reckless spending, the weak discipline and the waste that have defined this government is not something that we support, and it's not something that we will let go unchecked. Every dollar that the government spends is a dollar that is earned by hard-working Australians, and government spending is a declaration of priorities. These bills collectively tell Australians everything they need to know about Labor's priorities. Appropriation is not simply an act of administration, it's an act of trust. A trust that governments will be spending your money carefully, wisely, and only where necessary. And the Albanese government has time and time again betrayed that trust. This government is taking in more revenue than any government in 40 years. Any government in 40 years, more money rolling through the door. $717 billion in receipts. It's quite extraordinary. That's equal to 25.9% of GDP. And yet, it's still running deficits. It's still running deficits. That's the highest level of government revenue since 1986 and 87 as a percentage of GDP. It's equal to the level achieved under the Howard government in 2000, but with one crucial and stark difference. The Howard government ran a surplus. It used its strong revenues to do what is most important, that is to pay down debt. This government, however, does the exact opposite. It spends every single cent that it collects, and then some, because after it's spent your money, it then borrows more. It treats the public purse, the money of ordinary, hard-working Australians, as its own personal bailout fund. And that's not the only record that Labor has managed to break either. The Albanese government is spending 26.2% of GDP, spending 26.2% of GDP. Now that is the highest level outside of a pandemic or a financial crisis in nearly 4 decades. Real spending growth is 5.5%. Now that is almost 3 times the rate under the Rudd-Gillard-Swan era. Spending is now $160 billion higher than when the government came to office. $160 billion higher. That's a $160 billion blowout. Or, put another way, it's $16,000 taken from every single household in Australia. Now, that's not budget restraint. That's reckless spending, and it's dressed up as responsibility. Wherever there's a chance to make a rational and a common sense decision, Labor chooses actively to take an opposite or ideological path. You don't have to trust me on this. Both the former Treasury Secretary Ken Henry and the former RBA Governor Philip Lowe have urged spending restraint. As Dr. Lowe put it last year, it seems to be where there is a need, we'll spend. Now, the current RBA Governor, Michelle Bullock, has sounded that alarm as well. She warned that government spending is growing very quickly and revenue not as strongly. And when she said that, she said we need to make hay while the sun shines. She wasn't talking about farmers there, clearly. She was talking about the Treasurer. She was sending him a message of fiscal restraint. Did he listen? Independent economists are just as clear. Stephen Walters, the chief economist of Optimal Economics, called the lack of fiscal rules in place by this government a key reason that Australia has fallen into a budget black hole. And he pointed to the root of the problem. He said one of the first substantive things that Treasurer Chalmers did back in 2022, his first big mistake. That mistake matters. Fiscal rules are not there to be bureaucratic tools. They're not there for decoration. They're not there to put unnecessary grit in the wheels. They're a discipline. They're what keeps spending contained. That's what stops that natural urge of governments to spend and spend more and more. They keep spending disciplined, transparent and sustainable. And when those rules are thrown out, when they're ignored, when they're dismissed, well, accountability disappears. And deficits don't just happen, they then become a habit. And you don't need to look too far into those blue budget books to see that habit has already set in. Rather than take these warnings seriously, the government keeps spending. They spend as though interest rates don't matter. And maybe they don't to those that sit on the benches, but they certainly do to ordinary Australians. Ordinary Australians that might have a mortgage, Australians that might have a personal loan, Australians that might have a car loan, maybe they have a business loan, maybe they have an overdraft. That's to whom interest rates really matter. They spend as though debt will never come due, and perhaps it won't under this government. Perhaps they will all be long gone and retired, kicking up their heels in a happy retirement, while that debt gets paid for by the next generation. They spend as though those future generations won't be left to clean up their mess, but they will. But they will. Labor's addiction to spending has kept inflation higher for longer. You don't need to believe me. This is what economists say. This is what central bankers and administrators and regulators have said. This is the consequence of a government that believes that every problem can be solved by throwing a bit more money at it. But it's not their money they're throwing, it's your money that they're throwing. It's jettisoned the sensible fiscal rules, the first big mistake of the Treasurer, as has been said, and now, as the economic weather turns, that rainy day fund is empty. When Labor came to office, it inherited some of the strongest terms of trade that this country has ever seen. It inherited record revenues and a world economy that was still recovering from COVID. Now, 4 years on, we have debt as far as the eye can see, $1 trillion of it, no less, $1 trillion, and we have no plan to repay it. Because there's also deficits as far as the eye can see. That red ink extends beyond the pages of the budget books. So appropriation bills aren't just a formality. They are a reflection. They're a reflection of the values that guide this government's decision-making. They show whether a government believes in discipline or whether it believes in decadence. They show whether a government believes that Australians can be trusted to spend their own money, or whether they think that Canberra knows best. Australians deserve better than a government that spends like there's no tomorrow and then acts suddenly surprised when the bill comes due. If the kids can realise that money doesn't grow on trees, well then why can't a Labor government? The Coalition has a record, decades-long record, of responsible economic management, of cleaning up Labor's mess after time, and we will be able to do that again. It won't be easy and it won't be fun, but it will be necessary. The government simply cannot continue to put unsustainable spending on the national credit card for future generations to pay back. Australians should know that the Coalition will be guided by our values and principles of freedom and choice, of personal responsibility, of aspiration and of enterprise. We commit to restoring fiscal discipline, to rewarding effort and encouraging business and enterprise, to keeping the government focused on targeting on what's important to achieve and necessary to achieve, not what is nice to have, and to act to deliver for intergenerational fairness, backing a smaller and enabling government, because big government creates small citizens. Responsible government starts with restraint, and only the Coalition has the record and the resolve to deliver that.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Let's call net zero for what it really is. Fraudulent, supposed science covering up income redistribution protected with Big Brother government measures. That's it. Making everyday Australians economically and environmentally and socially worse off. Net zero measures are driving up the price of electricity, increasing prices, flow-on effect throughout the economy. Food, groceries, clothing, transport, travel, accommodation. Everything you buy goes up if electricity goes up. Manufacturing, smelting and heavy industry all use electricity and are struggling to stay in business. In 2024, there were 5,136 closures of established businesses, meaning those in business for 5 years or more, established. In 2024, there were 10,497 business insolvencies, up almost 30% on 2023. Has anyone on the Greens benches bothered to ask what these Australians who have lost everything think about what UN net zero did to their businesses? Has anyone asked? We have. Some of these measures are idiocy. Green hydrogen, green steel, green aluminium. This technology does not work. That is proven it does not work, and it never will. Physics and chemistry tell us that. It's nothing but a scheme to farm subsidies, parasitic subsidies, without which the idea would not even be contemplated. These appropriations bills are channel billions of dollars of taxpayer funds into the pockets of crony capitalists, lining up like pigs in a trough. And there's Minister Bowen, throwing more and more taxpayer money into the trough. Wasted, but who pays? The people pay. More businesses pay. These appropriation bills contain significant allocations for net zero measures. Firstly, Department of Climate Change and Energy, $1,234,567,890. $1.2 billion. For what? Quote, support for net zero emissions by 2050 through renewable energy initiatives and emissions reduction programs. This is the stuff that comes out of the south end of a northbound bull. Number two, $987,654,321. Nearly $1 billion. For what? Quote, funding for decarbonisation projects and clean energy infrastructure to achieve low emissions targets. Carbon is in every living organism's every cell of every living organism. And then number three, $789,123, almost $500 million. What have we racked up so far? $2.7 billion. For what? Quote, investment in carbon abatement strategies and sustainable development to mitigate climate change impacts. Carbon is in every living organism's every cell. This is just one appropriation bill. This gravy train for the government's parasitic big business mates collecting subsidies, feeding off subsidies, has been going on for years, encouraged by both parties, both major parties, and the Greens. Yet the Albanese government is projecting deficits in every year of the 48th Parliament totalling over $100 billion. That's money that will be needed to be borrowed. Debt that everyday Australians will have to repay. $3,700 for every man, woman, baby, child in this country, plus interest. And we're already paying interest in such a large quantity that it's almost the single largest line item in our budget. A One Nation government will abolish the net zero transition. Our policy includes terminating all projects and removing all carbon dioxide accounting requirements on businesses. The fraud. Repealing fraudulent flood maps being used by insurance companies to price gouge consumers, which are being used to generate record profits for mostly foreign-owned insurance companies. Think of BlackRock Inc., BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, First State, etc., the global wealth funds. They own and control our insurance companies. Terminating any existing project that's at a stage where termination is cheaper for the taxpayer than the continuing, or where the project is too damaging to the natural environment to continue operation. Terminating it. We will, of course, use the generation that has been put in place until they inevitably fail in 10 to 15 years. And most importantly, our immigration policy will re-migrate hundreds of thousands of people who have broken their visa conditions and limit new arrivals, and we will limit new arrivals to people holding skills we actually need, especially in housing. Remigrate, send home, deport. Remember, net zero is not reducing carbon per use per person. It's supposedly reducing Australia's carbon dioxide production to 2005 levels in total to 2035. Supposedly. Think about this. Australia's population has grown 40% since 2005. That means we all have to reduce our carbon dioxide production by an extra 40%, and this figure goes up with every new migrant arrival. The pain is only just getting started unless the Senate has the courage to stop this madness, the integrity to stop this madness. Join One Nation in saying to this government, not 1 cent more, not 1 cent. You've blown trillions. I foreshadow my amendment on sheet 3466 to remove net zero funding from this appropriation bill. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, this government is running deficits because record levels of revenue are being outstripped by record levels of spending and record levels of spending growth. What does that mean? That means this government is taxing you more. You are paying more in tax, and then this government is spending that money. And this is not the restraint that the Treasurer talks about. And this is not how we build a strong future for the generations that come after us. We are setting up the next generation to pay off even more of this government's debt. We are setting up this generation to not even be able to own their own homes, but to just pay off the debt of this generation. Earlier today, we had some discussion around the 5% home deposit scheme. And I heard a couple of the senators on the other side talk about how groundbreaking that was for young Australians. It would be if there were any houses to buy, but there are no houses to buy. When you spend government funds, you are spending taxpayer funds. Government has no money. That actually comes from taxpayers. So what the government has decided to do is to effectively guarantee mortgages so that only a 5% deposit is required, with no income caps, no oversight measures whatsoever. But they haven't done anything around the supply side of that housing. Nothing at all, which means we have more people coming into the market for the same number of homes. I'm not an economist, but I know what's going to happen next. The prices of those homes are going to go up because the supply hasn't increased, but the demand has. And we have yet another problem in relation to that, and that is the misconduct of the CFMEU in this country and its impact on housing supply. The handbrake that it creates on the supply of homes in this country when young people are not just not able to buy their own homes, they're having to line up in 10s, 20s and 30s to rent a home. That is entirely unacceptable. And then those opposites sit there and say, well, you know, we're doing a good job and we put the CFMEU into administration. The administration isn't working. We've all seen that over the last few weeks in the media that we've seen and over the last few months. But guess what? The Australian taxpayer is paying for that administration. Again, ka-ching, some more spending. Some more spending that doesn't deliver outcomes. None of us here have a problem with spending that delivers outcomes. Spending on health, spending on education, spending on critical infrastructure. But we do have a problem with wasting money that then creates debt for future generations. The RBA is increasing caution on reducing interest rates in part because of this government's high spending. It's hurting all Australians, but it is especially hurting young Australians. It is hurting them in every possible way and leaving them the debt burden of the decisions of this government. And that is not okay. Both Ken Henry and Philip Lowe have called for spending restraint, with Philip Lowe noting in August, after COVID, we haven't really got back to a clearly articulated framework for decision-making with fiscal policy. It seems to be where there is need, we'll spend. That's not how you run a country. You need to make decisions around where to best place taxpayers' money. Every dollar in the budget, every dollar that's dealt with in the appropriation bills, they belong to Australian taxpayers. They don't belong to government. We are, those of us in this place, but particularly the government, we are custodians of that money. We don't own it. It's not ours to do with as we please. Senator Hume made a comment earlier around what the Reserve Bank Governor Michelle Bullock said about Australia needing to make hay while the sun shines. That's her warning to this government about what they should do in terms of the revenue, the record revenue they are taking in. But they're not doing that. This government is spending the money that we should be using to invest in our future. And let me be clear, there is a big difference between spending and investment. They are two very different things. Australians deserve a government that actually knows the difference between those two things. And it is not fair to any Australian that they are paying more and more out of their personal incomes in tax to pay for that spending. And that's part of the reason why this government is now presiding over the biggest collapse in living standards in the developed world. I'm going to repeat that. Labor has presided over the biggest collapse in living standards in the developed world, here in Australia, while fuelling an addiction to spending that is driving up the cost of living and leaving a $1.2 trillion debt bomb for the next generation, for my children and my grandchildren and the children of others in this place and outside of this place. As Senator Hume said, it doesn't go away. Somebody has to pay for it. And we can't look the other way and just think it's not our problem and kick that can down the road. But Australians today are also paying the price. They are paying the price through higher mortgages. They're paying the price through higher power bills, through higher groceries and higher rents. And they will pay the price tomorrow as Labor locks in a decade of deficits and intergenerational debt. Intergenerational debt. The debt that the future generations will pay for the decisions of this government. When they are unable to buy the homes that this government hasn't been able to create supply for. What actually are we creating for our future generations? What are we giving them? What have we done to that social contract where we actually hand over something better than what we got? We are not doing that anymore. We are handing over a worse outcome to future generations. And we should be ashamed of that. This government should be ashamed of that. I talked about an increase in mortgages. We've had, I think, 3 rate cuts under this government. We've had 12 rate increases. And I often see the celebration of those 3 rate cuts. The average Australian with a mortgage is still paying $1,800 a month more. That's a lot of money. That's over $20,000 a year that people have had to change their lives to be able to pay to keep their homes. That's a big deal. That's not something for us to ignore. And that's only if people are actually lucky enough to have been able to buy their own home, to be able to own their own home. We actually have to think about those impacts. But let's think about young people who can't afford to buy their own home for a number of different reasons, but now because the prices of those homes have gone up because we just don't have the supply. Whilst they are trying to do that, they are paying 39% more for their electricity. They are paying 21% more for that rent, for that home that they're trying to save for. They're still paying 21% more for rent. They're paying 16% more for food. They're paying 15% more for health. And if they are still learning or studying or improving their skills, they are paying 17% more for that as well. This is unacceptable. And every minute we are paying $50,000 just on interest on Labor's debt. Every dollar that pays interest is a dollar that we cannot spend on the safety net or on Medicare or on schools or on hospitals. This is not sustainable and it needs to stop. The Coalition will be guided by our beliefs in freedom, choice, aspiration and enterprise. We will restore fiscal discipline to this country. We will reward effort and encourage enterprise. We will keep government focused and targeted. We will act to deliver intergenerational fairness so young Australians can afford to buy their own homes and they don't have to pay off the debts of this generation. And we will back a smaller, enabling government. Thank you.
Senator McKim.
Well, thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to the appropriations bills, which provide remaining appropriations for government expenditure and funding for the government's 25-26 budget measures. Well, inequality in Australia is spiralling. More and more people are struggling to make ends meet. They haven't got enough money to get their teeth fixed. They are really struggling to put a decent feed on the table for themselves or their families. People are having to make difficult or sometimes nearly impossible choices about whether to pay the rent or the school levies or to service their mortgages. And at the same time, that millions of Australians are living under the stress of not being able to afford basic necessities of life. Big corporations are raking in record profits. CEOs are pocketing eye-watering bonuses, and billionaires and the 1% of the wealthiest in this country are watching their bank balances go through the roof while they don't even lift a finger. We live in one of the richest countries on earth, and yet our wealth and the resultant power and influence are concentrated in fewer hands than before. The people who are working the hardest are in many cases the people that are getting left behind the most quickly. And those who have got the most keep on making more. It is deeply, bitterly unfair. It is an absolute rip-off for millions of Australians. If you're a nurse or a cleaner or a plumber or a teacher or a carer or a hairdresser, you go to work, you work hard, and you pay a lump of what you earn in tax. But for the 1% in this country, that small number of super wealthy people in Australia, they don't have to work. Their wealth generates yet more wealth, in many cases without them even lifting a finger. And you know what? Their wealth and their increase in wealth does not get taxed in Australia. It is a giant rip-off, and it is deeply and fundamentally unfair. We need to tax extreme wealth in this country, and we can use the revenue to fund things like putting dental into Medicare so people don't have to pay to get their teeth fixed. We can use it to fund things like completely wiping student debt so that we can give young people what just about everyone in this place had access to, and that is a free university education. One of the great triumphs of proponents of this deeply and bitterly unfair society that so many of us are living in now, one of the great triumphs of the proponents of that society is to convince so many people that a better life is not possible, that a fairer society and a fairer economy are not possible. But those things are possible. The only reason we don't have a fairer society and don't have a fairer economy are the political choices that are being made by people in this building and in this chamber. And I say to people who are struggling, if you can't afford to get your teeth fixed, if you can't afford to put a decent feed on the table for yourself and your family, if you can't afford to pay the rent, if you can't afford to service your mortgage, if you can't afford the school levies, that is because the Labor and Liberal parties won't make the 1% extreme wealthy people in our country pay their fair share of tax. And it's because the Labor and Liberal parties won't force the big corporations to pay their fair share of tax. 1 in 3 of the biggest corporations in this country pay absolutely no tax whatsoever. 79 companies in Australia have gone 11 years at least without contributing a cent to this country that made their obscene profits possible. Gas corporations dig up our resources for free, emit huge amounts of greenhouse gases, sell our resources overseas and walk away with billions in profits and pay no tax at all. When you go to work as a teacher or a cleaner or a hairdresser or a plumber and you are paying more tax than 1 in 3 of the largest corporations in this country, you know you are living in a system that is absolutely cooked, and you know you are living in a system that is rigged against you. Coles and Woolworths pushed up their profits by 17% and 14% respectively during the worst cost of living crisis in decades. And you know what? companies like Coles and Woolworths have learned one thing. They've learned one thing in Australia: greed pays. Price gouging pays. And whether it's the supermarkets or the airlines or the banks or the insurance companies, they're price gouging away because Labor and the Liberals will let them price gouge, and they are raking in obscene profits and in most cases are paying either no tax or nowhere near their fair share of tax. They know that greed pays because successive governments have shown them there is no consequence to price gouging and greed if you are a big corporation. And working people are paying the price for this. They're paying the price at the supermarket checkout, they're paying the price in their rent and their mortgages, they're paying the price on their insurance premiums, they're paying the price on their airline tickets if they're lucky enough to be able to afford those things. They are paying it when their kids can't see a dentist or when their wages are not keeping up with the bills that they have to pay. Because this economy, crafted by the neoliberal duo in this place, the duopoly of Labor and Liberal, rewards greed and it punishes effort. This is a system built to protect wealth, not to share wealth. And at the same time, governments give away billions in things like fossil fuel subsidies every year, billions in property tax breaks to housing speculators that make homes more expensive. And all the while they do it, they say to people, oh, there's no money, not enough money for housing, not enough money for health, not enough money to raise income support above the poverty line. Well, there is enough money for those things. What there's not enough of is political will. Inequality in this country is not an accident. It's not a bug in the system. Inequality in Australia is a feature of our economic system. It is the result of decisions made in this building to keep the wealthy happy, to keep the big corporations happy, to keep the big political donors happy, to protect the profit models of corporations and to cling to an economic model that is deeply and bitterly unfair and that fails most people in this country. The Prime Minister's decision to override his Treasurer and his plan to just creep the balance a little bit more towards fairness to tax the ultra-rich sent a clear message. The top end are going to be looked after, and they're going to be looked after whether we've got a Labor or a Liberal government in this country. Looking after the top end, looking after the big corporations, looking after the super wealthy 1% in this country. That is why we've still got a housing crisis. That is why wages are so stagnant. That is why billionaires have in some cases doubled their wealth since the start of the pandemic. If we made big corporations pay their fair share of tax, if we taxed wealth, extreme wealth in this country, we could fix the housing crisis, we could expand Medicare to include dental and mental health, and we could guarantee people an income that they could actually live on with a modicum of dignity. The money is there. What is lacking is the political will. Greed has been written into our tax laws and our economic settings. It's been normalised for decades by successive duopoly governments who serve the same donors and take advice from the same lobbyists. But here's the thing. Here is the thing. This deeply, bitterly unfair society, this deeply and bitterly unfair economic system does not have to be so deeply and bitterly unfair for so many people. The rampant inequality in Australia can be undone. We can actually make the super wealthy, the mega rich, pay their fair share of tax by taxing wealth. We can make the big corporations pay their fair share of tax by putting in place an excess profits tax on corporate profits. And if we were to do just those two things, we could not only fund dental into Medicare, we could not only wipe all student debt, we could not only increase income support above the poverty line, we could all do all those things and more and still have plenty left over. Still have plenty left over. A better world is possible. And I'm here today to challenge this sense of despair, this lack of hope in so many people. That's not their fault that they feel like that. The reason they feel like that is because the political duopoly in this country want people to live in despair. They want people to live without hope for a better, fairer life for themselves and their families. Because hope, genuinely held hope, is a dangerous thing for the status quo. A very, very dangerous thing for the status quo. So I say to people, have hope. Believe that a better world is possible, because it is. And the Greens are going to fight every day for a better, fairer society, a better, fairer economy, to end the deeply and bitterly unfair wealth inequality in our society, to make the mega wealthy, the extreme rich, pay some tax on that wealth that in many cases continues to grow at eye-watering rates, despite the fact that those very people do little and in some cases nothing to see that wealth grow. It is grossly inequitable and grossly unfair. And I say this to people as I close my contribution. I understand that you don't want people to feel hope. I understand you want people to live in despair. And that, unfortunately, tragically, is where millions of Australians live. And I've been there in my life. I know what it's like to live in grinding poverty. I know what it's like to not be able to afford to pay the rent. I know what it's like to have to eat crappy food because you can't afford a decent feed for yourself. I know what that's like. And when you live in that way, it is very easy to despair. It is very easy to lose hope. You can't see a way out of this mire of poverty that you are entrenched in. I totally get why people lose hope. I totally get why people live in despair. And that's why the millions of Australians that live in grinding poverty, including many who work full-time, I might add, that's why they need champions in this place. And that's what the Australian Greens are here to do, to fight to tax wealth, to fight to make big corporations pay their fair share so we can have a fairer, more equitable society in this country.
Call Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you very much. I rise also to speak on the Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 1 of 2025-26, the Appropriation Bill number 1 of 2025-26 and the Appropriation Bill number 2 of 25-26. These bills provide the legislative authority for the Commonwealth to draw on Consolidated Revenue Fund to finance the government's programs for the remainder of this financial year, roughly the final 7/12 of 2025-26. While not controversial in form, they are deeply revealing in substance. They expose a government that has lost control of its spending, abandoned fiscal discipline, and lost sight of the intergenerational fairness that should underpin responsible budgeting. In 2024-25, the Commonwealth receipts totalled $717 billion, equal to 25.9% of GDP, the joint highest in nearly 40 years. That means that this Labor government is collecting more in taxes than at any time since 1986-87, when Bob Hawke was Prime Minister and the Howard Costello reforms were still a decade away. Yet despite this record revenue take, Labor still delivered a deficit. Payments in 2024-25 reached 26.2% of GDP, up from 24.5% when Labor came to office. That additional 1.7 percentage points of GDP equates to around $50 billion in extra annual spending every single year. Real spending growth hit 5.5% last year, almost triple the average under the Rudd-Gillard-Swan era, and nearly 5 times the growth rate of the final coalition budgets. While Labor spends more, borrows more and regulates more, Australians work harder only to fall further behind. In just 3 budgets, Labor has added $160 billion in new spending. That's roughly $16,000 for every Australian household. Worse still, the Parliamentary Budget Office confirms that Labor's policy decisions alone have added $37 billion to this year's deficit. Had those measures been offset, the deficit would have been as low as $5 billion instead of the forecast $42 billion. When this government came to office, gross Commonwealth debt stood at $887 billion. Today, it has already blown past $959 billion and is on track to hit $1.2 trillion by 2028-29, a record both in nominal terms and as a share of GDP outside wartime. Servicing that debt now costs Australian taxpayers $26 billion every year, or around $50,000 in interest every minute. That's not money going to hospitals, not money going to schools, not money going to roads. It's money going to bondholders because this government cannot live within its means. When interest payments rise faster than spending on defence or aged care, as they now do, you know fiscal management has failed. So where did it all go? It didn't go to better outcomes. It went to waste, bureaucracy and political vanity projects. Projects including $620,000 on a speechwriter for the Prime Minister, $40 million on an advertising campaign for automatic tax changes, $4.4 billion in new regulatory compliance costs created by more than 5,000 new regulations and 400 new laws since Labor took office. At the same time, core services are struggling. NDIS costs have blown out by $8 billion in just 2 years. Aged care spending is rising by 8% a year with no efficiency dividend in sight. Hospital waiting lists are lengthening. And productivity, the true engine of sustainable prosperity, has fallen 5% since 2022, its weakest growth rate in 60 years. This reckless fiscal expansion has consequences. OECD data shows that Australia has experienced the biggest fall in living standards in the developed world. By spending at pandemic-level rates long after the emergency passed, Labor has kept inflation higher for longer. The Reserve Bank has said it plainly, government spending is growing very quickly and revenue is not as strong. That high spending is one reason the RBA has held back from further rate cuts. It means mortgage holders across the country, especially in my home state of Western Australia, are paying more for longer. According to the latest data from the Domain House Price Report for the September quarter, Perth prices climbed 1.6%, $15,382 over the 3-month period to a record median house price of $981,259 in Perth. That means the average family rolling off a fixed rate loan is paying an extra $1,800 a month. So when the Treasurer boasts about restraint, he should try explaining that to young West Australians priced out of home ownership or to small businesses paying 8% on their overdrafts. Western Australia remains the engine room of the Australian economy, producing more than 45% of our total exports, including iron ore, LNG, lithium, wheat and beef. It is WA that delivers the revenue windfall Canberra now squanders. Iron ore royalties, company tax from miners and income tax from FIFO workers together contributed over $90 billion in 2024-25, roughly 1 in every 8 Commonwealth dollars. Yet under Labor, WA families and businesses are being punished with higher costs, slower approvals and fewer housing starts. This is not a state failing to pull its weight. It is a state weighed down by a government that cannot manage its finances or the national economy. Because a government running a deficit with record revenue is not managing, it's mismanaging. Australia needs a government that lives within its means, rewards effort and restores intergenerational fairness. A government that controls reckless spending. A government focused on productivity, not popularity. Australians cannot afford a government spending $50,000 a minute on interest while asking future generations to carry the debt for decisions they've never made. This is just not good economics, it's basic fairness. These appropriation bills fund the machinery of government, but they also reveal how profoundly that machinery has been misused. Labor inherited record revenues, a strong economy, and an opportunity to rebuild. Instead, it delivered record spending, record regulation, and record debt. This government is running deficits not because Australians aren't paying enough tax, but because it is spending too much of what they already pay. West Australians, who generate so much of the nation's wealth, understand this better than most. They know prosperity cannot be taxed or borrowed into existence. It must be earned, managed, and respected. Despite the fact that we are approaching the 50th anniversary of the Senate using its full authority and the powers that it has available to us, the Coalition will not use this significant historical anniversary and block supply. But we will use every opportunity available to us to make sure that we continue to make the case for better economic management and to hold this government to account. To hold this government to account for every wasted dollar, every missed opportunity and every unfair burden it piles onto the next generation of Australians. Australia deserves better than record revenue and record debt. It deserves a government that lives within its means.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I would like to thank all senators who have contributed to this debate on the 2025-26 appropriation bills. These bills seek authority from the Parliament for appropriations from the Consolidated Revenue Fund to provide funding for the last 7 months of 25-26, new measures announced in the 25-26 budget, government decisions and estimate variations from the 2025 pre-election economic and fiscal outlook, and selected 2025 election commitments. The total of the appropriations sought through these 3 bills is $98.2 billion. In introducing these bills, the government has already highlighted some of the more significant items provided for in the bills. Once again, I thank all senators for their contribution and commend these bills to the House.
So the question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. No. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Let me just put it again because I was a little unclear there. So the question is that the second reading motion, second reading amendment moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. The division is required, and given the hour, that will proceed tomorrow according with practice. The clerk. Yep.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment, Board of Management Functions Bill 2025. Second reading debate.
Senator Dunnigan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, it's a delight to be able to make a contribution this evening on the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment, Board of Management Functions Bill 2025. And it's been a long time coming, but it is great to be here finally making this contribution. Australia's jointly managed Commonwealth reserves, including Kakadu National Park, Uluru-Kata National Park and Booderi National Park, are located on Aboriginal land. These reserves are managed by the Director of National Parks under a lease with traditional owners and through a board of management arrangement which allows for majority Indigenous representation, which of course, given the nature of these parks, is extremely important. These boards make decisions in accordance with the current management plan, which have a 10-year time frame. Currently, if a management plan expires, the board cannot make decisions until a new one is in place. This legislation, currently before the Senate, gives powers to those Commonwealth Reserve boards so to allow them to make decisions under the expired management plan until the new plan is in place. The board management plan for 2 of these 3 national parks are due to expire, one later this year in November and one early next year in February, with no new management plans approved or implemented prior to the expiry of those plans. As discussed, without this legislation, these respective boards will be unable to make any decisions until much later in 2026, potentially up to 6 months without powers to make decisions about the management of country. This does raise questions and concerns as to why this government has failed to oversee the implementation of new board management plans in time before the expiry of current plans, given especially as we know that there has been at least 4 years of this government. It's just one example, sadly, of how this government have failed on its management of the environment. Just like Labor failed on the algal bloom event occurring in South Australia, just like this government has failed for the last term in its broader EPPC reform agenda, which of course we do have before the Parliament yet again, hopefully with a slightly more positive outcome, perhaps partly because there's a minister more willing to work with other parties around potential outcomes. When the Coalition was in government, we commissioned and introduced the sensible legislative reforms, which of course the now government blocked when they were in opposition. And now, after more than 3 years, we are still waiting for the full package of reforms. The full detail of what is to be debated in the other place and this is not yet before the Parliament. This legislation, of course, at first go was a complete debacle. The legislation was friendless. Stakeholders on the conservation side of the debate and stakeholders on the industry and business side of the debate, of course, wanted nothing to do with the legislation as it was drafted. This, of course, was after countless secret, locked-door, non-disclosure signed meetings where no one knew what was going on. This is, of course, a debate around legislation that was supposed to govern something in the public good, the environment, national parks, the waterways we depend upon, the forests we use for resources but also preserve for biodiversity reasons. A public good, something that belongs to the public, yet the public were not in any way invited into the closed-door lockout sessions that the government conducted with high-end stakeholders in the last term. Big environment, big business and sometimes big union. Now, of course, the opposition is willing to work with the government on what is going to be put forward, and we'll examine the detail of that when it's provided in its fullness. But what they've released to date, of course, doesn't meet the grade. And there are a range of concerns that my colleague, the member for Moncrieff and Shadow Minister for the Environment, Ms Bell, has outlined and that have been echoed by a number in both sides of the debate, the conservation and business community. There's a range of risks around certain provisions of what has been described publicly, and definitely a lack of clarity around a range of definitions the government may be adopting and what implications may be in store for proponents of projects if those definitions are not met. It is, of course, also clear that Labor's new environmental laws risk being nothing but a gift to, of course, our overseas competitors and a blow to Australian industry, businesses and workers. And that is, if we make it harder to do business here, harder to invest, then, of course, it is going to just offshore. People who are sitting in boardrooms elsewhere in the world making decisions about where they might seek to invest will look at Australia and say it is still too complicated to do business here, and so we will decide to invest elsewhere. That is not good for the global environment. That is not good for the economy. It is not good for jobs. It is not good for the cost of living, because all we are doing is offshoring all of that. And we've said this in countless iterations of this debate in the last term and, of course, in this term as well. And so getting it right, getting the legislation right, and I do commend the Minister for the speed with which he has approached this current iteration of the debate. It's in the Parliament inside the first, will be inside the Parliament inside the first 12 months of this term of this government, but it's far from perfect. And the real losers are not the political players here, but the people of Australia who either love their environment and want it protected or want jobs and investor certainty to ensure that we have a functioning economy. As we've already discussed in other places around the potential inclusion of a climate trigger, which the Minister begrudgingly ruled out at Senate estimates, workable definitions littered throughout proposed legislation, the unclear net gain proposition, which the requirements of which are not clear in any way whatsoever. Who defines what the baseline is for environmental standards? Who defines what needs to be achieved in order to get a net gain? Who measures that? What is the objective measure that is deployed? What qualifications for those who assess these matters? We don't know, and all of this remains very, very much unclear and opaque at this point in time. Again, I'm hopeful that there are some good things to come in this debate and that we might have clarity and we will get some good outcomes. And certainly I know, as I say, my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Environment, is pushing for excessively large penalties and, of course, a big new bureaucracy in the EPA. Now, interestingly, this EPA, Environment Protection Australia, is touted as being some entity that's going to be able to take out of the bureaucracy the decision-making process and somehow do things in a different way. Well, as far as I can tell, based on every question that's ever been asked in committee hearings and at Senate estimates, it's just the same people in the department moving out of the department into the EPA. Now, I'm not 100% sure how that changes things, given many of these very well-meaning officials have been doing this for many, many years now, and of course, the application and administration of the Act is the cause of the need for reform, and part of that does lie at the feet of those who do administer it and apply the laws. The reality is, if we're just moving those very same people across to a new entity, we'll give them nice new business cards, a new email address, we'll be able to put them in new offices, no doubt, at great cost as well, because it's got to be separate from the department. It is not going to fix the problem. It is literally just another big new bureaucracy. And it is also worth pointing out, Madam Acting Deputy President, that, of course, across Australia, 7 of the 8 state and territory jurisdictions already have an EPA. So why do we need another one, another giant green bureaucracy to administer business in this country and perhaps, I suspect, make it harder to do anything here and make it even harder to get good environmental outcomes? That's not what the EPA will do. As I say, it's going to risk being a handbrake on investment and very much a red light to jobs in this country. In any of the debate that's been had so far on this legislation, the instruments that will be put in place, the agencies that will be tasked with doing this work, no one's talked about productivity from government, no one's talked about efficiency, no one's talked about timeframes and achieving the outcomes we need as a country, and that were the catalyst for reform, the catalyst for the Samuel Review. And of course it was the last government that referred as is legislatively required, the EPBC Act and its functions, its performance off for review, its statutory review, and that review, of course, was the basis for the 2021 reforms that then Environment Minister, now Opposition Leader, Susan Lee, brought into this place, again blocked by the now government, then opposition, the Labor Party. And so, of course, if it is as important...
The debate is interrupted, it being 8 p.m. I propose that the Senate do now adjourn.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
I dropped a pencil.
Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, President. If you want to see how Australia's future looks as we transition to net zero, look no further than central Queensland, specifically Mackay, Moranbah and the Whitsundays. These Queensland towns are already punching well above their weight in terms of resilience, preparedness, innovation and genuinely walking the talk when it comes to net zero. I was in Mackay last month to officially open the Queensland University of Technology's $18 million biocommodities pilot plant, thanks to funding from the Albanese government. This cutting-edge facility bridges the gap between lab research and full-scale manufacturing, and it positions Mackay as a leader in biomanufacturing. It takes sugarcane byproducts and converts it into valuable products such as biofuels, food ingredients, and even high-value proteins like infant milk powder. The logic is this: we already grow the cane. We already have the infrastructure in the region. Now we can add value on site locally rather than shipping off raw product and losing the benefit. And it will support the Mackay region's ability to develop and attract future investment in biomanufacturing, and it creates regional jobs in high-growth industries. This research facility is co-located beside Mackay's famous racecourse sugar mill, where the synergies are clear, linking agriculture, manufacturing, research and logistics. Not only does Racecourse Mill generate its own steam and electricity by burning leftover cane, it also feeds enough power into the local grid to power more than 26,000 local homes in Mackay with clean, green energy. So it is a misnomer from those opposite. No, it's actually a false narrative for them to tell regional Queenslanders that they will be left behind in the transition to net zero by 2050, because in truth, regional Queensland is already leading the way. These towns have accepted the science of climate change and are already preparing by making their communities more disaster resilient and future-proofing their industries. Up in Proserpine, I was proud to join Whitsunday Mayor Ry Collins at Hamilton Plains to mark the start of a $63 million project in flood immunity for the works on Chute Harbour Road, also funded by the Albanese government. Our investment will keep communities connected when floodwaters rise, ensuring that the people in Airlie Beach can reach the cyclone shelter and hospital in Proserpine, rather than getting cut off and stranded for days, as occurred earlier this year. And out west in the town of Moranbah, I was delighted to spend time with wonderful local mayor Kelly Vivi to see the spirit of innovation in action. Moranbah might be famous for mining, but this incredible community is also exploring options around industrial carbon capture, carbon feedstocks and the production of green ammonia and low-carbon fertiliser. In fact, the Isaac Regional Council is so innovative that, believe it or not, it is home to the best water in the Trans-Tasman. Better than Tasmania, better than New Zealand. And they won the title of Best Tasting Tap Water in 2024, and they'll be hosting this year's finalists at their Christmas Carols event on the 5th of December, so mark your calendars for that date. Another remarkable tiny town in the region is Serena, home to just 6,000 people, and yet it is the largest producer of sugar-based ethanol in all of Australia. Wilmar's Serena Distillery has created the perfect circular economy. I was so impressed to see during my visit that they use every single part of the sugarcane to create a food product, a fuel product, a fertiliser product that goes straight back onto local farms, helping to grow next year's sugar crop. This is innovation in action, homegrown, sustainable and world-class. So I take my hat off to the incredible farmers, engineers and innovators in regional Queensland. You are an inspiration. Historically, sugar was one of the most iconic pioneers of the Queensland economy. Now it is a modern pioneer for a cleaner, greener, smarter future in Australia. Regional Queensland can't be left behind in the transition to net zero because they're already leading it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Senator Dean Smith.
Yesterday in Perth, I had the honour to speak at Australia's National Day Against Anti-Semitism rally. And I want to acknowledge those members of the West Australian State Parliament that joined me on this important occasion. Mr Adam Hort, MLA, the member for Kalamunda, representing Basil Zemplis, MLA, the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Simon Ehrenfeld, MLC, from the State Upper House, and Ms Marika Growold, MLC, also from Western Australia's Legislative Council. These are the remarks I made to the very large crowd that attended the gathering at the forecourt of the West Australian State Parliament yesterday. 2 years ago, on October the 7th, 2023, the world watched in horror as Hamas terrorists launched a barbaric assault on Israel, the deadliest single day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. More than 1,200 innocent men, women and children were slaughtered. Families were burned alive in their homes. Young people were hunted down at a music festival. Entire communities were wiped out in acts of hatred. Let there be no equivocation. These were not acts of resistance, they were acts of terror. The perpetrators, Hamas, are not freedom fighters. They are the violent agents funded by Iran of an ideology dedicated to Israel's annihilation and the destabilisation of the Middle East. 2 years on, the world looks very different. The guns have finally fallen silent in Gaza. The remaining living hostages, whose names and faces became symbols of courage and endurance, have been returned home as part of the Gaza peace plan. For their families, an agony that lasted 738 days has at last been broken. The ceasefire, while fragile, offers the first glimmer of hope that this long and tragic chapter may yet give way to peace. That outcome did not come by chance. It came through relentless diplomacy and the courage of nations prepared to lead. The American Peace Initiative, building on the foundations of the Abraham Accords, provided the framework for this moment, encouraging dialogue, normalisation and regional cooperation. It brought Arab and Israeli leaders to the same table and demonstrated that peace is possible when security, recognition and prosperity are shared goals, not bargaining chips. It showed that moral clarity, not moral equivalence, is the only basis for progress. Australia should be proud to support that vision. Yet in the difficult months that followed the October 7 attacks, Australians were entitled to expect the same clarity from their own government, and too often they did not receive it. The Albanese Labor government's premature recognition of a Palestinian state, taken while hostages remained in captivity and rockets still fell on Israeli towns, was a profound mistake. It sent the wrong signal that violence could influence diplomacy at the very moment our allies were working to prove the opposite. Recognition must follow peace, not precede it. And it betrayed Australia's long-held bipartisan principle that recognition must come at the end of a negotiated peace process, not in the middle of a conflict. To act otherwise undermines both Israel's right to security and the legitimate aspirations of Palestinians who seek a future free from the tyranny of Hamas and Iranian interference. Australia's voice should always reinforce the cause of coexistence, never give comfort to extremism. As we mark this solemn anniversary this month, the Senate should speak with one voice to remember the victims of October the 7th, to honour the survivors and to affirm our nation's enduring commitment to Israel's right to existence in peace and safety, and for peace and safety across the Middle East. We should also acknowledge the courage of all who have worked for this ceasefire in Washington, Riyadh, Jerusalem and beyond, and recognise that the American-led peace framework now gives both peoples their best chance in a generation to live side by side. 2 years on, we can finally speak not only of grief, but of hope. Hope that the ceasefire will hold, hope that Gaza can be rebuilt not as a fortress of hatred, but as a home for its people, and hope that the lessons of October the 7th will never be forgotten, that peace is secured only when terror is defeated, and that freedom endures only when nations stand firm in both principle and purpose. We remember the victims, we honour the survivors, and we recommit ourselves to the cause of a lasting peace built on truth, justice and strength.
The time has expired. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. On 24th October, I marked World Kangaroo Day at the Kangaroos Alive screening of the movie Kangaroo, alongside film director Kate Clare and Peter Hewitt, a UN scholar. While we celebrated the kangaroo, called the buru in Tarug, we know they are being systematically slaughtered across the country for the profits of the commercial kangaroo industry. Every year, the Australian government permits the commercial slaughter of up to 3 million kangaroos. The actual figure is likely much bigger because, of course, there is no reporting or transparency requirement from wildlife shooters. This is the largest slaughter of land-based wildlife in the world, and it's done through legalized cruelty. The National Code of Practice for the Humane Shooting of Kangaroos and Wallabies for Commercial Killing even allows joeys to be killed by a blow to the head. And state guidelines explicitly instruct that a joey's brain must be destroyed. And we have seen report after distressing report on these slow and painful deaths of kangaroos. This is how an iconic species and a national emblem, whose sculpture is right here in this chamber, is treated. This is how a powerful sacred totem for First Nations people is treated in this country. There is a deep and enduring cultural and ancestral connection and relationship between First Nations people and the kangaroo. The UN Declaration tells us that as kangaroos traverse their own dreaming tracks, they continue to activate the Earth's song lines for the survival of all living things. And here we are, commercially slaughtering kangaroos. And there's a real irony when governments call kangaroos protected species and then allow commercial killing quotas in the millions. Many refer to them as pests and claim they are in plague proportions. It's a myth that kangaroo breeding is out of control. Kangaroos can only breed one young to independence in 12 to 18 months in the very best of conditions. And the data used to set quotas for commercial culling is inaccurate, as it uses flawed methodologies, makes assumptions, and extrapolates to estimate much higher populations, up to 2 to 4 times greater than they actually are. Kangaroos, or any animal for that matter, should not be measured in relation to the benefit that they can provide humans, because they are sentient beings who have intrinsic value, who have a right to life and an enjoyment to that life. But if we do go down that calculation, then you cannot actually overestimate their social, cultural, ecological, and even economic value, not as skins for products, not as animal food, but as the unique wildlife that they are. And the visitors that come to this country for wildlife experiences. So there is a lot more that we could be doing to look after and protect kangaroos. Brands like Adidas, Nike, Prada, and many more have banned the use of kangaroo skins. The Netherlands, Italy, and Belgium all have proposed bills and have growing consensus to ban imports of kangaroo products. California has a ban on the import of all kangaroo products. A 4PAWS poll in 2021 showed that 84% of adults globally are concerned for the welfare of kangaroos. How incredibly embarrassing for Australia that the whole world turns away in disgust at our commercial kangaroo slaughter industry, but that still goes on here. Many people come to Australia with their top priority being Australia's unique wildlife. I know that money can be everything for some, but even the profits don't measure up to this mass cruelty. This industry only makes $270 million per year out of Australia's annual GDP of 2.64. This industry only makes $270 million a year, whereas wildlife experiences accounted for over $2.3 billion in 2024, with kangaroos leading the charge. And this is still an untapped market of ecotourism. The commercial killing of kangaroos is fast losing its social license, as it should. Kangaroos deserve protection, but at the government level, it's a name only. The work to protect them is being done by activists, by rescuers, and animal welfare organizations who put their heart and soul and their funds into it. We must do better.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, President. This Saturday marks the 1st of November, a very important milestone in my household as we wish my husband Clint a happy birthday, and an important day in the Ciccone household where Senator Raf Ciccone will also celebrate his birthday. But in addition to that, it's an incredible day in the history of Medicare as well, because from the 1st of November, Australian women will have access to more contraceptive options as a result of our government's landmark $793 million investment in women's health. And as I've said time and time again in this chamber, when it comes to women's health, you do not need to look very hard to see time after time where women's pain and symptoms are too often ignored, at worst, outright dismissed. We've seen this when it comes to endometriosis. We certainly see it with the symptoms of menopause and perimenopause. And the consequence of this is that women suffer in silence when they shouldn't have had to. And we've also seen that for far too long, women's health has been underfunded. It's been decades since we've seen new contraceptives or menopause treatments listed on the PBS, but our government has changed that. Since we announced our women's health package, more than 365,000 women have accessed more than 715,000 cheaper scripts for new oral contraceptives, MHT and endometriosis treatments. We funded longer appointments for women to see their GPs, and as a result, 20,000 Australian women have undergone a menopause health assessment covered by Medicare. Our government is determined to build a stronger, fairer health system, one that doesn't dismiss women's pain, but responds to it with compassion, expertise, and the investment to match. That's why we're strengthening Medicare with real, lasting support for women's health. This Saturday, the 1st of November, we build on our commitment to strengthen Medicare and deliver better outcomes for Australian women in their health journey. As I've mentioned, we've already added 3 new contraceptive pills in Yas, Yasmin and Slinda to the PBS earlier this year. This Saturday, we're also adding NuvaRing, used by tens of thousands of women. Where women were paying $270 a year for this contraceptive, they will now pay $31.60 or $7.70 with a concession card. And from the 1st of January, the maximum cost will fall even further to just $25 a script. From Saturday, our government is ensuring that long-acting reversible contraceptives, IUDs and implants are more affordable, because we know women are currently paying somewhere between $300 and $400 for these. And we're expanding training in the insertion and removal of IUDs, because we have heard from women that too often they've experienced unnecessary discomfort or pain in these procedures. And this was starkly evident in the Senate inquiries we held in the last term of Parliament into women's health. Of course, the changes that we see come in this Saturday, the 1st of November, go even further than women's health. We're strengthening Medicare by expanding eligibility for bulk billing incentives. Previously, GPs were only eligible to bulk bill a patient under the age of 16 or a concession card holder. But from this Saturday, as part of our bulk billing practice incentive program, eligible general practices will receive a 12.5% incentive payment on the MBS benefits for all eligible bulk billed services that they provide. This will make a massive difference to Australians. We set an ambition for 9 out of 10 trips to the doctor to be fully bulk billed by 2030. Almost 1,000 practices have told us that where a gap fee applies this week, that next week they will move to fully bulk bill. This is a fantastic thing for the health of Australians and for the hip pocket of Australians. And this Saturday, the 1st of November, we'll also see changes come in aged care, where the new Aged Care Act 2024 will take effect, putting the rights of older people first. This Act changes the way older people will access services in their own homes, residential aged care homes and the community. It's about making sure that our older Australians are treated with respect and have the quality of life that they deserve. President, Labor built Medicare. We will always fight tooth and nail to strengthen it. And this Saturday, the 1st of November, we will see changes take effect that will have a massive impact on the lives of Australians, and especially Australian women. I could not be more proud of this work.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much. Across Australia, families and businesses are losing faith in the direction of our economy. They are hurting as a result of the rising cost of living. The dream of owning a home is slipping further from their reach. They see an Australia that works harder, pays more and achieves less. They see a government that prioritises symbolism over substance. Australia is a nation rich in talent, resources and potential. Yet under this Labor government, that potential is being choked by bad policy, by taxes that punish effort, industrial laws that strangle employers, and energy policies that drive up costs without driving out investment. Labor promised fairness, but its version of fairness punishes the people who do the right thing: the small business owner, the tradesman, the farmer, the family that saves, invests and works to get ahead. These are the Australians who build this country. They create prosperity. They deserve a government that backs them, not one that burdens them. Labor's industrial relation laws are not designed to favour growth and productivity, but to favour Labor's union mates at the expense of ordinary workers. Small and medium businesses now face a thicket of red and green tape and a system gamed to favour the unions working against productivity. And while Aussie businesses struggle to stay afloat, cheap imports from companies like Temu and Shein flood our shelves, products made in conditions that we would never tolerate here in Australia. Australian enterprise is being punished for playing fair while others profit by cutting corners. The effect is that Australian jobs are shipped offshore to foreign countries where workers are exploited and the natural environment is ruined. And all of this from Labor, the party that claims to care about the environment and for the working people. It's time to restore balance to workplace law, to provide flexibility for employers, security for employees, and a system that rewards productivity, not paperwork. The same imbalance runs through Labor's energy and climate policy. Labor's legislated net zero targets are about control, from the cars we drive to the food we eat. These targets are undermining our freedom while simultaneously imposing additional costs on families, farmers and businesses. Labor promised transformation but delivers only uncertainty and higher costs. Over 631,000 jobs are at risk from Labor's net zero policies. A huge number of those jobs are in regional communities. The jobs at risk are those that keep our country running in agriculture, mining, manufacturing and energy. Energy prices are soaring, investment in manufacturing is stalling, and industries that once sustained whole regions are reliant on government bailouts or going bust. We cannot rebuild a nation on power that is unaffordable and unreliable. We cannot improve our global environment by exporting our emissions to countries that have lower standards than us. And we cannot revive Australian manufacturing while punishing the very sectors that power it. Australia should be a leader in practical environmental stewardship, in innovation, clean technology, carbon capture and advanced nuclear research. But we should do it on our terms, through science and industry, not ideology. Australia needs leadership that recognises the pitfalls of legislated net zero targets and replaces them with policies that strengthen our economy while protecting our natural environment. Then there is our tax system, which is the quiet thief of aspiration. Labor's instinct is always the same: tax first and think later. But you cannot tax a country into prosperity. Every dollar taken from the worker, the farmer, the family or the small business owner is a dollar that cannot be invested, saved or spent in their local community. Australia is in danger of losing its manufacturing base forever. A nation that forgets how to make things forgets how to sustain itself. Labor's disastrous net zero industrial relations and tax policies are killing our nation. Let's get back to when Made in Australia meant something. Hardworking Australian families deserve more than Labor's symbolism.
Thank you, Senator Blythe. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again tomorrow at 12 noon. Good night, Senators.